Happy Tuesday, everybody. Welcome to TopstepTV, the program where we learn to live, laugh, and love in the futures market. I'm Jack Belzer. I am joined by the prince of market profiling himself, John Hoagland. Mr. Hoag, how are you doing this morning?
Doing good. Happy Tuesday, everybody. Yeah, it's October 29th already. We were just talking in the green room about how it's hard to believe October's almost over again. But it's great to be here with you, Jack. Great to be here with all of you. Top of the chat, the early birds this morning, Almond Sour, Command 88, Naveen, Chris, Blue Ken, Man Cave, Adrian, Leo, Rich, Yabbersmack Holdings, Dan Trader, Slippers, Frizu, and Mike Godfrey, also known as Buddha Goldie 31. It's great to see everyone. Great to be here with all of you.
Yeah, we got Nightbot in there too, posting some helpful things such as the risk disclosure. That's
Huh.
something that'll come up there from time to time. Remember, throughout the day, we got the Top Step daily levels pinned to the top of the chat. Those are special blends picked by Hoag. Good stuff there. So glad to see you all this morning. And what a morning it is. Little bit of a breather at the beginning of the week. We have one of the biggest weeks that I've seen in trading between a presidential election 1 week from today. We got non-farm on Friday. We got earnings of pretty much all the Mag 7 this week. I believe this afternoon we have Google. I'll let you get to that, Hoag. But first, my big story from last night is that the 10-year yields surged through 4.3%, which is the highest level since July of this year. This could be another trade reflecting increased sentiment of a Trump victory on Tuesday. My next huge level to the upside is between 4.48 and 4.5%. When we come back with news later, I'll go into the charts here. Similar storyline. Bitcoin topped 71,000, first time since June. What else we got here? Oh, yeah. And then the Dodgers have a 3-0 lead in the World Series after beating the Yankees in the Bronx 4-2. What a shame to see that happen to such a scrappy, downtrodden team in a media flyover market like the Yankees. Makes me feel a little better about the White Sox, but it's be a tough road for them to come back. Hogue, what do we have as far as eco and earnings today?
Well, this morning at 7:30, the September trade balance came out, and it was a lot deeper than the previous month. The August number was minus 94,000. I'm sorry, 94 billion 22. It came out minus 108 billion 23. So a much bigger trade imbalance than they were expecting. Retail inventories came out. The August number was 0.5%. It came out 0.1%. Wholesale inventories for September came out minus 0.1%. 8 o'clock here just now, we had the Case-Shiller and FHFA home price indices come out. 9 o'clock, we have consumer confidence and job opens labor turnovers. The JOLTS number there, the first number in a slew of employment numbers this week. 10:30, there's a 52-week auction. Noon, there's a 2-year FRN auction, floating rate note auction, and a 7-year note auction. As far as earnings this morning, Novartis, McDonald's, Pfizer beating on all expectations. HSBC missing on earnings per share. PayPal missing on revenues, and BP also missing on revenues. And yes, after the close today, Alphabet/Google, Visa, AMD among the big ones coming out after the close today. As far as the VIX is concerned, it's a little bit higher again today, about 1.6% higher, about 20.13 back above that 20 level. Yesterday at this time, it was 19.26. The dollar index also higher this morning, 104.6. It was 104.2 at this time yesterday. And the yield on the 10-year, yes, back above 4.3 at 4.35% last I checked yesterday. At this time, 4.24%. And that is going to do it as far as our economic numbers and major earnings. That's a long list of earnings today and all week. It's going to be a fun one.
It is. And while it'll be fun, you also got to be smart. Let's take a look at that tip of the week for the second time this week. Know your edge. This could be a specific setup or context. It could be when you trade. It could be how you trade. It could be your risk reward. It could be any number of things. You could be a master risk manager, momentum trader, range trader. Figure out what that is, what you do best, and capitalize on it. So that's our tip of the week, Hogue. I don't know if you have anything else here.
Well, I mean, you pretty much covered it. We talked about it yesterday, how the edge has certainly changed from the days in the pit to what we are looking at as edge now. To me, it's always the reward over risk. Always looking for bigger opportunities and profit than what I have to risk to take the trade. So great stuff. And yes, find your edge. Find your edge. Strategy,
Find
setups, whatever it is.
Don't lose your edge. All right. So before we hit the charts, real quick, just want to make an announcement. Top Step VIP Scouting. Today is the second day of scouting for our next Top Step VIP teams, kicking off in January. Between now and then, we'll be dropping lots of check-in forms. Those check-in forms, those that check in the most on Top Step TV, will get the best odds of getting picked for one of these teams. I think we're going to 10 teams. So watch out for those check-in forms. We'll let you know when they're coming. And with that, Hogue, I think it's time. Ooh, something extra off the press. Look out this morning for our second check-in form to drop this morning. We're in Chicago time. That would mean before noon at some point. All right. With that, Hogue, let's give the people what they want. Let's get to those charts.
All right. Well, let's take a look. See. Really, not a lot of change in the longer time frames from where we were yesterday at this time. We're still very centrally located in the center of the area of balance that was really kind of established with the high from last week and the low from last week. There is so much information coming out this week. The market just seems to be awaiting that new information. And, like we've been saying, there is a lot of new information coming into the markets this week. So where are we? Well, again, we're right in the middle of the area of balance. Again, the market really just kind of holding pat, a little bit of opportunities, very narrow session ranges yesterday in the S&P and in the NASDAQ. Very little change in open interest. Volume was a little bit low yesterday. We added about 1,600 in open interest yesterday in the S&Ps, which I largely view as inert or unimportant, and an unimportant or again inert change in open interest. So the market is still awaiting information. Lots to come. So much going on. Earnings, unemployment, elections. Oh my! It's like lions and tigers and bears. Oh my! Earnings, employment, and elections. Oh my, that's what we're kind of looking at here. So it's going to be, a day. I think this week is probably one of the lightest weeks that I would probably be trading. And then again early next week with the election going on. Let's take a look at the 30-minute chart. Let's see where we're at. Now we all know that we had that weekend gap that occurred yesterday. A lot of eyeballs and a lot of traders really kind of focusing on getting to that gap close, which we have not accomplished yet here in the S&Ps. Yesterday, putting in lower highs, lower lows, the market continues to try and push down to close up that gap. So where are we as far as overnight inventory is concerned? Well, overnight inventory, we could say, is relatively short. In the S&Ps, it looks like we're going to be opening with a session gap. Maybe that session gap will get us enough push to go close the weekend gap that everybody's been focusing on. But again, with overnight inventory, with no new business coming in, with no new selling coming in, the market has a tendency to unravel that overnight inventory, which could bring us right back towards settlement, which is yesterday's settlement price, 58.61 half. There's been a few questions that I've seen about what is settlement and why is it different than the last trade of the day? Well, settlement in the equities occurs at 3:00. It's when the cash market or stock market closes. That is where the exchange marks to the market all of the open positions that are going to be occurring while the market is closed for that hour or two, whatever it is. So that is where settlement is. It is probably not going to be, although is usually going to be relatively close to the last trade of the session right there at 4:00. Now, there's a big difference sometimes in settlement and that last trade in gold. This was the question yesterday, and we'll take a look at why that is here in just a couple of moments. So the gap close would take us down to 58.42. Yesterday, when we opened, we were looking for this market to really kind of fall into repair inside of the double distribution trend day from Friday. Now, I was looking at 58.45 as a potential repair area, and the market got pretty close to that and relatively close to the gap close. So we're looking at around down here. We're going to see if maybe we find some basing and we can find some rotation back to the upside a little bit here. But again, ACH, ladies and gentlemen, anything can happen. Uh, more information coming out at 9 a.m. Central Chicago time. We got consumer confidence. We got the job opens, labor turnovers, and a couple of shorter term bond and note auctions throughout the rest of the day. So we'll be watching that, of course. The profile yesterday, very relatively narrow range, an inside day, which we were kind of expecting, looking for the repair between this upper distribution from Friday and this lower distribution, looking like we've finally finished that repair. Market may be, looking for new areas to facilitate trade, because yesterday was a normal variation trading day in the S&Ps, very centrally located as far as the point of control is concerned. It did a lot to facilitate trade yesterday. It makes sense that the market will probably auction to find new areas to facilitate trade. So far, that auction has been to the downside. Overnight over inventory to the short side with no new selling coming in. Again, could bring us back into range, back into value. We get back inside value from yesterday. Value acceptance play could come into play, which could take us up to, let's call it around 58, 72, 75. But for now, gap rules are applied. In other words, if we can't close this session gap relatively early, we're looking for continuation to the downside. Let's take a look at the NASDAQ, which did a much better downside job yesterday. We'll take a look-see here and see what we're kind of looking at. Price remains relatively central in range and in balance. This is not anything that I need to see here. We got last week's low, last week's high, weekly kickoff high, weekly kickoff low. And where are we? Very relatively centrally located inside of that. So this market is still in digestive mode and looking for new information. We added about 1,900 in open interest yesterday. Direction? I wonder what direction that came in. But again, it is relatively inert, low volume yesterday. Markets are on edge. They're looking for new information. When it's going to come in and in what package it's going to come in, again, is unknown. Let's take a look at the 30-minute. Okay, so yesterday we opened in range, in value from Friday's session. Looking for potential repair from this area right up here, this point of control up here, 20,643, and to repair down to, where was that number I put out there yesterday? 20,520 was really the kind of finishing of the repair area from the previous double distribution-ish trend day in the NASDAQ. It wasn't a true double distribution trend day in the NASDAQ, but it was in the S&P. Where are we now? No overnight inventory, bordering on opening with a gap to the downside. Gap rules will apply if that does happen. But what we did do was last night we actually closed the weekend gap, which has not yet occurred in the S&Ps. NASDAQ coming off a little further than the S&Ps yesterday. So opening in range and in value, try and stay patient. If we open with a gap, if we can't close the gap relatively early, there's naked points of control down below. I'll put those on these charts here at some point, and we'll see what kind of visuals we can see to the downside. But again, the market opening with a gap, without a gap, no real overnight inventory, suggesting we try and stay patient. New information is coming, and we'll see what that does to the markets. Let's take a quick look at crude oil. I saw a quip this morning. It looks like gasoline might be down below $3 a gallon here at some point very, very soon. So that kind of figures. I don't want to say anything about that, but it just makes sense. Crude oil has been, pushing to the downside. We're down at levels we haven't really seen all that much lately. So let's take a look. Yesterday, pretty good volume on the push to the downside on a breakout below our weekly kickoff low of 68.65. Overnight inventory. Hang on a second. Um, yes, open interest. That's what I was trying to find there. Open interest on this push to the down below this weekly kickoff low. We piled in approximately 57,000 contracts. Was that on the short side? We'll take a look at that here very shortly. We never did have a chance to close the weekend gap that occurred in crude oil to the upside. What did we do yesterday? Where did all that open interest come in? So here's that weekend gap all the way up to 71.65. There's where we started the session yesterday at 5 p.m. The market kind of bordered or kind of magnetized around that weekly kickoff level at 68.65 and then pushed to the downside. What direction do we think that all of that new open interest came in during yesterday's session? Well, looks like the market really attempted to push to the upside. Where did most of the volume come in? It came in right at the 8 o'clock and 8:30 bars, and those were long bars. Those were buying bars. I can't figure out where this 57,000 increase in open interest. It may have something to do with finally the expiration of the November contract, but it's a little bit shocking. And I'm thinking, by the way this profile looks, it's a bit of a P-shaped profile, which would indicate short covering, but with an increase in open interest like that, did we see buyers come in against these lows down here, against this session down here? Quite possibly. Overnight inventory maybe got a little bit long, relatively close to that weekly kickoff high. Price already coming back into range, back into value. Try and stay patient. Better trade locations are likely to come as the day goes on. That profile and the daily chart yesterday, take a look. Excess low on the daily chart. Where were the last excess daily chart? Well, here's an excess low. Here's excess lows. This looks familiar. I wonder if we're going to see this market kind of recover and give us a test at least of that weekly kickoff 68.65 level for a potential opportunity. Here's that 30-minute chart again. And an excess low in the profile yesterday. Nice buying tail at the bottom there. Market opened, looked lower, was rejected, held above that the rest of the day. We did pull back relatively close to to the open here, but we were unable to get back down there. An afternoon pullback low down here that's near the settlement level here of 67.38 that I'm very interested in seeing an opportunity for an execution at that level. Now, our beautiful gold, that lovely precious metal, boy, it sure is looking good now, isn't it? Well, we've been saying for months that this market is primed for continuation to the upside. So we've got a potential breakout from the previous balance. 1, 2, 3, 4 days, maybe 5 days in balance. We're now above the weekly kickoff high that remained from last week because there was very little sign of acceptance above it. If we find acceptance above it, a new leg to the upside is likely to happen. We lost 4,200 in open interest yesterday, and I find that interesting. Short covering, yes. And that short covering created, I believe, more of an evening of inventory. For the last few sessions, we've been seeing open interest up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. That's evening out the inventory. And when we even out the inventory, that gives the market more energy when it breaks out of that area of balance. And we may be seeing evidence of that right now. So take a look at the 30-minute chart. All right. So weekly kickoff high. Yeah, we looked above it last week, but no sign of true acceptance. This happened in the overnight. Remember, we talk about the idea that all-time highs that occur in the overnight session don't tend to be very lasting. And it seems as though buyers have that all-time overnight high in their sights as we speak. Overnight inventory is long. The market broke out, found support at weekly kickoff high 2760, excuse me. That was resistant, now is acting as support, and we're seeing continuation to the upside as we speak. Yesterday, we lost 4,200 in open interest. It's a P-shaped profile indicating short covering. Short covering has a tendency to take buying power away from the market. Think about it. If you're short and you need to cover, you have to turn into a buyer. That's this P-shaped profile. No gap close, no session gap close. The market continuing to push to the upside. What is happening if we saw a whole bunch of buying power come out of the market yesterday with the loss in open interest and the P-shaped profile? New business, ladies and gentlemen. New business. It's the new business that is going to come off of that even inventory, come in and continue to try and push this market higher, if that is indeed the case. Of course, ACH, anything can and will happen. So this market seems to be attracting new buyers. It's acting like it's attracting new buyers. The all-time high was in the extended trading hours session. I'd say that there is a probability that we're going to put in a new all-time high in gold today. It's just a probability. It's not a prediction. It is just context. Ladies and gentlemen, make sure you take a deep breath before you get into trading today. Stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading. And make sure, as always, you pray for peace for everyone. And let's have a great session.
All right. With that, we got a doorbell to bring in a little bit early. One of our guests for Fast Markets this morning. We got the Rips man himself is in here. Rips, how's it going?
What's up,
Rips?
Jack? How you doing? How you doing, Hogue?
I'm doing phenomenal.
Good.
Yeah, this market, however, has been a little bit tricky here. This has been a very choppy market with not a lot of range. I have my screens up right now. I kind of wanted to go over what I'm looking at here. I have that Spaceman BTC on my trading view here, so you can see prior 4-hour low, prior day, Monday low, daily open. You can see all these levels here, and we're just trapped tight in this range right now. And you can see the movements inside of this range have been very, very choppy. Even when we're coming down in a congruent move, we bounce back up. Same thing happens, bouncing back up. And then when we had this dip low today, I was trading some combines on my stream, and I ended up shorting practically the bottom of that range, and I got all of my combines blown on that. So it was a tricky market for me to read. I thought we were actually going to have a breakdown on this area here and actually start to roll over down below 452, potentially down to this 423 area. But unfortunately, the market had other plans. So I fired up 5 new combines and got these across the line here from trading from the previous 4-hour low to this spike above VWAP. So what is going to happen here today is dependent on the news. We have a lot of news coming out today, and it's going to be really interesting to watch what happens here. The big notable events from today are going to be the JOLTS job openings and the consumer board confidence. Those two readings, I feel, are the biggest readings of the week. We do have the non-farm employment change coming on Wednesday, and then we do have the PCE and the jobless claims on Thursday, and of course, the non-farms on Friday. So it's going to be all about employment this week. We are very close to the election where we are going to have a new U.S. president. So there's a lot of things on the table that are adding into this volatility right now. So if we're looking at the events today, you really want to be focused on those JOLTS job openings as well as the consumer confidence. In the afternoon, however, there's going to be a lot of activity from the Treasury. We have a 2-year FRN auction, a 7-year note auction, and a 52-week bill auction. All of that is going to be moving the bonds market. We're going to see the 2-year and the 10-year moving a lot on that and jostling on that. In fact, the 7-year note auction and the 52-week bill auction are happening at the exact same time. So we're going to see the results from that probably around like 1 p.m., 1:02. It usually comes about 2 minutes after the auction takes place. So be on the lookout for that at 1 p.m. Eastern time, noon Central. That's going to be what's moving the market today. But I think that we could actually see some movements after the bell as well, given that we do have a lot of earnings this week. So this week, prior to the election, prior to the next FOMC, there's a lot of moving pieces. So expect a lot of volatility, expect a lot of shakeouts and fakeouts. And I'm curious, Hogue, have you been seeing a lot of the same thing? I know you track a lot of the S&P, track a lot of the Dow. I'm mainly focused on the NASDAQ myself. But have you noticed a lot of that where you're seeing heavy positioning on either sides of this market right now?
Let me double check here. When I'm looking at that, I'm looking at open interest, and we've seen open interest kind of waffling, especially in the S&Ps. It's up one day, down the next, up one day, down the next, up one day, down the next. So that's kind of saying that overall, the bigger players, the banks, the funds, they're all just hedged and waiting for something to change, something to happen. Now, looking at the NASDAQ, We have seen a lot more open interest kind of on the plus side in the NASDAQ. It seems as though there's a lot more longer time frame investment, if you will, in the NASDAQ. But where we are as far as like on the day charts and the longer time frames, we're really kind of centrally located in an area of balance. And to me, that area of balance is kind of, probably seeing some of the bigger traders like you're talking about really kind of bookending those ranges and just trying to adjust inventory at those ranges and just letting the middle of the market just chop everybody up. Like you say, Rips, it's a retail rinse in between those.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I'm seeing on my end too. Keep in mind, we do have a precarious time to have the next FOMC. The next FOMC is actually going to be in 9 days, and it comes at a very strange time because usually the FOMC falls on the third Wednesday of the month that they conduct the FOMC rate adjustment. So right now, if we're looking at the ZQX4 contract right now, we're looking at a 96.3% chance of a 25 basis point cut. And that is different from what we saw basically a month ago, where we were actually seeing a higher percentage chance of a 50 basis point cut. And that has since changed, and that's kind of jostled around a bit. We were seeing a 53.3% chance of a 50 basis point cut back in September when this contract was trading. And now it's a 96% chance of only a 25 basis point cut. Now that can again rapidly change because the chances of us having a new president by the time that we have the FOMC meeting is pretty high. There might be one of those things where we get delayed results like we have had in the past election, but it's going to create a very interesting trading environment because both of the potential candidates have very differing economic policies that they have planned for the path forward for the next 4 years. So that's going to be really dictating what we see for longer term investors in this market. And I think that we're going to have a lot of juicy volatility coming up to trade. And I think that as traders, it's going to create a good environment no matter which candidate ends up taking the office.
And with that, I'm going to jump out of here soon to get the other people in for fast markets. We got Dakota. I see MP in the green room. Andre, as usual, ready to go. Rest of the day, we got Isaac Rivera stopping by. Who else do we have on the calendar? It is so packed at the moment. We got Real Deal Zach coming for Power Hour. John London, 1 o'clock. Me and Ben for Shoulder Tap, and Robert and Hogue for group coaching. 2 minutes before the bell, I'll let you guys get to that voodoo that you do. Code Blazing Saddles.
Thanks, Jack. So, yeah, what are we looking at? About 2 minutes from the open. And NASDAQ going to be opening in range. S&P is going to be opening outside of yesterday's range. NASDAQ really pulled back a lot deeper yesterday, trying to close that weekend gap, which it did. I think we've kind of closed that. We haven't even closed that weekend gap in the S&Ps just yet. Here's that S&P. There's that weekend gap as the 58.42 even would close that. Higher lows, higher highs. It's going to be an interesting trading day. With the S&Ps opening with a gap and the NASDAQ not. All right.
Here, Andre, back there.
Sorry. I didn't know I should have muted my mic. Sorry. I am indeed here.
I'm just going to put up the NASDAQ profile here so we can see. This is our overnight trade. This is the regular trading hours from yesterday. Very narrow range. Not a whole lot of volatility or opportunity, but there were, always some good opportunities up near this upper extreme of that profile. We are now open, folks. We are now open. We've opened in range, bottom end of value from yesterday, centrally located in the range from yesterday. NASDAQ, I've got to try and stay a little bit patient here. Now we've got it going. Going to try and stay a little bit patient here. That's been my theme for the week here, with all these earnings and everything coming out. Seeing some buyers coming into the NASDAQ now, bringing us back into value. Acceptance of value could see us run. Let's just call it maybe up to 20,570 if we get to higher value from yesterday. S&P is a little bit different. Let's take a look and see what we're doing here. Okay, opening with a gap from yesterday. We can't close this gap relatively early, and closing that gap makes us go. It makes us up to 58.59 half, 58.59.50. Point of control from the overnight. If we can't get there, then I just could see this market continuing to push lower and possibly really getting down to in the regular trading hours to close that weekend gap that we've been watching. That's all we've got here right on the open. It's great to see everybody here with me now. So let's have a good trading day.
You're doing great, Hogue. I was just going to let you ride that
thank
solo
you.
for a while. You're doing fantastic. I guess I don't need to ask you what we're looking at here for the opening. Here we go. Welcome, everybody. TopstepTV. This is Fast Markets. We're starting to see some sellers out the gate in the ES. Last trade, 58.45. We got Hogue in the house. We got Michael Patak in the house. We got Rips in the house. Let's get it. Hogue, sellers coming in here, NASDAQ and ES, YM as well. Pretty tame open so far. Rips, what are we looking at here?
It looks like there's a lot of sellers here on the NASDAQ, and same thing with the S&P. We're seeing this break much lower. So I'm potentially looking at taking a short here. I'm just looking to see if we bump back up against that 480 level. There's a good chance that we could wash all the way down to 452 here. So I'm going to take a short. I'm short here in the NASDAQ, looking for 452 to the downside.
452 to the downside. 452 to the downside.
Yep, that is my target to the downside here.
We have left the opening ranges in all three of the equities at the high of the session. Shorts are in right now.
Hey, good morning to Manfred. Been too long. Way too long, Manfred. Get you back on shortly. All right, starting to see some sellers here. Rips, talk to us. You are short from 72s, I believe?
77 halves.
77.
Nice.
Yeah, looking for this to flush down. Oh, there we go, all the way down there. Beautiful, beautiful move. Just gorgeous. Beautiful, beautiful flush. I'm going to cover a little bit here at these 450s. I'll move my stop up back to the 70s. So that is $2,200 realized in my Topstep live funded account.
Nice trade on that one. What size did you hit clip there?
Just only 5 contracts. Short from 77. Covered a clip at 50 and 54.
Nice trade. Still pushing here. 20,444.
What would you like about that?
Here.
What got you into that?
We had a harsh rejection up at the weekly open in the NASDAQ here. You can see this on my chart. I'm using Spaceman BTC here, and you can see this very harsh rejection candle at that weekly open. That's what kind of guided me into this trade here. I'm going to move my stop down to 57.50 now for the remainder. So we currently are sitting at 2,700 unrealized here.
Nice trade.
That was a great trade, Rips. I mean, we opened right at the bottom of value from yesterday. We rejected that value right away. We left the opening range at the high of the session. Nice trade.
Thank you. Yeah, and it's trades like this where I have a lot of confidence. I like to take these in my Topstep live funded account. It's such a real honor to be called up to trade in the big leagues on Topstep here, and I trade that account very seriously. I put my most serious trades on that account. So it's a beautiful thing when you see trades like that work out exactly what you wanted. That beautiful rejection there off the open was everything I was looking for. And I just stopped out on the rest. So that's $2,748, $2,748.20 in my Topstep live funded account.
That's how you start a morning, Rips. Well done. All right, still selling here. Michael, that's some Pro Bowl stuff right there.
Pro Bowl is what we call it.
Good morning, Michael.
Just closed the weekly gap down at 58.42. They closed the gap, the weekend gap.
Big range.
NASDAQ did that yesterday.
Into the top of the chat right now. You'll see the Topstep daily levels. Have those open. Rearing to go. MP's got them on his charts. He doesn't have to
50-50 until. Nothing until.
50-50 until. Still seeing some sellers here. 20,437, 435, 434 is now trade.
We're done, right? Time to take the rest of the day off.
There he is. Where have you been? Where'd you come from?
Nice to have a cushion.
Those teeth of yours, man. You're a different person.
Big storm here in Utah. I was late, a few minutes late to get to my desk, dealing with power outages in the area. So over here knocking on wood. I do have a reserve laptop that in case anything happens, if I'm in a trade, I hop over to that laptop or on my phone. We have the mobile app here at TopstepX. So I'm not in too big of a fear of losing connection or power to get out of a trade, but to lose it in the middle of a stream, that's always the worst.
Oh, hopefully that means there's snow in the mountains, Dakota. Hopefully
That
storm means just
Lots.
snowing up top.
Yep.
It's storming
Yes, it
right
does.
now. Raining at the bottom, and there's white all on the top.
Good thing it's coming. All right, we're starting to see a bounce up. See about a 30-point pop here in the NQ. I looked at Dakota's background. Dakota's got the bear up today. Oh boy.
Uh-oh.
I do.
What does that mean, Dakota? Can you walk us through the strategy behind your backgrounds, please?
I got the strategy on Monday when you had the Bears in there. I get that strategy. I don't quite get the one
Today,
well,
though.
actually, I do now. It's sold off. So yeah.
Yes. Today, I do think that we could. There's a chance we could rotate down to the maybe 20,400, 20,380s, 390s. If we do continue to break down, I could see us going to the bottom half of this range. The reason being, this is an hourly chart. There's a lot of resistance here, right around 20,530s. We broke down that last night. We came up. We failed to get above that and completely rejected, selling off, breaking through support. And so this range that we seen last week, I wouldn't be surprised if we come see the bottom of it. But we have news. We have news in 23 minutes. That's going to affect everything.
We have news. We do have news.
Andre,
Right about now.
20,530. Again.
530 is a huge level. Huge level. For whatever reason. We did finally close the gap. Closed the gap at the very last minute yesterday on the close. Nice trade for the house account. We were short all day, Michael. All day on that trade. Finally paid off.
And which one? The one I left on from Fast Markets?
Correct. Yep. We got filled at the
Get
very
out of
end the day.
here.
Longest
Very
trade
end
you
of the
ever
day.
held. You got
Gotta
filled in
be
like
the
the last
longest trade.
minute.
That was
Did we
5-hour
did-
banger.
Did the target move at all?
No.
I didn't touch it.
Set
I
and
left
forget.
it in. OCO, baby. Order cancels order or whatever you want to call it.
OCO, baby.
Short.
So since we are having like this little kerfuffleation down here, I'm going to go ahead and take the step to just go ahead and lock out my live account here, up 27.48 and 20 cents on my TopStep live account. I'm locking this out here.
Nice work.
That's
Nice work. That's all it takes.
a
One
little
trade.
early. That's a little early.
One trade, nice and early. That's all I really wanted. Just wanted to nail it and be done.
Yeah. Get on base. Actually, it's not get on base. That's a good day. It's a hell of a day.
We can pull the GC up here. All right, now I got everything set to go.
Some of the
Relog
best
in.
traders I see just take 1 or 2 trades a day, and maybe even 1 or 2 trades a week sometimes.
If you can do that, it's very hard for folks to do that. But if you can do that, it's a pretty healthy living.
Correct. Yeah.
What's that?
And
Yeah,
I say
the
that
hard
because
part
you
is
have to be
having a-
super patient, and very few people that I've seen can do 1 to 2, 1 to 2, 1 to 2 a day. And then you see their trade report, and there's these days where they, go off the reservation, so to speak.
Boy.
Trading's fun, man. They make it fun
Yeah,
for a
right.
reason. It's easy
say
to
that right now.
click buttons.
Looking at the tilt here. Saw some heavy tilts yesterday. Boy, crude especially. It's up to 88%, 87% long yesterday. Need to sell off. We did see some 70% tilts in the Manfred. Not everyone can do 500. Manfred's very active in the chat this morning. Good to see. Yeah, you heard him, John
So I'm
Jones.
watching this NASDAQ market right now. If we stay contained under that 52 level, we are at a breaking point in the S&Ps. I'm going to bring up the chart for the S&Ps right now. I rarely talk about the S&Ps, but I figure I'd give it a little bit of attention this morning. But you can see right here, we have a clean area of confluence across the board here where we drawn liquidity, drawn shorter liquidity, drawn even shorter liquidity, and now here we are drawing liquidity again. So depending on whether or not we break this level, this could be a tremendous area where we fail back down to the prior week low. There's a lot of things going to be buoying this market, though. The previous month high, the prior month high, and then the monthly open. So if we can actually break through the prior month high and we start to see this thing go to the sell side, we see all the components of the S&P starting to sell off here. That's something that could bring this market down. And usually we can see this on earnings week. We do have a lot of earnings this week, a lot of big companies from the S&P that are reporting this week. And we do often see that the market can be drawn down only to send it back up after these companies have stellar earnings. And really, we haven't seen a lot of these big tech giants reporting yet. We've seen a couple of previews across the board with Taiwan Semi, ASML, and a couple other names like Lam Research. And they have been kind of on opposite sides. Lam Research, for instance, had very strong earnings. ASML had very negative earnings. Taiwan Semi had very strong earnings. So we're going to have to see what happens for earnings season. There's a lot of people who are predicting that it's going to be strong for Q3 earnings, and going into Q4 and looking at full year guidance for 2025 is going to be pretty strong. So we will have to see how that shakes out and what the effect is going to be on the S&P specifically.
Well, McDonald's reported well, and if McDonald's reports well, yeah, that means the lower consumer is spending. That's kind of the thing. I got a buddy at my kid's school who has like hundreds of whatever Taco Bells or whatever. He's the operator of all these franchises. He operates them. So if you're a franchise owner, he operates them, and he's very, very sensitive. He wrote the PPP stuff. He's part of the guy that wrote the PPP. And I'm going to have him on here. When PPP came out, those business owners that know PPP, when COVID came out, they just handed you money. I mean, they did. I mean, $6 trillion, they had to just get it in people's hands.
Crazy.
Keep them from their business shutting down, all that kind of stuff. Topstep got money. Well, everybody I know, my sister got money for their plumbing company. I know
there's a lot of people that also abused it too. Don't forget about that, Michael. A lot of people.
There's always going to be abusers and everything. Yeah. There's always going to be idiots of some percentage of the world. There's got to be. Yes, you're correct. But majority, it just absolutely helped people stay rocking and rolling. And he tells me about the story of it because he deals with the lower consumer, the middle class, lower class, and then the consuming of all those folks. He can see because he caters to that. Is how he talks, and that's his clients, customers, or whatever. So it's just interesting to see when that starts to slow down, how that affects, and then the wages that they pay and all that kind of stuff. So it's very interesting. From an economy guy, talking economy with him, it's very cool.
It is. Well times. All right, we were talking about some more numbers coming out today. I'll go over them really quick. This is about the time to say, Eddie, what's on the calendar today? Well, I'll play Eddie today. We got Jolts coming up in about 17 minutes. We got U.S. Consumer Confidence coming out at the same time. We got a 52-week auction at 10:30 Central Time, so about an hour and 45 minutes. Then high noon Central Time, we got a 7-year auction. Then after the bell, we got Alphabet, Visa, and AMD, as well as some of those other companies Rips was talking about. So,
Alphabet, by the way, of course, people know by their more common name, which is Google. GOOGL and GOOG, Class A, Class C, are both reporting after the bell today.
GOOG.
I'm watching Bitcoin break highs. I'm watching Bitcoin sitting here breaking through 72,000.
Is it really?
Yeah, Bitcoin had some resistance at 70,000, and it actually broke that wall down yesterday. It was really exciting to see that live.
It's actually levels.
Yeah, you look at his
Bitcoin now.
Look at this big run up.
Yeah.
What's that?
There's actually levels. Bitcoin respects levels now, huh? When you trade it?
Yeah. I mean, it's like most markets. I mean, there's basic technical analysis like rally, flagging pattern, rally, flagging pattern. We can trade Bitcoin at Topstep, right? I mean, here it is. Here's Mike.
I got it right here.
If you didn't know that you're watching, you didn't know you can actually trade Bitcoin futures on Topstep. Topstep X is a great platform to trade it on, and Ethereum as well.
Get in there.
Yeah. So I know we talk a lot about NASDAQ. There's a lot of traders here.
There you go. I got long one.
What price? Let's do it. Put it up on the board. Looking at Topstep daily levels for Bitcoin. We don't have any Topstep daily levels for Bitcoin, Michael. What price are we long from in the Bitcoin?
We are long from 72,255.
255 one time.
A micro. It's already $10 away, and we're down $2. I don't know how that works.
It's only 50 cents a tick. And it's $5 is one tick. It's pretty volatile. It's pretty volatile. I do like that the micros. It's easy to manage risk, but
shout out to
technical
Jay.
analysis does work.
We are seeing the S&P and the NASDAQ rally here off the lows. An incredible bounce here from the S&Ps, and it is ripping and rallying now. NASDAQ through 500s here, trading all the way up to 510 and beyond.
Yeah,
what a ripper there from that early exhaustion. We'll have to see whether or not we can get back up above, I'm looking right now at 58.55 in the S&Ps, and on the NASDAQ, I'd really like to see the same claiming 530 evens.
530. Yep,
Like,
Hogue. We're selling at 530, right?
that has been a very good spot to do it. But we're going to take out the overnight, the opening range high if we get back up there. The opening range high in the NASDAQ, 526. We get up to 530. We're taking out that opening range high, which, I mean, it can be a good spot. You know, there's probably going to be some stops right above that overnight, that opening range high. Again, that opening range high is 526. So there could be some good stops up there to take us up to 530. I mean, it's been a great level. It really has. I mean, Dakota rips that 530 level. Dakota, you mentioned it earlier. Do we look to take a short there?
No, we look to wait for Jolt's job openings and consumer confidence.
Wise.
On the ticket today,
minutes.
Dakota. I love it.
Very disciplined. We're in?
Hey, I'm trading my live account. I'm taking
We're in,
this
MP?
as serious as it gets.
No, I didn't do anything.
Oh, okay.
Focus.
Quick
I have
check,
no
Dakota.
guidance.
What is the balance of your live account, by the way?
Do you guys really want to know?
I do. I'm
just
curious.
It's that PPP money.
Just past a $250,000.
Oh, just a casual $250,000 in your live account. I'd like to
And
see some other
Dakota,
influencers out there get that kind of
is-
live account balance.
Yeah, it is updated today. It came through. So when we do the big board later, that's a teaser.
Ooh. Oh my.
Notice is definitely on it.
New all-time highs in gold. Somebody get the horn out.
Get your air horn out. All those gold bars, Michael, you got in that vault of yours.
Yeah, I don't have any gold bars. We used to have a fake one that used to be the doorstop opener at the old Topstep office. It's a picture of Hogue with it.
Did that get lost in the move at all?
Yeah.
No, I don't know. We just left things. We did an auto liquidation party at the office. Everybody can come in and just take whatever they wanted.
Ransack the
I love
place.
that. I've done that like 4 times in my life. Like as a college kid, you're like, oh, I'm not moving all this out. Who wants it all? It's all just like stuff that's like you already got from somebody else's like driveway.
Yeah, crap. Yep, gold new all-time highs. Get your air horns out. 27.75.
You know what's
March to 3,000 is on. We are long one Bitcoin micro Bitcoin.
I remember the days when gold couldn't break 1,800. Do you remember those days, Andre? What, 3 years ago? Whatever.
It was a struggle. 2000 was the big boogeyman.
A few months ago.
2000.
Yeah, a few months ago.
You know what's underrated that I think has a lot of potential is silver. I've been watching silver a little bit, and
Oh dear.
Silver used to be a big thing that people traded at Topstep back in 2012, I think,
That's
around
true.
there. Oh
Silver.
yeah,
we break through $35
$50 back then.
an ounce.
Was
It's
it?
very possible in silver.
I
Are we gonna
would
take
stick
delivery
with
on one of
gold.
these
Gold,
contracts?
gold is the much better metal, in my opinion.
Good gold. Good God, gold.
I
It took
agree.
me forever for that to move.
I
Yeah.
agree.
I bought 1800s on a long-term play with Andre's brother who does my long-term stuff. And he's like, it's more than you probably should on just a commodity. I'm like, it's going high. And then I got out like in 2021 or something like that. I'm like, this is taking forever. Bitcoin's the new gold. And then right when I got out, it started cruising up. It was like 22 or something. I don't know what it was. But
Those gold rush
18 to
guys.
17 years.
Parker Schnabel and Todd
True.
Hoffman. They hopefully
Parker-
get back to digging. They better be digging dirt again.
Hoffman, Todd.
Yeah, they better be digging dirt again.
Oh yeah! Remember we did? Remember when the Hoffmans went all the way down to South America? They went to Brazil. You're like, you did what? You shipped all that equipment down there, and they found nothing. He's like,
I
we're
just
gonna-
watch that
We're
every week. Every week.
Yep. That was a fun show.
Oh, I had Parker Schnabel on the on an email
Hit him up.
back 6 years ago. Hey, you want to be a gold trader at Topstep? Come here. I want to you can help people learn how to trade gold. You're on a show
say,
that
hey.
mines gold. Yeah.
You should tell me we could sell your gold before it's out of the ground.
Right.
Have
Yeah,
them show
but
them
I
how to
know.
hedge futures.
Couldn't wrap his head around it for some
He
reason.
replied and said, I'm a long-term guy. I'm like, okay.
All right, buddy.
All right. Well, apparently you don't have a mobile phone up there because
That's what futures are for, dude.
Yeah,
Lock your price.
click goodbye, buddy.
Anyways, let's get back to this. Again, house account is long one micro Bitcoin. We're taking that to the moon. Just showing you more product. We have more products than just ES and Q. Gold,
Crude
crude,
just sold
and
off the
YM
dollar.
here at Topstep. We got everything here.
Crude oil sold off from 68.5 down to 67. Just broke through 67.5.
We also are seeing NASDAQ pulling back a little bit from that 515 level, pulled back all the way to 465. This market has just been such a wild beast to trade. So just looking at this on the 1 minute chart here on my screen, you can see we pulled back from basically the daily open. We ticked above that ever so slightly, and now we just exhausted just below that prior 4-hour low, and now we are pushing back up. So this market has been giving us a lot of opportunities so long as you're on the good side of things here. And then looking at the S&Ps, we're seeing a very similar pattern. We came up to that 58, 51 level, not as clean as what I wanted to see all the way up to 58, 55. But this market, again, is giving a lot of opportunities as long as you're staying on your toes here.
Look at gold go. New all-time highs. Up, and away. 27.76 new all-time highs. There we got the gold chart.
Gold
up.
is going to need a helmet to manage itself in space up here. My
Look at
goodness.
It is.
Oh my!
Look
It
at that
is.
thing go.
So the low in the NASDAQ right now is right around 20,430, which Coach Paul has a support level at that. Low is 431, 430, 32. So a little bit of support from Coach Paul down at the current low in the NASDAQ. We're getting a pretty good pullback off these lows. I'm kind of still short the NASDAQ as long as we stay below yesterday's session low, which is 486, which is right about the low of the opening range, which is 490.
See, I'm just waiting for 8 minutes. 8 minutes remaining.
Wait for the numbers to come out.
Yeah, we got Joel.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's a really smart thing to do, Dakota. I know that you're not usually an events-driven trader, but since you've been trading here on fast markets, I feel like your style has adjusted a little bit. Can you talk about how much the events impact your trading now versus what it was about 6 months ago?
I'm a slow markets trader. I just want to make sure everyone knows that. I trade the Asian session. I like to hold trades overnight. I had 2 trades last night. One was a winner, one was a loser. I netted $400. Over the past, I would say 6 to 7 months, I've been trading the New York session a lot more. And yeah, an event like this, why would somebody want to get into a trade 7 minutes before a big news event when the markets could be like absolutely no reason for these movements, in my opinion, on what, am I going to place a trade looking for a 30-point move here in the NASDAQ 7 minutes prior to a news event when anything can happen? We all know too well. I know too well. I got caught into a news event earlier this year. When I forgot to set my alarm clock, or I forgot to wake up, and a news event can move 100 points in a blink of an eye. And when you're in a live account, not a simulated account, there's this thing called slippage. And just because the market, hits your stop loss doesn't mean you're going to get that price. I've been filled, 30, 40 points at, worse than what my stop loss was. And when I'm getting into a 50 or a 5 contract trade, 30 points on 5 contracts, that's $3,000. That's $3,000 worth of slippage I'm not going to be looking to risk before a news event.
I've had 100 points of slippage. Swear to God. One of my worst trading days ever was I was working. I was I got slipped out. What was it slipped out? No, it wasn't 100-point slip out. It was slippage that was like, because it was 100 points wide. The markets were literally Dow's trading 40,000 or 200, whatever. So 40,210, 40,211. It was typically how it would trade. This is also when I was trading 10,000. So just bear with me. And the markets were moving so much that it was 40,200 at 40,300. It was 100 ticks, 100 points spread between them. And you would get filled. It was nuts.
Brutal.
That was that was back in 08, October. I was trading like 10,000 or 9,000 back then. 2008.
They have since corrected a lot of that slippage with having more liquidity providers in the market.
Yes.
And that's one of the reasons why they do that, is to protect against maximum slippage like that. Because if we had slippage like that, there would not be an opportunity to trade on brokers that allow you to have a lower margin requirement. For instance, Schwab Thinkorswim makes you have a margin requirement of intraday trading one single NASDAQ contract, sometimes of $30,000. If you're trading on a more boutique brokerage like AMP, they'll allow you in for $750 to $1,000 per NASDAQ mini contract.
Do you say Amp's boutique? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, you know, AMP is huge. I get it, but you know, you can call Dorman boutique, you can call AMP boutique. They're not major players like Tradeovate or Ninja Trader. You still call them a little bit boutique.
Yeah. I just know. I know Dan over at AMP.
They're great. I think AMP is one of the best brokerages to use if you're going to be trading your own money. But I always caution trading your own money.
Yeah, I have difference of I don't know.
Yeah, Michael.
Yes, we about worked with Dan a couple times. We about worked with Dan a couple times at TopStep. You know, not bad. I just we could never get anything to work. Okay.
How's that Bitcoin trade?
Yeah, how is it?
Should be
We're up $23.
We're up. That's what I like to hear.
Boom.
Yeah, 22.
Just took out the high of the opening range in the S&Ps, running towards it here in the NASDAQ.
It's all these 30s, man.
Dorman is not owned by Stage 5 now. Dorman is not owned by Stage 5. I know the Stage 5 guys. Anthony Giacomin. I know Danny Dorman. Yeah. Not that I know of, unless it's new, but I think, yeah. Stage 5 good guys. Dorman good guys. I like those guys.
All right, let's get Robert. Robert, come on in. We got the top 5 live, and we got some XFL P&Ls. Come on in, Robert. We got a number here in 4 minutes. So let's get this going. What's up, Robert? Happy Tuesday.
All right. Knock, knock, knock going on here. We're going to bring up the live. I have my video up. I don't know if we can pull it up on there. There I am. Here I am. Can't stick around with this face. Hey, we're going to get this in and out real quick because we want to make sure we're out for the number. We have the live, top 5 live P&Ls coming up here. We have Nicholas at the top. 8107, Alexander G, 7629 for that graphic. There we go. Boy, these things are sluggish today. It must be a Tuesday, these computer systems here. Sean C, 5800, Travis L, 5095, and then Coach Dakota making the top 5 of $5,000. It seems that whenever we have these top 5, the traders, the live traders out of the top 5, they're generally over $5,000, and this seems to fit the bill right here. But we're going to have something coming up special on the big board for Coach Dakota, so make sure you stick around for the big board today. I'm going to change over to the XFA, top 5 XFA overlay here. Get that 1 second. While that is queuing up, only takes about 6 seconds. I'm going to comment on AMP. I do use AMP futures for my personal trading. Mr. Protect, they've been fabulous with me, but here's something that's kind of
I didn't say it, guys. You guys took it wrong. I said we tried to work things out with Dan for TopStep and just couldn't get things going. I don't know on their brokerage side. I don't broker with them. But I do hear good. I do hear good things. I'm just we tried to work things out and we couldn't get things working.
Okay, about reversal in crude.
There we go. Okay, so we have our top 5 XFAs coming up here, and there's going to be another surprise on this one as well. There we have it. Let's start off with number 5 this time. Riyadh H, 15,000. Tariq M, 16,000. Renti, 17,000. Karthik N, 21,000. And Bush S, 23,000. These are XFAs, but there's one little caveat here. Number 2 on that board, Karthik N, is copy trading that account to 5 total. So the total P&L is $109,000, 615 yesterday. How about that for a day? And again, keep your eye on that big board. Stick around. We got a bunch of stuff happening for you. Those are the top 5 as we stand right now. We'll catch you back in a little while.
Yep. Thanks, News in 30 seconds.
News.
Here it comes. So we are expecting to see the expectation for the JOLTS job openings at 8 million even. So listen for that number, 8 million even. I'll try to get it out as soon as possible.
Thank you, Reps. Rip. All right, gold's seen a bit of a pullback, about $4 off the all-time highs last trade, 27.72. Again, all-time highs, 27.72.
Check your positions. 5 seconds.
Ladder's getting thin. Ladder is getting pretty thin here.
And
wow. Then
volatility.
7.44 million. 7.44 million is the JOLTS job opening expectation.
There's your 30s. Hit right off your 38s. Your 38s is what? Yesterday's value point of control.
It was revised lower in the back months as well. Quits rate at 1.9.
Holy moly.
So we had a big spike up there all the way up to 537. above that target that Hogue and I were talking about of 530, and we are rejecting off that level currently, waiting for that consumer confidence read to come out.
Michael with the
37.
point of control from yesterday. Nice call there, Michael.
It's just on the levels. So, guys, on the TopStep
Mhm.
X platform, you can put TopStep levels on here. They're pretty good to have. And then you also have the on the very pin to the top of your chat, daily levels.
I just got some volatility kicking here.
Did get
Dakota.
Did get that 3-bar reversal in crude oil right off a settlement.
Yeah, I see it. That was a beautiful one, Hogue.
Consumer confidence coming in at 108.7 versus a 99.5 estimate. So consumer confidence is much higher than expected.
Ooh, consumer is confident about it. All right, last trade 20,508. You guys got the house account open. We got Dakota. We got Rips taking trades. We got house account manager Hogue in the house. If you guys do want to see, if you guys do see a trade, please holler it out. Jump on in. But right now, we got the NASDAQ trading 20,512. We did top out around 20,542. After the number released, that big consumer confidence number coming well above expectations. Yes, 58.54 last trade.
Daily levels. Top
If we're holding above these
bullish.
these 500s here in the NASDAQ, I do like taking a long for the break higher here.
Yep, I like the longs in the NASDAQ.
All right, long
Yeah,
Michael Hogue.
this is starting to blow up here.
Right above the opening range high. Back inside the range from yesterday. We looked below it.
I
We're
don't know
back
what
inside the range. I like the long. I like it.
What price?
Break at 530, I like the long here too.
Break out
Okay,
above
what
530.
risk?
Break out around 530. We got 520.
I would
last
say
trade.
5 contracts and 30 points of risk.
Okay.
How do you feel about that, Dakota?
Yes, yep.
Let's go.
Are we in it already now?
Yeah.
We got 5. We're long 5
Oh,
from
preemptive,
14.
isn't it?
5 for 14.
I'm just waiting. I heard long, and you guys have not given me a price. I got long. I can get out
Above 30.
anytime you guys want right now.
That's what
We
I
are
heard.
up.
I like your
Right.
trade right here, Michael. I like
I
your
have
trade.
no idea on the risk. That needs to be.
Risk is going to be 95 for me. 95, 495.
Love that.
Okay.
Pushing here. Long. House got long 5 contracts from 514.
Nice.
No,
I would say
covered it.
add
Good.
contracts if we break above 40s.
Yeah. No, I covered it. Sorry.
Oh,
We're out.
We were in, then we were out when we were going to put it in because we were fumbling around. I have no clue what to do. I didn't want to have a position on. It went up and then it came down to about break even while we were talking. So I didn't want to have that
Now
until we.
I'm long.
We're
I'm
above
long
30.
from 32. I'm long 5 from
There you go.
32.
love it, Dakota.
That's
Now
kind
it's
of flat. We
good.
didn't make money on it. Did make money on it though.
Are we
Yeah,
in it
we
in the
pushed.
house now?
70
house
to
counts
80%
flat.
long. 80% long. 76% long. 74%. Wow. This is a lot of people long right now. One direction on tilt, very top of your screen. You'll see it, but actually the real time is on Topstep X.
Topstep X just keeping up with the volatility, moving ever so smoothly. Right now. 8% long in NASDAQ, 76% long in ES. House account flat. Besides that micro Bitcoin trade, you already know.
I don't like how we're hesitating here so much.
Yeah, I do see some orders capping off here, but we're also not seeing any sellers on the tape. Sellers will show up below 500, I believe, but we have to get down there first. I think we're just gathering liquidity for the move higher here. We are hitting that prior month high right now, and I think that's what the resistance point is. So I just think we need to gather a little bit of liquidity before we can start to see this thing boost like a rocket.
Yeah, I flat. That was minus $200. I'm going to wait for a better setup.
Andre, where are we? 5:30.
530. What do we do with these, Hogue? We're calling out prices. What do we do with these things?
530 is that level that we were talking about at the top of the stream. It's this big point of resistance. So if we do break above that 530 and actually hold above it, this can be a strong move for the market to the upside. However, I think what Hogue is suggesting, if we continue to reject under 530s here, I think it's a short.
Mm-hmm.
Hogue, we like a short?
It's dancing around this 530s, that's for sure.
Hogue, we like a
That
short.
is.
Hogue, what do we do with these 530s? We're looking at the 530s last trade, 20,000, 530. What do we do with them? We got a heavy long tilt.
Can't take all the pressure. I
Well,
kind of like
I think,
waiting
Andre,
to see if we
we
get
are kind of. Go ahead.
kind of like if we get a push above it and then pull back to it for a long.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one, Hogue. We are continuing to hold even above 510s here, so I think the longs are still in control.
Flat. Dakota, you in?
Yeah, I'm flat. I closed it out. I was waiting for a better price. I fumbled around at 522, didn't get in. Should have, but there's always going to be more opportunities, better opportunities. This thing could break out and miss it. That's okay.
So watching this tilt, 83% long in the crude, 78% long NASDAQ right now. MP, you seeing this? Average price 518. They're in the money right now.
80%. They're all in the money. If it
Elon
increases,
Musk is speaking live right now. He said that there's about a 10 to 20% chance that AI destroys humanity.
What?
Real
That's not
headline.
Did he really?
Real headline.
Oh.
well, then why the hell am I getting in his robot taxi then? Jeez, come on. Not to contradict himself. Yesterday I was pumping robot taxi.
What a hater.
Hey, I'll
Actually,
take those
he said-
odds.
He said that.
I'm dead serious. 10 to 20% chance that, quote, AI goes bad.
Yeah, I watched Terminator too.
That's a 5-to-1 RR.
That's a lot more than I want to hear. 10 to 20%. That's like 1 out of 5 times. Like, yeah.
Yeah. Also, when do you settle that bet?
Yeah, you really can't, Jack. Can you?
In the world
I'll
of
tell you what. I say there's a 50% chance.
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah, why not? That hits. We're not settling. All right, we got some sellers coming in here. 518s last trade, 20,000, 518. Smash those 530s.
We were. I'm going to annotate it, but we were 80% up here.
Yeah, we
so
were.
I just want to annotate it.
Again, I think that we are still looking for longs here because we just don't have the liquidity to break through this. We're not showing any real sellers on the tape, and I don't think they're going to show up until we dip below 500. Right now, I still like the long.
Still like the longs. Fair enough. Good decisiveness there, Rips. YM just chugging along to the upside. Gold making new all-time highs. 27.79. Get your horns out. Pew, pew.
Kind of an air horn.
That was like an organ, yeah, like a church organ.
Whatever that was.
That was a church. That was
Church
the church
organ.
organ. Michael,
Is that what your church has?
My church had an
Your
organ.
church has
Did
one?
you guys?
No, we had guitar. We had electric guitars and band. We had a
Weird
band.
ass church. Your weird ass church.
No,
didn't
it
have-
was great. I loved it.
That's so
Trinity
Nebraska.
Church.
I love it.
It's they had
It was.
the weird.
We were mega
weirdest
church, man.
yeah.
Mega church. And
Rock-
Joel
it was
Osteen
like a-
came
It was a
around.
rock concert.
It was.
I know it was.
I grew up around that.
Last trade crude
Yes.
67.73. We got crude chopping around right now. Just see a sell off. Then we saw some buyers come in right after that number. Pushing here 20,522 last trade in the NASDAQ. Jack, yeah, you want to come on in,
Yeah.
Jack? I think everyone's flat right now, so come on in, Jack. Happy
Let's do a
Tuesday.
very happy Tuesday to you too, Andre. Thought we'd do a quick news here. Specifically, I talked this morning about bonds and the 10-year yields. First chart here, we breached that 4.3 level yield going back to July in the 10-year Treasury. This is the cash market we're looking at right now.
Oh boy.
That was my resistance line. The next one is up at that sort of double top there, which is around 4.48. Let's call it 4.5 is the next big level. And what's super interesting, you mentioned Bitcoin going to the moon. We talked about the DJT stock. A lot of this ties in with the possibility of the Trump trade for next week. I did as best I could here to try and overlay the polymarket odds of Trump winning the election over the 10-year yields here. And
Oh, wow.
what's really surprising, like, this is some incredible stuff here, but that big spike and the initial drop off is the date that Biden dropped out of the election. So
Really?
this is not
got it.
this
Okay.
is not financial advice. I cannot emphasize it's not. But there's a lot of this politics betting. If you want the no limits stuff that's going to be going crazy on election night,
Hold on. So tell me really quick. Biden
Just one
drops
more time,
out.
Jack. Yeah.
Yeah. Are you trying to see a correlation between the 10-year and the presidential?
The odds of Trump winning and the 10-year Treasury yields.
Okay, interesting.
Okay, so tell me let's say he's winning right now. Let's just use that in our own polling minds right now. Does that mean the 10-year is doing what with that information?
There's a general feeling, I can't point, I say just trade the charts, but there's a general feeling among the bond investors that the yields would remain higher if Trump enacts some of the policies that he has said he is going to enact.
Which one specifically? Does it have anything? I'd be really curious on which ones.
I have to be very careful speaking here, Michael. But I
No,
guess
we're reporting. You're reporting. Yeah, you're reporting.
Yeah, Jack, you're reporting, Jack.
Yeah,
anything that would be considered inflationary in the future would cause this to rise. So specifically, it's probably the tariffs. Now, I think there's a big question if Trump gets elected, if that even happens. It's a pretty drastic. It's a pretty drastic knowledge.
Where's the dictionary, Andre?
Yeah, we are pushing up, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wish one of the analysts on there had mentioned something about that.
All right, so it's tariffs. That's pretty much what this is about. It was a tool that they used, I guess, in his presidential time. And he claimed they work. I don't know the details. I haven't dug into that. But tariffs sounds like his big the Republican, his big thing that they're going to use to control a lot of this, right? Try to get people to build factories here by tariffing the hell out of them.
That's the thought. All right, we're going to get a pullback. Do we still like buying beneath 530s, guys? We can get another pullback. Do we still like the longs?
It's a bit messy right now.
It's a bit messy. It sounds like we missed a trade, but it doesn't look like we missed a trade whatsoever.
I love the
give us
longs.
another chance. We like the longs. What price, Rips? Let's be decisive. Give us a price. What do we like?
Sure. 3 times the charm. Let's say if it pulls back towards 510, I like a long there.
You like the 510s? Let's buy the 510s, Michael. Work a bid in the 510s.
80% long right now in the NASDAQ. Minis will go 75% on average. No,
when did 510s trade?
77.
You want to know what the funny thing is about tariffs?
Yes, go ahead. You know all about them.
Yeah, I do. I do.
Yeah. Yeah. See, that's why I love these conversations, because we get people in here that talk about what might happen in the future and how you think. And Dakota, you would know because you deal with this stuff.
Yeah.
What would that do?
What a lot of people don't know is that people are smarter than what people give them credit for. And if they put, say, the add-on duties or tariffs on China, there's a lot of businesses in China who also has businesses in Vietnam, sister companies where, hey, guess what? We'll just make that product in our neighboring country and we'll ship it from there, and you don't have to pay tariffs. But then if you put tariffs on them, guess what? There's also a factory in Mexico that we could eliminate not only the 30 days on the water, we have a free trade agreement with Mexico. So, then there's no tariffs there. Let's make it there. Why make it in the United States where we have to pay $15 per hour compared to overseas where someone's willing to work for pennies on the dollar.
What's the peso right now? Peso's like the strongest
difficult.
it's been in. Peso's the strongest it's been in forever. We're becoming Mexico's like one of our biggest trade partners, right?
Yes,
And
yeah.
growing.
This past 2 years, we've moved so much more business into Mexico. Like I've been working with Mexico every single day the past 2 years, just setting up factories, setting up supply chains, setting up freight lanes, and setting up everything. We're bringing a lot of tooling from China and Vietnam into Mexico for that exact reason.
Yeah. I was with a guy in a pool. It sounds weird. I just started with that last weekend. And he owns.
That's the story.
Yeah, that's the story. Taylor and Stitch is the name of the clothing company. And he was talking about how there's more. He's working with more factories now in Mexico. And we talked about that, the trade relationship there, because it's, again, you don't have to be on the water. Logistics and all that kind of stuff is point A to point B is a little shorter, of course.
Yep.
So that's why I think these conversations are good. That's really interesting that the 10 years playing off of a Republican win or Trump tariff talk.
Yep.
That's the
We
assumption.
are still holding these temporary lows just under 530 here in the NASDAQ. I still think that this thing is booling for a move to the upside.
Do we like a long right here right now?
It's up to Dakota. He's a better trader than I am.
All right,
I'm
Dakota.
hands off. I'm
Hands
hands
off.
off for a
Thank you very
moment.
much.
Hands off for a
Thank you
moment.
very much.
Hands off.
I'm with Dakota on that.
Hands off. No trade.
I got people now asking me, why don't I bring them to the United States? It's not my decision. It's up to the companies. And why would they pay 50 cents per unit when they could get it for 15 cents per unit? They just pass it on to the consumer anyway.
I know the whole thing's going to be passed on to the consumer.
That sounds like prices
It always
are
is.
going up. That sounds like prices
It
go up.
always is. It's like people are like, oh, well, let's eat it. Let's eat it, Tom. No.
Tom, it's always Tom with you.
Yeah, and
Tom.
Little
What did
Johnny
Tom do
too.
to you, Michael?
Always Tom.
Tom and Little Johnny. It's just
I-
like
I-
a basic name. Like I'm Mike. Like Michael is a basic name. I'm not going to use Mike.
Pushing higher here in gold. We got 27. We got the clock. Hey, right now, right here. Let's do it. We got 5,400 people watching us on Topstep TV. Click like, click subscribe. Let's get the party going. Right now, I'm going to throw it to my main man, James. James Hart in the house. Happy Tuesday. What's up, James? I like the name.
Hey, Andre, happy Tuesday.
Mr. Longside. I like the title of the show today. Michael, can you guess the name of today's show? It's called Mr. Longside. Do you know what he's talking about?
I know Brandon Flowers is a great singer, and I always see
Nothing gets my Michael. Let's go.
I saw him recently walking through the
Great
casino at the Win.
Did you?
Oh, did you go to one? He did the 1 week residency or whatever.
I mean, I didn't go to the show, but I just saw him strolling through the casino. No security or anything.
Oh, I mean, I want him to play.
Just stop there.
Like
I want him
here.
Just
In
stop-
I
stop
want to
right
throw
there.
like a big festival
Yes.
here in Aspen and have him play. It would just be incredible. I know that a buddy of mine who I'm going skiing with is like, he's like, oh, I'm friends with him. I'll introduce you. I'm like, what? You're friends with? Yeah. Oh yeah, I did his house. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. Yes, I definitely want to meet him. Yeah. So I definitely know the play off that.
Is
Very cool.
that the guy that you were in the pool with swimming through sick lullabies by chance?
That was a guy that I met in the hot tub after the pool.
All right.
Those alibis, Rips.
This
Yeah,
is
he
the
was choking
moment.
on those alibis.
Well done.
But yes,
Go
if you
ahead.
guys
Let's do it.
haven't heard, Topstep VIP, we're scouting, right? We're looking for more traders to join our next Topstep VIP teams in January. And if you're new to the stream, it's day one, you haven't heard what Topstep VIP is, well, let me tell you all about it. All right, as a Topstep VIP, you get 3 free months in a trading combine. In that free trading combine, you get 2 free resets a month, no activation fee once you pass and go to the Express Funded, and you get a private Discord chat room with your very own coach and all your other teammates. The way it works is we're going to be dropping lots of check-in forms between now and January when we fill out these teams. Stay tuned. Bell to Bellers get priority. You know, those who check in the most forms between now and January will have the most opportunities to win. Think of it as going to a raffle. And for everyone in the chat asking, when are we going to do these VIP forms? When are they coming back? Well, how about right now? We're just hitting the VIP form in the chat right now.
There it is.
So be sure to click on it, fill it out, get your name in there for an opportunity to be on a Topstep VIP team. So
Another one.
Stick around. Maybe we'll have more. Maybe we won't. You have to watch to find out.
Oh yeah.
Thank
You have to
I just
lean
want
into
credit
the
something.
conversation. Lean into the conversation.
Yeah.
Cheryl
Yeah,
Sanders.
Alonzo.
I like
lean
that.
in.
Hey, Alonzo, I told you this is Form 2. This is Form 2, Alonzo. It's only been 2 so far. You guys told Alonzo
I like
we've already
that.
done 2. This will be 2. What's up, Dakota?
I was going to say, I like the fact, and there's some traders like, oh, why do we have to fill out forms? Well, it's called being active. Some of the most successful traders I've seen here at Topstep that went through the program are the ones that are active in the community. They're willing to put forth the effort and learn, be involved, and go through that process. And part of that is this. The worst thing for a coach that I've seen, and I've talked to the other coaches, is a trader that shows up, they get the VIP, and they don't have any conversation. It's like, hey, I have 50 traders that I'm trying to work with and help. And 10 of them are just gone. They're like AFK. They don't talk. They don't speak. Next thing, they just drop out. They stop trading. But then there's like 10 or 15 that are very active in the Discord. They're very active in the community. They're taking full advantage. And those are the ones that are receiving the payouts. And you get the next message from like, hey, thank you. I just received my payout. It changed my life. And I use that money to open up my personal account. So I like that idea. It might be frustrating for some, but there's a reason behind it.
There's a reason. Coachable. You want people that are coachable and lean into the conversation, and actually want to be with you. That's another thing too.
Yeah.
Just a heads up.
We are 10 minutes out, by the way, from the Dallas Fed Services activity, which is going to be coming out at the bottom of the hour here.
Gold is on an absolute tear, fellas. Just topped out 27.
We did see a nice rejection there underneath the 530s again, but we are kind of just chopping around in a range on the NASDAQ here. 510 all the way up to 545 or so. Will we break out? It's TBD.
Gold just keeps taking the elevator up.
Gold's up $20. Gold's up $20 in less than 2 hours. An absolute tear in gold.
$1,000 away is where I was long. I scratched it too. And then literally about, 3 months later, it was a long-term play. It broke 1900, then it broke 2000, and then it just never looked back.
Oh, it has not looked back. Let's trade in the NASDAQ 20,540. Oh, John Jones, don't. I do it all the time. Not John Jones. I do it all the time. 20,540. There we go. Pushing higher here in the NASDAQ 20,554.
Yeah, these longs are definitely paying off. Hats off to anybody who took those longs in the NASDAQ here.
For sure.
What was the risk? You still be okay if you would have said those 90s, those 95s you guys are talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, when we had that initial trade on that was scratched, I think that was the one to leave on.
Oh, yes, indeed. Looking at analysis, considering the price is now 20,544, it was definitely the price to leave on.
This is choppy price
You
action.
don't say.
I'm just looking at the prices.
It's still not as clean as I'd like it.
Pushing higher. Here we go.
You can't argue with us just going up.
You have the bull behind you now, Dakota? Okay, I feel better. Finally.
Yeah, I switched it when we got in that trade.
Sure. Just making sure.
I'm curious, anybody in chat, did you get that long and hold that long there? That was a beautiful push all the way up here to now 565.
Yeah, we broke 30 handles through overnight highs. Overnight highs was 54.
There you go. We got folks holding. There you go.
Nice. Right. See, I love to see that. Even if we don't get in the house account, seeing the chat get it is just as good.
Who in here is faded that move? And the move we were talking about was continuing above the 30s. And then you would be fading tilt too. Tilt's 80%. Tilt's pain. The longs are getting paid. Tilt just told us there's everybody and their sisters long.
YM on the move higher here. 42,641.
Use that one all the time too, Andre.
I know them all. I know them all at this point. Gold on an absolute tear. No looking back. Just lower prices in the rear view mirror in the gold. Tilt. Heavy longs as well. Dakota rips. Looking for the moves to the upside here. S&Ps. Hogue, will give me upside targets. Rips. Okay, I'll go to Hogue. Hogue, give me upside targets here in NASDAQ or SPOOs.
So, NASDAQ. In the profiles, we already hit the point of control from yesterday. When we're above the point of control, I can certainly see value area high, which we're already at 57, 571s. We've got another naked point of control from Friday up here at 641. Volume point of control 650 from Friday. That would be my next visual target for continuation to the upside. Boy, it's going now.
Now trading 580s in the NAS here.
Yep.
Yeah, we could see 600s back into yesterday's range.
80%. When the top takes, is this news driven? This is
consumer confidence. That consumer confidence was really good.
Now it's digested, huh? Yeah.
Perhaps
80% long. On average, 77. Gold's what, Andre?
Gold's still cooking upside. Everything's moving higher. Everything's rallying. Oh, yeah. Gold rallying. NASDAQ rallying. Crude rallying. I'm sorry, not crude. S&P's rallying and the Dow rallying as well. There's no end in sight.
Bitcoin.
Hopefully rallying.
He's still in that Bitcoin trade.
Yeah.
Are we?
I don't know. Whoever you took it.
Yeah, I did it. I did a set and forget it.
It's good.
It's good for the next year.
2000. Can we get to the 600? 20,600 in sight. High of the day, 20,597. Look at the NASDAQ.
It would have been crazy if somebody on air called for this long. It would have been nuts.
It would have been.
It would have been crazier if we actually took it. It would have been crazier if we didn't hand it off to Dakota.
What was pretty cool was all of us was saying it, right? Me, you, Hogue. We were just looking like, looking long.
Yep.
That was interesting how the tape kind of flipped after those
Yeah.
days. And
Yeah, a Bitcoin, we bought 72,255s and sold 695s.
nice.
That was close your eyes and buy on that one.
Mhm.
Just showing you guys you could trade Bitcoin. Micro Bitcoin. Micro.
20,592 last trade. Rips, I did hear you say you want to get long. You said hand it off to Dakota. Dakota said hands off. So we got to be a little bit more decisive. Ho, come on in, get this conversation going. We're looking to take trades here. Might be talking in circles a little bit here, fellas. Let's get in here and be decisive when pulling the trigger on these trades.
As much
So
as I
we were
wanted to be
saying-
in long, it was no trade for me. I tried in, I got chopped up right there, and then there was no clear setup for me. I just sometimes the way the cookie crumbles. I mean, outside of the one that we were trying to take, where I got in long, I closed it out, chop, and yeah, that would have, of course, been an amazing.
So the
move.
30s was the dance. We had the 30s, the dance around the 30s. And we were saying, why was the 30s another interesting place? You can see it right here
It's
on the
just
chart.
an area we've been talking about for, it seems like weeks. It's just been very centrally located and provided some pretty good opportunities in both directions.
Yeah.
Indeed, last trade, 20,560. Now 550s trade in the NASDAQ. We are rocking and rolling here, fellas. Got
Anybody see the
169.
next
Oh,
target?
my.
The measured move in gold all the way up at 28.76.
There's a 50-point sell-off.
Another $100 in gold to the upside.
I don't know if I want to buy it
Vicious. Vicious.
I know,
vicious
right?
pullback.
Right?
now. I know, man. Look at this. We're down in the 40s.
Jeez.
Or
Back
back
in
in
the 30s, maybe.
Somebody
well,
unplugged
okay.
the market.
Holy
It was
fuck.
80%. It was 80 something percent up there. Like all those longs. So if you were long, it was 80%. And then you got
Wow.
that rip higher. You're thinking you're God's gift to trading and everything's going great. Now you're back
Yeah.
at scratch. Now you're back
And
at
it's
scratch. And now
gone.
what are you doing? Yeah.
Wow, that was vicious.
That was a 70,
Wow. Yeah.
almost a 70 point.
Make you sit up straight. I'll make you sit up real straight. Take
Jeez.
attention.
Yeah, back to
Right,
50-50 in the tilt.
I bet it is 50
people
50.
back to
Everyone's like, what
30.
the hell just happened? Everyone's
Yeah.
just like, what the hell?
Do we try buying the 30s again?
Yeah.
I think, fellas.
I'm going to be honest. I'm tempted to short a bounce here. A bounce to 560.
That was pretty vicious, that pullback.
Why
Yeah,
did what pulled off? I mean, it pulled off the 600s. Really,
540.
we had a 610 up there. Level 2610 would be 20,610. Yesterday's value area high.
Wow. Still trying to digest what the hell that was.
It's rejecting at the 530s again. So there is a chance that, we can definitely give back that pullback. But usually the magic trick only works one time.
Yeah.
Yes, I have known that in life. A couple times, but 3 times the charm usually knocks right through that. You just figure out the magic trick.
You can figure out the secret.
Mm-hmm. You know any magic
Yeah.
tricks, Dre?
I do
I
know
know
a
you're
couple
pretty
magic
good at
tricks.
I know you're pretty
Nice.
good at the Houdini move back in the day at the bar.
So
More of
there's
a hello guy. I'm not more of a hello guy.
here.
Not a goodbye.
There is a technical trade. I don't know. I'm not going to take it, but
Houdini
you
move.
see right here at 540, 548, right before we got that huge start of this move up and then immediate rejection, sometimes a decent trade is to possibly short right here in this zone.
Oh.
Either this one or this next one right here, right around 560s, where that to me is a change in
Dallas
market
Fed Services activity coming in at 2.0 versus a negative 2.6 prior, by the way.
Thank you.
We just missed a number.
3 minutes left on the VIP form, pinned to the top of the chat. 3 minutes remaining. Tell your friends, your family, your neighbors. 3 minutes left.
All right. I'm excited to see the initial balance establish itself and see if we can find some sort of failed upside auction, failed downside auction, or continuation outside of the initial balance. It is relatively large compared to the recent initial balances. A little bit larger, but we're going to find some opportunity at the extremes of these initial balances, gentlemen. I'm going to find them for us.
All right, give us some prices,
Yeah, I'm
Johnny.
looking for a short. I'm looking for a short now.
Thank you, Dakota. All right, Hogue. Dakota looking for a short here. Oh, look who got out of prison.
It's value high for the session today is 569.
What does that mean?
It's value high from yesterday as well. TPO value high.
Do we like shorts up there?
I mean, it's not unreasonable. It allows you to limit
Like
risk.
short? Okay, what's the risk? Five, 6, 9s. Dakota, what do you like?
I like 60s.
Right there.
I still like longs. I'm going to say it.
Okay,
I like longs.
I like it.
I'm kind of the same school. I want to see if we can get some sort of failure of an auction outside of the initial balance before looking for shorts. We left the opening range at the high of the session, and we took that out, and we've been holding above it
I'm
ever
short
since.
5 at 570.
Okay.
Short 570s.
Yeah, I'm gonna. This is
Oh,
this
you're
might be
looking
a.
for
What's your risk on that, Dakota?
So I'm gonna be risking right around 84, 86. I have my finger on the button. This is
Pretty tight.
it's a little bit of a riskier trade, as in less probable.
Hey, let's pull the chat posters.
Oh, we're doing this. Back to the polls. Fire up the chat.
No, yeah, of course. We're always pulling. We want to get everybody's thoughts.
I like it.
We should be
What
doing.
do we want, Michael? What do we want, Michael?
I want a hamburger, no a cheeseburger.
No, what do we want from the poll? What do we want in the poll?
You'll get nothing and like it.
Well, both you guys, everybody here's talking long, everybody's talking short. And what's the chat think? Still dancing around technically, you'd say. We're still around the 30 to 40 to 50 area. I mean, try to break out of it to the upside.
Selling off here again. Totally short from 570.
Comes out one there. Looking for a continuation back down into these 50s.
So guys, you can wait till we do the poll. We'll get the poll in there. Much easier to get consensus.
There we go. Poll VIP form is down. Poll is up. Chat, are you bullish, bearish, NQ? Bullish, bearish? No idea.
Let's put a time period on that.
I still like the longs, especially now since we pulled back to that 65. I really like the longs here.
Longs, okay.
Really loving these longs.
What price? Right here? Right now?
I love the longs.
We don't have location for longs here.
The location, very good.
So no location for okay. Dakota short. S&P staying big.
And in my time frame, I wouldn't be looking for longs up here. I like the longs, but I don't have good location, in other words.
We have the levels too of the 5867 on S&P. What is that? That is yesterday's value point of control. Interesting. It's close to that. We have NASDAQ levels 610, which is yesterday's value area high. Okay.
I was gonna flat MP. Rips does like the longs up here, right around the 60s more so. Now we're trading the 80s. Can we get a push higher? 584 trade.
We do have a level at 562. It was an afternoon pullback high.
Oh, we're trading 86s. Oh, we're trading 86 now. 88.
Yeah, I know.
We're trading 89s now.
Oh, I know that.
Now
I'm
90s
just,
are fine.
I'm just saying, if we're looking for a pullback for a potential long, that would be an area that I might look at.
58.65.
We don't have
last
location
trade.
for longs here.
That's fine. We're not going to chase.
The chat folks are heavy on the 57% long too. They're bullish. Yeah.
All right. Can we get a pullback around the 60s? Can we get a pullback around the 60s? 20,577 last trade. Tilt, nothing really looking one way or another.
I mean, we were longs have been getting. It's been long side bias all day for the most part. Yeah. If it's not been 50-50, it's been long side bias.
As
How about this? Who's long and who's short and who's flat? I should see if it matches the bias right now.
what do you think?
I am short at 580.
Okay.
It's a very cheap short, Dakota. Love it.
Yeah.
I'm not liking it. It's always making me a little bit nervous because we're holding. We're holding. Like Rip said, it's a lot of buyers stepping in.
We got some shorts, flats. There you go.
Short flat. We're just taking a pull in real time.
How's-
It's like tilt.
It's like that's why I wanted to find out how close to tilt this is. Wow, we have a lot of people flat. 33% long. 53% long bias of open positions in the NASDAQ.
There's the Musk headline. There's the Musk. On CNBC right now.
That was
Who is
bullish.
what?
10 to 20% chance AI goes bad. I'm just seeing that what Rips was talking about. I'm seeing they're talking about on CNBC.
You know
right now.
what? Yeah,
Oh wow!
There's
Look,
times where
breaking news. That's wow. Do you guys?
Where'd
see
that come from? Who brought that
You guys
out?
see that?
How'd
That's
that get
making
in there?
history.
what?
Get off
That's
Dakota's
making
screen.
history.
Get Dakota. Do you see that game though?
You see that? Everybody. Wow, that's making history.
Get off Dakota's screen. How did that happen?
That's not longevity. That's not a longevity stat, right?
Get out of here. How'd you just?
Yeah,
hijack that?
The statisticians, the data sets, all that kind of stuff. I kind of sometimes roll my eyes at, and you'd be like, "Oh, Michael, you're an idiot." Okay, fine. But I've also watched the next gen stats say the Bears are going to have an 80% win probability in like
that's
the
garbage.
third
That
quarter
stuff's
when they're
garbage.
ahead. It's garbage. I've
Those
seen it before. I'm like,
probabilities
oh,
are garbage.
Win probabilities are
Garbage.
they make no
stat.
sense.
None.
Yeah.
All right, we're kind of stalling out up here. Dakota's short from the 80s. Hogue likes. Hogue, you like the cheap short up here?
Just because it's cheap, even if
Rips
it doesn't play out, it doesn't cost much.
Rips, you still bullish?
Super bullish here, especially if we get a pullback to around 55, triple fives.
Oh, okay.
Kind of just working this little channel. Dakota, are you looking for a scalp, or is it kind of something below the 500s now, or below the 30s?
I'm looking for the 50s. I'm looking for the 50s to come back into play. But we are struggling. The more time it sits here in the 80s, the more
We have a volume shelf right here from 72 up to 80, and it's still just holding this volume shelf. So there's a good chance that we're just gathering liquidity for that move through the 600s.
Rips, very convicted on these longs. I like it, Rips. Bit of a tug of war up here. And P, how do you read these when you see the markets just chilling up here right near the highs in the NQ?
I see it as
Typically, what
growing
have you
legs.
seen? Growing legs.
Well, in my history, I've always looked. I like the majority of the time. I always feel it grows legs. If it's hanging out on the highs of the range, it hasn't done a flush out, like rip out all the weak shorts to then actually take it lower.
I closed out at 2 right there at 68.
Good cheap trade.
Mm-hmm.
Well, not two.
Yeah, still really strong. No follow through. Not the momentum we've seen earlier, where we just sold off like 70 points.
Yeah.
But still looking for these 50s to come into play.
Last trade in gold, 27.82, about $2 off the all-time highs and high of the day, 27.84. Tilt, we saw that heavy lean to about 78, 80% long in the NASDAQ. We did push higher.
Yup.
We got the poll up in the chat. We did have it. Oh, here we go. Chat, thank you. Dolby, are you long, short, or flat? Wow, 900 votes in no time. 900 votes in less than 2 minutes. That's impressive.
Oh man, that was didn't like that. That was
48% flat.
Oh,
I'm flat.
All right, Dakota's out.
almost got to that 562 level.
Yeah. What's gold looking at? What's Bitcoin looking at? These to the moon, Alice?
I
Yeah.
hope so.
Gold's going to
You know, like-
76. Not today.
You know where that line came from?
Tell me, Michael.
The moon, Alice. That old
Honeymoon-
show.
honeymooners.
Yeah, the dude always yelling at the lady. Like it's just
Yeah.
like with his fist at to the
Honeymoon,
moon, Alice.
Alice.
I'm like,
different time,
is
Michael.
that-
It was a different
very
time.
different
Michael.
time. Yeah, I was like, is that like a setup? As kind of,
Yeah.
It was Jackie
I don't know.
Gleason.
It was a different time.
I know who it was. Well, I don't know who it was, but yeah, I've heard of Jackie Gleason.
All right. I see Robert waiting here in the wings. We're kind of stalling out. If you guys do see a trade, please jump in at on a moment's notice.
I'm in a
Robert,
long
if you-
now.
Ooh,
I wanna be
okay.
all
We got-
long.
What price you get, Dakota?
I got 84s. Not the best price. 85 actually. I got 85.
What's the risk down there on the long side below the 50s?
Risk is at
Problem.
62.
You got 84s, risking 62. Okay. 584s. Need some more juice to push this higher. I got Robert. Robert, bring it here in 1 second. Let's see how this trade plays out.
See how it's doing what you're saying, Michael. It's just hanging at the highs here.
Hanging at the
Just waiting
highs.
for it to grow its legs, right?
These are tough because they can pull back,
And rip
stop you out, and then take it right back, instantly be right back at the highs
Yep.
again, and then bust out.
You look for a
There's
pullback.
that scenario.
Yeah, that's out. That's out. Flat. This is just
It's
going to
like
be chopping
touch-
me
it's
up.
like touch and
It's
go.
going both direction. Yep.
Gotta go.
Right back down. So still only minus 1,000. Win some, lose some.
One of my styles. All right, sounds good. Robert, come on in here. We got some hot streaks. We got some top 5 payouts. Rips. Nice call on the longs up there. If we do see another chance, please jump on in. But Robert, come on in. What do we got here?
All right, my 2 cents on that is take a look at the volume profile. Might give you a little bit more information on those low volume areas. Put that on the chart. But here we go. We have hot streaks. Guess who's number 1 on hot streaks? Take a stab at it. Who is it? Dilesh is still holding it on. There we go. 75 days, $850 in profit. And I did the quick math on that. Very simple math. Divided out, $11 average per day. We know we're just grandfathered Dilesh in because we want everyone on this board here for the hot streaks to be payout eligible, which means $200 on 5 days, non-consecutive. So the rest of them, Mina N, 9,000 $9,334.39. Everyone on this list moved up one. That's an average daily of $239. Fair, 37 days consecutive, $9,500, average of $258. Vaishnav, 37, even with Thayer. A little bit lower, $7,500 on the profits. That comes out to $203. And then we have Jonathan D on here, and that is 33 consecutive days. Again, everyone moved up $5,000. Comes out to an average over 33 days of $174, but Jonathan does qualify because he does have 5 days of over $200. So that's why he's on the board. We are going to switch over real quick. Let's get this out of the way. We're going on to the payouts. These are the top 5 payouts. And I have some notes taken down over here. Top 5. Tyson, 24,000. This is for yesterday, by the way. This is for yesterday. Peyton R, 22,000. Alex P, 22,000. Benjamin, 21. And Faye, 21. They are all over $20,000 for payouts on the day that is for yesterday. And if we want to do the over-under on the total amount of payouts, then I will tell you that it is over $1 million, but you got to go beyond that because I don't think we're going to break that streak. We're going to have $1 million a day, over that every day from now on. We've already did it last week. Every day consecutive for 5 days was over $1 million. I don't see that streak ending. What's the over-under on this one?
1.1.
Yeah, simply 1.1 is like the new normal. 1.6 in the chat.
Monday though.
Rips, we got a guess. Rips, I know you typically nail this thing.
Ooh, it might be higher because it is a Monday, right?
Shoulder shrug from Rips.
you
Rips
know-
is feeling it today, my man.
No. I
He
know
couldn't
the
even
number.
talk.
Like, let's be real. I know the number. It's the Monday number. I know this number.
It's a little bit bigger usually on
right.
Mondays.
Yeah, let's fire it up. Let's see. We put it up on the screen.
1.3.
Average payout, $258.
$657. Wow. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, there you go. I have to make one comment on these top 5 payouts. That name that was up there, Faye, keep an eye on that. So we have a couple names to watch for the big board. We have Dakota to watch. We have Karthik to watch. We have Faye to watch. And we're going to have one more. I'm going to talk about Vincent once we get to the big board. So we'll be back in a little while, and we'll see you later.
Really quickly, we want to drop the stat on that one. What was the number? 1.3.
3.
Is that I think it's top
1.3
5,
million.
the top 5. The top 5 payouts account for almost 9% of that. So just so everybody of the paid out yesterday.
Yes, top 5. It's
91%.
actually 8.52%. You're correct, Michael.
Thank you, stat guy.
Ha!
Here we go. Coach Jay saying gold could be interesting at the 75. The sellers can't push below 75. Perhaps long. Can we push higher here in the NASDAQ? 20,577 last trade. Dakota, you are long?
And I'm still in a short. No, I'm in a short.
You're short.
From 74. Short from 74 right here.
The only thing I don't like about that is that we've seen a lot of bids showing up, Dakota, from 65 to 70. And if we're just looking at this from the auction theory standpoint, there's a lot of strong hands bidding this market still. Even though we haven't broken out yet, we're not showing that these bidders are being exhausted.
I would be okay with seeing 65 again. I'd close them out for profit right there at the 65, 67.
What was that, Dakota?
I'd be okay with 65, like Rick was saying.
Okay.
But if this market's just chopping back and forth right here.
Yes, it is.
Buyers
Just- Can you
a
tell us what
really
you see or what you saw to take this short, Dakota?
So over here on the 5-minute chart, you see how we rallied up, consolidated, ran, it looked like we ran some stops, and we're kind of just consolidating back here. I'm really just looking for us to return back down to maybe 50s or 60s. And like Rips is saying, there's a lot. Buyers are just so strong, and we're chopping right back and forth in like this 10-point range. This is a rough trade. This is very, very rough. Where I'm wanting to just get in, get out, get in, out, and I've been chopped up a bit. You see, I'm minus $1,000. As long as short, this is tough. This is a tough market to trade. To be honest, I think the best decision here might be just to close this one out for a loss, and I might call it for my live account.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Doesn't look like it wants to go. It's pushing here. It's pushing. 20,588. Can we hit to the 600s? High of the day, 20,603. Coach Jay looking for perhaps a buy. Go ahead, Hogue.
Just going to say thank you, Dakota, for just kind of going through what you're seeing on this.
Yeah, in a consolidation zone right here.
It is tightening up. It is getting very quiet.
Yeah, bear bull flag.
Dorito Cool Ranch.
Only the best. Only the best. Crude last trade, $67.64. Saw some heavy tilts there in the crude as well. VIP form has been pulled today. Don't worry, there's more coming over the week. There's more coming.
Top 5.
I mean, Halloween this week, right?
Halloween is this
in
week.
2 days. 2 days, we're going to have Halloween.
Are you dressing up, Dakota?
As a big fat stop loss.
What does that look?
That's hilarious.
Scary.
No, I don't know. We're gonna
Scary
find out.
stop loss.
That's a very scary thing. You're gonna scare a lot of traders.
Yeah, I know. I have nightmares about that. Who has nightmares about trading? Who has had a nightmare about trading?
Oh, yeah. Open
I don't know
position.
if they're nightmares.
Oh, I have. Where you like, I
They're always
have,
in the pit.
like hundreds size on that's like crazy, and then stuff like that. It's usually like if I have hundreds of lots on, like I've dreamt that.
I dream more about when I was a filling broker. I'd get an order to sell 1,000, and I'd turn into the pit, and there would be nobody in it to sell it to, and compliance is standing right next to me, and my customers going, "Am I filled? Am I filled?" I got nobody to sell it to.
That means you own it, right?
Put up a poll in chat. Have you had dreams or nightmares about trading? You don't mind.
Yeah, who's had a dream here that they made? I've never had a dream that I just got some whirlwind trade and I'm toasting to Hogue, who's on the beach, and I'm on a boat. Name the movie. Yeah.
Looking good, Billy Ray.
Feeling good, Lewis. Name the movie. Not these guys here in chat. I've always like taken heat.
Yeah, they're never like big winners. They're always like massive losers.
Yeah, they're massively funny. Yeah,
There you go. Have you had dreams about trading? Yes or no? Interesting to see. All right, last trade in gold. I know we got Coach Jay looking at gold. If we can get pull back to 75s.
Come on, 30% of you have not. Then you're either just started trading or
I think
usually it's like a
a
year.
lot. You don't think that's pretty
year.
good?
Yeah. Trading
Rips, have you
Thank you.
dreamed about trading? You ever had a dream you wake up?
Have I ever had a dream about trading? I've had dreams about the big trades that I've had on. I've had dreams where I had a huge trade go my way and I woke up and that wasn't real. That's kind of a disappointment. I've never had nightmares about trading. I've had trouble sleeping when I have massive size on, like if I have a multi-six-figure position on, like in the options market or something like that. It can be a little bit troubling sleeping, but outside of that, look at that. We are testing potentially these 600s to the north side here. So still loving these longs.
And I did close out. I closed out at 89, minus 2,700 for me today.
So it's growing legs. It's showing us, even on the 5-minute, staying bid. Pullbacks have been what?
Take out that IB high here.
20 points.
15 points, maybe.
Except for a few in the
We had that big move straight up to 600, right back down to
Off that number.
what was it? 620s, and now back up to 580s, and we're chopping around right here.
You can see, though, on these pullbacks, at least what I'm seeing is that we have still that heavy bid absorption that I was talking about for the last 15 minutes. Every single time that we're pulling back, we're finding huge bidders. So, again, that is a nice signal for the longs.
Rips likes the longs. Rips got the bull behind him.
70.
Right.
We are seeing some iceberg sell orders in the S&Ps, which seem to be struggling a little bit more than the NASDAQ. Right off the highs here, we've got maybe 1,000 within the top two handles in the S&Ps of sell iceberg orders, and there's icebergs below that as well. About another 1,000 as far as icebergs are there. There's somebody is placing offers in the S&Ps and just absorbing whatever anybody will take, whatever anybody will give them. Not seeing that in the NASDAQ.
I was leaving Hogue. I was leaving it on my keyboard. That was me, actually.
What do we do?
Absorbing all the come on.
That was you. Oh, wow. Oh man.
Somebody's doing it.
I tell you, I appreciate you guys expanding my horizons into the NASDAQ a little bit. NASDAQ has always just been too much, too nasty for me, but I'm starting to kind of enjoy it a little bit.
I mean, yeah.
Thanks, Colby.
It's not the lazy river. I know that.
No, it is not.
The lazy river. Love a good lazy river. We're just drifting higher here in the NASDAQ. We
Like
got the
roaring
results.
rapids.
1 minute, 700 votes back. Have you had dreams about trading? 67% say yes, they have. Pretty good. 2 out of every 3 people. 50-50 on the tilt across the board. Looking at crude. 66 about the heaviest tilt long side, of course.
Tilt longs have been getting paid. The bias has been getting paid today. So that's very interesting thus far.
If we do break out
80%
600s, we could get to 650s pretty quick.
Yeah, 632 and a quarter would be my target to the top side if we start to break out here.
632. $6.32 upside. I like it.
676. We have a level. 610. There's a level. Yesterday's value area high. It's a Hoagland. You put that in the daily level. 610. Value area high.
So what do we got on the list here? And 632 quarter upside. It's 530s were breached, Hogue. No looking back now.
No looking back.
Here we go.
It's looking more and more like we're going to break to the long side.
Mm-hmm. It's growing legs.
Yep.
It's looking very obvious, though.
And that's usually not a good sign, is it? When it's too obvious, it doesn't work.
When it's too obvious. I'm just making points. I don't know, have any clear vision here.
Here we go.
Let's see.
Take out the IBI.
Here we go.
If we can.
The 610s, yesterday's value area high.
Here we go.
604s.
The IBI just by a tick there.
Flirting with it.
I like 650s.
You got the 676s up there that were, again, guys, daily levels on your charts that we have. Yesterday's high, 676, the NASDAQ, 28,676.
Yeah, that's extended trading hour high. Yep.
Okay.
A pullback, looking for a pullback perhaps, or is this something you just get into? If we're getting to 632 to 650s and we're trading 598, why not buy now, right? Dakota, you flip to a bull. You'll give us a price, you'll give us a risk.
This is just a messy market, man. This is just messy market. It just by these little lips. Look at the 5 minute. I mean, it's just.
It's got to take out the IBI and hold above it to get the long.
Yeah, shout out to Dobie. It's been range. If you could trade the range right here.
S&P's just stuck in mud right now.
Yeah, it is.
58.67.
Come on.
Gold.
You were right to lock it up, Rips. The first minute of the day, man.
Yeah, that was a good lockup.
And not deal with it.
Because this is little watching paint dry.
All right, top of the hour coming up here in about 3 seconds. Hogue,
Here we go.
as we find out if we got the fail, and we just push higher.
Push your tens, coming to your tens.
Nope.
Gotta hold above the IB high.
Oh, this failed upside.
IB high, 603. Gotta hold above that.
Wow.
Upside?
Was that a little stop? Was that a little stop run right there? Or just
It was.
rejected.
So we do have an auction coming up, I believe, right here and now, a 4 and 8 week bill. No, that's just an announcement. Sorry. I thought it was the auction. We have an auction coming at the bottom of the hour. It's a 2-year FRN auction.
Is that?
Is that all she wrote, Hogue? All right, we're asking a lot of questions. We're not getting a lot of answers right now. We'll keep that open-ended for now. Let's go to what do we got here?
For now, we got a failed upside auction in the S and in the NASDAQ.
Do we?
For now.
We short.
Be preemptive because we just turned to 10 o'clock here.
MP, what are you thinking over there? What are you thinking?
This is
Yeah, we're looking here.
I'm brain dead.
Same. There's nothing for me. It's
I still like the longs.
barcoding up until the
Like
right.
lungs. What, right here, right now, Hogue? Or Rips, right here, right now?
I will not change my opinion on that. I love the longs.
All right. Thank you for that answer. Good decisiveness. All right. 27.81 last trade in gold. Can we keep pushing higher here? ES still stuck in mud. 20,594. Somewhat short, somewhat longs. We roll over here in the YM. 42,583 in the YM. Nothing looking on really on the tilt right now.
72. I mean, the pullback's been tops 20.
20,587.
There it is.
Man, what a market.
Failed upside auction.
What a market.
Thank you, James.
We had I mean, again, it's been 50-50 on tilt
hold.
since all the longs got out of the
Big
settlement
love the
of, that,
longs.
of the tilt. 27. I'm going with you. We're going this long journey. We're taking the long journey. Oh, were you waiting for me? Oh, okay. I don't.
No, I'm just saying. No.
Hey, it's dancing pretty late to the party on their highs, but continuing on the long buys is what we're saying.
So-
but I need to know a risk here.
We're long 5.
Yeah, from 600, 99 evens.
All right.
80.
Let's get above
81.
03 and hold above that. That's the
Thank
IB
you.
high. If we can start extending the range above that, we're going to be sitting pretty.
81s is what you're saying?
Yeah, that's what I see initially, yes.
We got 99s on the nose.
Can always add
out.
too if you pull back to anything
Down
below
push.
90.
Get out and push. Get out and push.
Somebody else is using that line in here too. I saw a few people using that line. John, you got you're passing on that line. We used to always say that too. Is that a pit line? People used to say it. Yeah, it's a pit line. I remember Tim Gleason used to say about him, get out and push. I'm like, he said, he was my mentor. Gleason, if you're listening, probably you aren't. If you are, learn a lot from you. He used to hit me in the ribs. Like, boom, right here. We were right next to each other. I'd be like, 80 bid. And I'm like, he'd hit me in the ribs. I'm like, what? He's like, dude, you're trading like shit today. Go take a break. And he would just, like, it was painful. He was like a brute force. He was a football player, came from college football.
Well, their
yeah,
dad,
tough love.
their dad was the
Their
head
dad.
football coach at Loyola Academy. And
Yep.
Kevin Gleason, his brother,
Kevin.
was he was like a gorilla. He was that strong.
Yeah, he was one of the bigger traders in the S&P pit.
Yeah.
Kevin.
He's a great guy. He's a great guy, too. Really just a nice
Great guy. The Gleason family. Yeah.
All right, upside target
Joey
632 quarter.
Yeah, I want to see.
And
us go to
adding below
600.
90s is also a nice move.
And adding below 90s, add plus beneath 90. Sounds good.
Chat. Who's long? Who's short? Who's flat?
I'm flat.
There's enough time. There's enough time on this watching paint dry day.
It's kind of
I'm
growing
flat
like
and locked out.
Flat,
Are you,
long,
Dakota?
flat, short.
Yep, flat and locked
6
out.
mg, short, flat, long, short, long, short.
What'd you gather there from that chat, Michael? What's that?
That's why backing for polls.
I mean, it looks like we got some flat, we got some longs, we got some shorts, and we got some flats. I'm just messing with you.
Watching for this breakout at 6:05 here. There's a potential exchange of liquidity coming at 6:15, so we'll watch for this break of 6:05 here.
I think we could do it.
Let's pop the sucker one time.
Get out and push.
Into the 600s.
What's the target?
632.
650.
I know, Coop. I was thinking the same thing.
We gotta
Let's
get
go
above
next
that IB
question.
high, man.
Like ads here.
Ads? MP likes ads.
What are you thinking?
I agree. It's been by the
Look at
low of
this
this
nice.
consolidating move
Got it.
going up and to the right.
All right, plus 10.
Where's the risk?
Get us
Now
above
we're
the
long.
IB high and stay there. Where's the risk on these 10 lots?
Put it down to
order that shall
81.
remain unspoken?
It's a tight. We kept it tight. 81s. It's like building legs, or it's not. That's how I gather this.
Okay.
I don't know if it should be lower in the 50s or 60s, wherever we were talking about earlier, but we came right to
I
literally
like another ad here.
I mean, there's a reason to have risk at 69. It just depends on how much you want to risk. And
Yeah, I
where
think
it's
risk
at.
around 65, 69 is also good.
Okay.
81's too short, too tight.
We like
Yeah, 69 would be
60,
better. 69.
69 risk. How's count long 10 from? What price we get MP?
Average 96.
Thank you. How's this count long 10 from 20,596. Risk 69.
I like a buy stop at 94 as well.
Ooh, you like the longs. I like this. This is a grinder.
Yeah, it is.
50-50 tilt.
Nothing to tilt.
It's uncanny.
What do we see today?
Pullback.
All right, where's this want to go?
Nice
Buyers
pullback
gonna
up here. Again, buy stop at 94 is looking juiced.
Buy stop, folks. If we push into the 94s, Rips wants to add, kind of playing momentum there. If you're wondering what he's talking about, this could be the pullback. Sometimes people say, "Oh, rally would never let you in, never let you get in." Well, this might be your chance to get in.
Yeah, if you're looking for continuation, there's your pullback. 50-50.
Big absorption right there. Right around those 70s. Huge absorption here.
Crude just got smoked.
Hmm.
I like the ad here again.
Yeah, if I wasn't long, I'd be long right now. I would add. Like, this is where I would be getting in 80, 82, 83.
Hell yeah. Look at this. We're dancing now. We
All
got
right.
MP.
Yeah, I
We're
love
long.
that ad.
We're long 20 from 90.
90. On 20 from 90.
89, 89.50.
Ooh, even better. On 20 from 20,589 half, 589.50.
Dakota, show us on your charts why you like it here.
Yeah, so so over here we can see there's a lot of support where this
Right
is
there.
where I was actually looking to short, and
Okay.
buyers kept stepping in. Buyers kept stepping in. We did have that pullback right down here. We had this nice rejection over here on the 100 tick chart. You can see we had that nice bounce up, and now this is holding as well. It was holding as support now, and so look over here on the 100 tick. There's a lot of buyers that's been stepping in. This is what was preventing my short from working out, and yeah, the buyers here in these 70s. And as soon as we got down there, we hit 72, and it was immediate rejection all the way up to 83.
Thank you.
Oof, buyers.
Yep.
Okay. Buyers jumped into their rips. They tried pushing lower. Buyers said, no, not so fast. No shorts.
Yeah,
No
big
problem.
absorption here again below these 80s.
Yes, there was.
50-50 still. Tilt. 50-50 tilt.
It's going to look good if we break above 85. Ooh, yeah.
Wow. That's got to be
Again,
some
I like that
conviction.
buy stop at 94.
Come on, market. S&P's not doing much of anything right now. Still see more selling here in crude.
They're
About
talking
77.
tariffs on CNBC, Dre.
Is that what's going on? You see the bank?
I don't know.
See Saudi
just
Arabia
going
got
on
all the
over
big
there.
bankers. Saudi Arabia got all the heads of the big banks out there. I see. Pretty
Oh,
impressive.
they did.
Oh yeah. So all the big boys are out there.
We'll have to ask Muhammad about that one.
Yes, we will. Boots on the ground, Mohammed. Do some field reporting.
Oh, we should have him go do some field reporting. Muhammad, come on. They got a bunch of Jamie's over there.
Jamie's over there. Solomon's over there. Molis is over there.
What's his name? The Goldman one?
Solomon. DJ Sol.
DJ Solomon.
DJ Sol. He's a DJ in the Hamptons during the summer.
I would love for him to be so cool. He's just like, hey, I got a session tonight. If you guys want to join,
man.
we're gonna start at about 1 a.m.
He makes all the interns show up to his DJ sets. Mandatory attendance.
I'm sure he didn't twist their arm too hard.
Bullish market
Yeah,
structure
right.
here on the NASDAQ.
Show us what that
I'm really
means, Dakota.
liking this. So over on the 100 tick chart, we're seeing a higher low, a higher low. If we do break out of these 88s, here, I'm going to just make this highlight this. So higher low, we just made a higher high.
Watching for this
now
90
are making-
takeout now.
Yep, a higher low. We're now making possibly a higher high. And this is just like breadcrumbs, the start of this bullish market structure. But like Rip said,
I like that.
those 90s.
Breadcrumbs.
Okay, coin 25 short. Who else is short? House is long.
Got some shorts out there. On the tilt. That was a 578, 580 now.
There's some
So I'm
woozy
watching for
one going on here.
58.65 to give out to in the S&Ps here. That's a big level in the S&Ps. So we're starting to charge up here for a potential push to that level. If we get up to that level, that'll be very strong. We also have some aggressive sellers that are trying to push down this market once we tap into those 90s, but they're being absorbed, which again is a nice bullish signal here.
Yeah, it is.
Patience. The market's going to test our patience today. Crude gets sold, man. Crude below the day 66.96. We did break into the $66 handle. Last trade $76.03. Gold been chopping around sideways. Right now, all eyes on NASDAQ and EES.
There we go.
Okay, watching for this to take out 94 here.
Push it.
Nice
There we
push
go.
through the 90s. Okay, there's 94. I like that buy stop at 94 still. There's that push up. Yeah, it's funny. There's another streamer who was yapping about how when we were going long in this, that he would never take a long in this. And that's why that guy is the fucking worst trader on the planet.
Get him, Rips.
Got him. You in the house again. Because I know you're watching, you fucking leprechaun. It's funny too because when it started going back up, he started changing his thesis, and he's like, "Oh, well, I don't actually like the shorts here because I'm a fucking card."
Get him, Rips. He's been waiting for that.
I don't like the short anymore.
Right,
I don't like the short anymore.
You just got dunked on. Whoever he's talking to, you know who you are.
Jeez, that guy
It's
sucks.
fun.
fire!
Good old Leppy.
That was
Leppy
amazing.
the leprechaun.
No, we are moving on. This is fun. We are talking
I
shop.
love it.
Marcus
is it
gets
still
so
a
bored.
short, Mr.
This would
Leprechaun?
happen. This would happen in the pits. This would swear to God, this would happen in the pits. We're just quiet and boring.
Call him
And then
for the
somebody would
short
chime
little
in.
Leppy the leprechaun.
I know.
Bits get more violent, I imagine.
Wonder he's
It's
losing
gotta
all of his
be-
hair.
I need to focus on keeping the direction of things in the industry is kind of, I feel, and Dakota, you do a good job. And Rips, I know you have your little conversations.
You're the referee. You're the
try to
referee
be
of this industry.
Try to be as possible. It's fun. It's locker room chat, but it's always nothing personal. Nothing can go
I
personal.
will say
and
this.
by the way, the leaderboard, MP, I was the number 1 live trader on the leaderboard, and I was also 11th on the big board. So until you ever, listen, I know you're watching Leprechaun, until you ever get above 11th on the leaderboard, you're last, baby, because you
I knew the board. I knew the big board. I knew the big board would bring out the and everybody. It's good. It's good.
Oh, that was amazing.
We're trading 94.
I will say this.
and
This
it's
is my
totally-
main comment is I'm for transparency and I lean towards people who show their executions and their trades. Like that's my main thing. Is I
Oh
want
my gosh, we're trading above the 604s now. Oh my goodness gracious.
So
James, I'm coming to you next, James.
here we go. I think we're seeing 630s.
Look at that long.
I think
Just
we
pick it
could
apart.
see
Why don't we peel
630s
off
there.
10? Peel off 10.
630s
Peel
are
off 10,
coming.
Michael. Peel off 10. Peel off 10.
Peel off 10. Peel off 10.
10 are out. We locked in 2,300 thus far. We're sitting on a 4,000 unrealized right now and 10 more.
I think it's safe to say, Michael, we might have found a pot of gold this morning.
Oh, I get where you're going with that one. I get where we're going. Do not drag me into things. I am just here to make sure
It's
I
hard
can
to
help
breathe
the
up here
direction of
this
the
high
industry.
up on the leaderboard, by the way. What is like, you got like 22nd. Might as well be last place. Get number 1 and then we'll talk.
There's the challenge. It is thrown out there.
Oh, the gauntlet.
I mean, I don't have to do
Hammer.
anything. This guy thought he did something by getting in the low 20s. Like, get into the top 10, you fucking failure.
Now, all you boys play nicely. We need Anna needs to come on here and help me out.
Michael,
You got-
let him do
you
that
got
thing.
sons.
Michael, let him do
You
that
got
thing.
sons. I know. It's
Michael,
cool.
let him do that.
I mean, there's nothing happening. It's like slow grind up, and
The one
All
thing
right.
that's happening is I see the viewers start to go up right now. Viewers are bumping
Cody,
up.
don't tell him how to. That's the secret sauce to go. No, all right. Let's James. James, let's come in and bring you in real quick. James, there's a lot going on. House counts long time. A lot of trash talking going on in these markets. People are fired up. People are passionate about trading. People are fired about Topstep. James, I'm gonna bring you in. What do we got? Announcements, I do believe.
Well, it's a good thing it's so spicy right now because I'm here to talk to you about Roast My Trades. That's right.
Wow.
A fun segment
I
where
like
you
it.
get to submit your trade report and we get to say awful, horrible, but fun and loving things about your trading all at the same time. This week will be hosted by Jack and Ben. So if you want Jack and Ben to roast your trade report, be sure to click on the link I'm about to drop into chat. Here it comes right now. We're going to pin that up there. You got plenty of time to make sure that you can submit your trade report. I believe they're making it a Halloween edition. They got something planned. They put this in last minute. They wanted us to make sure we can get it plugged. So get your trade reports in there. Tune in for Roast My Trades this Thursday, 12 p.m., typically the time we do shoulder tap. So get to it. We're going to knock out the rest of these announcements real quick. In addition to our YouTube show here, we have a TopstepTV Instagram account. Follow us on Instagram if you're not already. One really cool thing I like about the Instagram is sometimes you see like really funny moments or great clips of the show and you want us to like play it back immediately. Instagram is where you can go to see those clips. Yeah. Our social media team is great. They clip the best moments of this show. They put it up daily. So if you missed anything, Go check it out, and then be sure to be here so you can watch it live and stop missing everything and watch it on Instagram afterwards, even though that's how we all watch John Oliver these days. And finally, Topstep TV. We have other programming. Once this show ends, don't go anywhere. Stay right in front of your beautiful computer screen for At the Buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul. That's every Monday through Friday at 3:15 p.m. Watch it every day, but also watch it this Thursday with a special guest. Nick for a Tick will be joining for a Halloween spooktacular. Talking about also, we have other programming. Deanna has a show. London time, 3:30 a.m. Central. Be sure to tune in if you're awake or if you're across the pond. Also a special guest this Halloween, Thursday, October 31st. Coach Ray will be joining Deanna. So be sure to watch it live or watch it back on YouTube after it has finished. But Andre, that's all I got for now. I'm going to pass it back to you guys. I'm still trying to figure out who that leprechaun was. You guys talking about Bono? He wrote Spider-Man Turn Off the Dark, but you didn't have to do him like that.
James, you know what you're doing there, James. You know what you're doing.
What?
All right, house account MP. What's unrealized right now? We are trading 20,598. House account long from 89.5. MP, how we looking here on unrealized in the house account trade?
That was good. That was a good peel off, Rips. Good call on that one. As it still thinks about it.
I think peeling off all but 3 is a good move here.
Shave 7, Michael.
All but 3.
I still like 630.
Shave 7 here.
Well, I'm keeping 5 on. 5 is your 3.
How many do you have right now?
We have 5 left. I just took them off. Took 5 off. Take off 2.
I'd say take 2 off.
It's like playing strip poker with you.
There we go. And then move your stop to break even, and then you're calling it a day.
Woo!
Cancel all, break even, call it a day.
Boom.
That is trade management.
I mean, locked in. We have 4,500 locked in, so that's nice.
What a day! Beautiful stuff.
That's nice.
Which is nice.
I'll get you on the leaderboard. I'll get you on the big board.
Michael.
Yeah, I'll get you out of the 20s at least.
What are you doing?
I'd love to see
They'll get you in the teens.
I'd love to see a live account leaderboard versus express funded
leaderboard. You stay patient, my friend. We are working the live rainbow.
Yeah, big ups to those who could keep their live account for longer than a month, by the way. Big ups to those people out there. Big shout out to you folks out there.
I mean, you're allowed to say that. You're allowed to say, yeah, if you've earned it, yep.
Love it. All right, pushing to
We're actually having one. Yeah.
All right, come down to the bottom of the hour here. Again, hey, just a heads up to everyone. The London close is not in 80, or the Euro close is not in 8 minutes anymore. It's been pushed back an hour because they did change the clock, so we did not. So make sure you keep that in account. We are not at the Euro close in 8 minutes. I mean, hour and 8 minutes this week. I believe. I got Mario over here, Michael.
Oh man, I was kind of expecting more volatility today, to be honest.
More
gold and everything, and it's just maybe earnings after the bell is what's muted this market and causing not as great of a price action than I was hoping for. We're holding above these 600s.
The critical area here, it's the IB high. We've failed above it twice already. We need to get out and push.
Yeah, if we do have that breakout, that 632 target is still on the ticket here, and that's why I love that our stop is at break even. What's break even, by the way, Michael? What's our stop? Is it 82? Is break even?
It's 82. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Beautiful. I mean, that gives us a nice
rate.
20 points of room here.
NASDAQ definitely the upside leader. The ES and the Dow haven't left the initial balance yet. NASDAQ is sure trying, but that's 2 failures to hold above it so far. That IB high again, 603, 20,603.
Man, I wonder if this is going to be one where we could hold all day to get today. If this thing continues to rally, I'm okay with
yesterday,
just
yesterday I just left it on. That was your sell it and close your eyes and sell it. It's a joke. It was a line that people use in the trading world.
Hey, Liam.
Blah, blah, blah.
Hey, Liam's back. Liam Wood. What's up, Liam? It's been a minute. Yes, that was just getting the momentum. All right, we got big board coming up. All right, thank you guys. We got big board coming up. I see Coach Hoops, the Hoop Ray, the Pit Raiders. VIP
putting
himself.
a face to the name.
Yes. First, let's get this big board action in here. Robert, come on in. Let's get the big board going. Then we got some Pit Raiders coming up after that. We got to update for VIP. Go ahead.
MP.
Yes, sir.
Robert.
If we don't take out the high in the next minute, just get out of that trade.
Okay. Rips, you're thinking still hold on longs?
Yeah, as long as we can, to stop at break even, I would say, if anything, you could trail the stop back up to 91-ish or so. I do agree that if we don't break out soon, it's not going to carry, but that doesn't mean that we can't refresh liquidity higher.
Okay.
All right, jump. Let's bring in Robert. Robert, we got the big board up and going, and Crude is still getting smoked. Hoop, I know you're watching Crude get smoked, but we'll come to you here after Robert. Robert, what's up on the big board? You know what it is.
All right, we do know what it is. We're going to pull that up on the screen here. That was a good call there, Hogue, on the time stop versus a price stop. Good job. You might think you're a pro at this stuff. All right, so here we go. Big board. I got a couple things to talk about here. I'm going to bounce around a bit, so try to keep with me. We're looking at number 4 first. Number 4 is Karthik N.
Oh, wow.
I want to talk about Karthik N because, number 4 ranked, moved up 35 spots in one day. It was 39. That's the biggest mover of the day, from 39 to 4. A 35-point move. That is unbelievable. And next up, we have Faye. I want to talk about Faye for a moment because Faye is number 10 on the leaderboard. Moved up from 16 to number 6. But here's the thing about Faye. Faye is trading gold. It's only one of 2 traders on this board not trading NQ or ES or one of the indices, because you can trade the micros also. So Faye is trading gold, doing a fabulous job. And I have a report that Faye, we saw earlier, she took a $23,000 payout yesterday. Today, up over $10,000 in a live account. It's not XFA. Faye is a live account trading gold. Way to go. Congratulations. $129,000 overall. Moving up slightly up here. I say slightly, but number 3 on the list right now is Vincent A. And that's the other trader that's trading something other than the equities, trading CL. Now, the one thing I really wanted to point out for Vincent, 84% win rate. That's the highest we have had on the big board. 84% win rate. But if your trading risk reward is way off, it doesn't mean anything. However, Vincent has nearly a 10-to-1 R&R along with an 84%. Average winning day is 11 grand. Average losing day is under 1,000. That is more than a 10-to-1 risk reward ratio. That is absolutely amazing in trading CL. Congratulations, Vincent. And then we have the big move. The big name on the board here is our Coach Dakota, moved up to number 2. Correction from yesterday. It was over the weekend when funds were being transferred, express live payouts. It kind of messes up the board like that over the weekend. So it was a little weird yesterday. It showed like $140,000. This is the correct number. It just takes time for that stuff to update and for the pending processes. I wanted to clear that up today. $254,000, mainly NQ. But Dakota, keep your ears open. I know you're listening. I have an interesting stat that I pulled up for you. You're not going to believe it because I didn't believe it. Or maybe you will. You know yourself better. Your average winning duration overall, your average winning trade duration is 20 minutes. Okay? Your average losing trade duration is 19 minutes. I would have never guessed that. I would have said your losing trade duration is like a minute and a half and your winning trade is 4 hours, 20 minutes winning, 19 minutes losing.
Cutting those losers early by a minute.
19 minutes on a losing trade, 20 minutes on a winning trade. I would have never guessed that just based on all the slow market stuff. Gets in a trade, out, in and out, in and out. Nope, not good. And then all of a sudden he gets one and it runs for 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 hours. 35% win rate, but his ratio is off the charts. Number 2, 254, catching up, keep on going. We have Rafa holding the number 1 spot. We always want to make sure we mention Rafa. $337,000, number 1 spot. So Dakota creeping up. Keep it up. This looks great, and we are looking forward to Hoop coming up next.
Hoop, yeah. Oh, that Dakota, you happy? You're back on there. Dakota, we got your numbers right. You good now?
Yeah.
All right, good.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, it's a lot of averages, right? I scalped during the New York session, but my slow market trades are longer, and so I'd say my New York session trades last not even 10 minutes. I don't know. That's an interesting stat, Robert. I appreciate it.
Fired up today. All right, MP, house account flat, or we still got that 3 lot on?
I just
Where's
kept
your
the break
stop,
even
MP?
on. I just
Right.
put it exactly where you guided it last time.
Love
Break
it, love
even.
it, love it.
Nice call, Rips. The conviction.
We'll let
I like,
this
I like
one be.
adding here. Pull back. I like adding here. Absorption by the buyers.
Real deal trading right there. We're not hedging one prop firm against another one and trading this prop firm over here and trading this prop. We're trading one account here. One account, one live account, real deal stuff right here.
The real deal Holyfield, baby. Real
we're not
trades, real
disingenuous
executions,
on
real
this
pin-up.
channel. We don't hide the executions.
Real traders, real transparency,
executions,
real
real
tradertainment, folks. Don't forget the ending part. Don't forget that ending part. Real tradertainment.
Hey, Crude's still selling off. Crude's absolutely just getting smushed right now. We're down about $1 here in the last 30 minutes or so. Last trade in crude, $66.73. These are all new lows on the day. Again, we saw gold made new all-time highs on the day, $27.84. Current last trade, $27.75. House count long 3. Got the stop moved up to break even. Last trade NQ 20,600. Why are you laughing over there? Why are you laughing?
Cook's Delta. What is this, Barney?
That's Mohammed's line.
Oh, we need Mohammed's clip. What is this, Barney?
Michael, I don't know if you saw in the afternoon. We were at like 900 likes, and Mohammed comes on here. He's like, everyone needs to like right now.
He spoke
1.7, 1,700
Uh-huh.
likes like that, man. Mohammed. Then he started doing my job. All right, we're pushing higher, 20,607.
Yeah, I want to see his breakout. This is bar coding.
This is definitely a nice area that we could break out.
I want to point out, from my account to your account, Rip, Topstep was hedged today.
I like that.
What do you mean we were hedged?
Well,
As in, I
we're
lost
basically the
2,700
opposite on
and Rip
P&L.
made 700.
Oh,
We're
yes.
both locked out.
Okay, yes. Yes.
Or net break even, not hedged. We cannot get over 608.
The thing is, though, that we're not selling. We can definitely, we're definitely not moving all that much, but we're still not selling. Still haven't found any sellers.
All right, I'm going to throw it to my main man, Jack. Jack, it's been a spicy morning already. We do know we have the VIP update. So, Jack, take it away. It's been spicy this morning, Jack, but we are making money in the house account. What's up, Jack?
Yeah, once we get these things set up, I'm going to come in with my Spice Master General, Coach Hoop. He's going to join us. We're going to talk a little VIP right now. I see Hoop there in the background if you want to start talking.
Hoop. Mr. Hoop.
Mr. Hoop.
I can see
Can you hear me?
Coach Hoop.
Yes,
Yeah.
we can.
All right.
We can see it,
I'm
too.
just entertained this morning, like 2 locals that are just pissed off at each other inside of it right now.
Hope it's good seeing you,
It's
buddy.
awesome.
Yeah, you would know. You were in the live cattle, right?
I was in all 3 meets, mainly
All
hog
3
and
meets.
cattle. Yep.
There you go. And I'm sure there was these type of days where just 2 guys across the pit would finally just have enough of each other, and they go pop, 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 pop. And they'd always just leave it like that. Sometimes you'd see them walking out and grabbing a beer together. Sometimes you see them walking out and meeting in the other side of Jackson Street or Van Buren, which is off CBOT property, because then they could duke it out.
I want to see
They
him
still
duke it
had
out.
cameras out there, though.
My vote is fight.
They'd
I
still
want to see
suspend
a
you.
fight.
Yeah.
I'll put money
They would suspend
towards
you.
a boxing match.
Hogue,
Oh God, that would be great.
Hogue, you remember AJ and JH, 2 brothers?
Yeah, Hughes brothers.
Oh, there goes the H.
I was doing out trades before the open, about 15 minutes before the S&P open. And the one brother turns to the other, "You're not trading today." "Yeah, I am." "No, you're not." "Yeah, I am." Next thing I know, I hear, "Ooh." He pushed him 4 rows down the steps. They took him off the floor in a stretcher. And they find him like 10 grand. Yeah.
Yeah, that was Jack Hughes. Punched his brother right in the nose.
That'll happen. Well, Hoop is with us today because he is the coach of one of the newest teams in the Topstep VIP. Coach Hoop's Pit Raiders. Not a ton of data yet because they just started, but let's flash that leaderboard we have for them so far. Everyone's still in the trading combine, but we've had some people get off to some electric starts. Hoop, if you want to just go over a little bit on what you've been doing coaching and anything that stands out.
Well, I'm not the ultimate technician, so I kind of just go more old school and just really trying to get traders to manage their risk. I don't, everybody's looking for the perfect setup. And I say, once you're in the trade, it's a great thing that Hogue says, you don't get any smarter. So just trying to manage the risk. And I think everybody, especially some of the newbies, get a little bit, no offense, Rips here, but they get enamored with NASDAQ. And I just think if you don't get tight with your stops, that it can damage an account pretty quick. I'm an ES guy, so.
Yeah. And your number one trader through a very limited sample size so far is also an ES trader. We got Justin A. And we have a card here to show just 1 day in the trading combine so far for Justin.
Oh, 3,000 in a day?
Yeah.
Nice day.
Here we go. Coming out of Chandler, Arizona. Just 1 day, 2 trades. Not a large sample size at all, but what I do like, the average one winning trade of 3,100, the average loser only $83. I can't tell you how many times on Shoulder Tap we don't see this. I didn't put the reward risk because on 2 trades, the 40-1 didn't seem fair, but it's a good start for Justin. We wanted to call out.
Yeah, the sample size is a little small right now. So.
It's pretty small, but yeah, it's good. Good out of the gate. Good out of the gate. Yeah. Oh, good out of the gate. You're an Arizona guy.
Sharing some stuff from just kind of a little more of where we've come from Florida Screen a little bit. So I think people understand, I think bringing back the word ladder was like a hallelujah moment for me instead of talking about noms and cons. And but I think people understanding a little bit where futures has come from helps them a little bit understand the whole kind of auction process a little bit sometimes. So.
Absolutely. What do you got planned next for your team? What are you going to be preaching, Hoop?
I've been basically saying since last week that this week is the size down and see money, take money type of week. I mean, there's a lot of stuff coming the rest of the week and into next week. There's going to be tons of opportunity. Yesterday I did have some traders get chopped up a little bit in that, all of about 15 handle range in the S&P. So I just think, like we saw that rip down today. I mean, it's a week to be very cautious, and I think traders are agreed that they're sizing down and just kind of waiting to see all these earnings and everything play out.
Well, thank you very much.
How are you liking the coaching? So far, new team, new coach in the league, VIP league, someday probably called the Topstep Trading League. If I just closed my eyes and listened, you got a little Bobby Knight in your voice that I can feel, not the anger side, just the talk and the explanation type. And I always thought I loved how he talked. I loved how he talked, even when it's tough love stuff. But Hoop, what's your style? What's your style of coaching?
Well, I think, I coach hoops and I coach golf, and I love to, I think, I hear it's kind of cool watching even Dakota talk about it on slow markets. Guys who like to share their knowledge. That's just experience is having people not to go through kind of the I call it the battle like we did, and kind of expedite that learning curve. I shared yesterday in Discord about, the cost to do business when you were a trader on the floor, versus the cost when and this is, I'm not taking shots at people, but when people are hanging around for resets and whatever, like when I was in the pit and I had a bad day, Coach Ball and I were talking about it. I had to go grab my checkbook. And if the account had a bad day and you needed to add money, you took your checkbook and you write a check for 10 grand and you had to put in your account.
Big boy and big girl stuff. Yeah, you had to literally walk up with a check to the tune of thousands. Mm-hmm. And that's why. I mean, it's what it is, just a different game. Yeah.
Well, and it's just more. I think it's where the thing I've seen people say to me, I can make it in the practice, but I can't do it in the combine, or I could do it in the combine and I can't do it in XFA. When it's real, none of us really know, like I remember the first time when I had, I went from having a permit to a gold badge and stepping in the pit. I mean,
nice.
It's intimidating. Yeah, there's no doubt. So how you click a mouse and how you, trade your plan is going to be, it's going to be a little bit different. The floor was definitely a little more cutthroaty, although watching Rips and, the other, leprechaun get named today, it brought back memories. It was kind of cool, to be honest with you.
They reeled you in, Hoop.
Yeah. Well, Hoop, thank you very much for stopping by today.
And I just want everybody. So Hoop has been with Topstep, a great contributor in the community. Probably since what year, Hoop?
I think I shared it with the room. 2010 was my first combine.
Wow.
Guys. So when we're talking about bringing on coaches and all that kind of stuff, I want you guys to all be like, this Hoop's been around and he understands. And there's a lot of people that are going to like, here's what my point here is, they're here to coach you to become a better trader. And then you look at it and you're like, well, show me you can make. Here's the thing I do have. This goes to the, sorry, it's going to go to the ICT. It's going to go to all those. Like we can, if they help you be a better trader, and this is if somebody helps you become a better trader, they don't need to throw the deep ball like Tom Brady. They're Bill Belichick on the sideline. You're Tom Brady. So if somebody can help you, I never ask any of my mentors or the guys that I really valued their opinions, how much they make, what they did, all that kind of stuff. If information they provided me helped me become better, then that's where it is. I know Hoop for a fact has helped all of us. The reason why I said this is because I helped all of us become better, because he'll be in the chat. And if Eddie was on here, he could talk about all the times Hoop jumped in the chat. Hey guys, you see this? Hey guys, you look at that. And it is the coach from the dugout. Yeah, and hey, lay off the curveball. You're more of a 12-6 guy. That's a curveball. Sorry, a slider. I don't know. Andre,
I love it. No, keep going.
But that's the point. Having a coach that can help guide you. And this is the point of VIP, is to have somebody on your team that is helping make you better. And that's really all it's about. So when you're on the team and you're getting coached by somebody, it's all about them helping you become better. And Hoop's a great coach. He's been a great coach. And now to have you officially a coach on the Pit Raiders, super freaking cool.
And we all learned from, I learned from younger traders too. So, I mean, VWAP wasn't in my vocabulary 6 months ago. And, kind of like, it's something that, was a reality. And I actually shared it with the Discord class yesterday. And, it's just, you got to keep reinventing yourself a little bit with trading, because it's always changing.
Always is. That never changes. Michael, thank you. All right, we got to wrap this up. Hoop, we'll have you back soon as your team gets off the ground here. I'm going to take a quick break where you guys talk about markets. I see the house account is flat. I'll be back.
Oh, we're flat?
live.
Live.
Yeah, we got.
We got us.
News in about 5 minutes. So you guys play nice. See you then.
How confused. How confused would you be, Dre, if I was your coach and you're up at the plate, you're like, Dre, lay off the curveball. You're not going to be good at it. Stick with the 12-6. You'd be like,
I thought that was
what,
the 12-6, coach. I thought the 12-6 was the curveball. I'm an idiot. What don't I get?
Yeah, both ways.
Oh,
God,
wait, so we got stopped. It came and got us at break even. Those
we stuck with our break even. Yeah.
All right, how's the comp P&L? What are we looking at right now?
4-5-5-6.
4-5-5-6. That works.
Nice job. Staying patient.
Oh, yeah.
Rips liking longs. Hogan getting in there in his voice.
Dakota getting chopped up.
The chat liking long. Chat, you like the longs to the tune of what? 53% of you?
They were getting paid this morning.
Yeah,
they were like 80% long at one point, I think.
Yes, they were. All right. We got about 12 minutes left in this extra spicy fast markets on Topstep TV. If you're loving it as much as we are, we already got 1,000 likes. We're not even completely through the day yet. It's got the Muhammad touch. We got hey, speaking of Muhammad Dakota will be joining us on Friday. Dakota, have you traded with Muhammad before?
No, I'm excited. Trade with the man, the myth, the legend. I need to get him on for slow market one of these days as well. It's going to be exciting.
All right, we're watching this NQ keep grinding higher here. 20,613. Last trade high of the day, 619. Saw that big sell-off in oil. Seen about a 18 cent bounce right now. $66.91. Low of the day, $66.72. Hogue, I'll throw it to you. Do we have any upside targets as we continue to grind? Volume has waned a little bit, Hogue, but let's do a quick recap here. NASDAQ and S&Ps. S&P just will not go, Hogue.
Yeah, S&Ps, like you said earlier, are still stuck in the mud, but here's the NASDAQ. So IB high, 603. We've been talking about that a lot lately.
Yep.
Market's been struggling to hold above it. We said a couple of pullbacks off of there, but now it is continuing to extend above that level. This can chop you up a little bit, but I like longs above the IB high as long as we hold above that IB high. Now, like I said, there's nothing finite in trading. This can chop you up a little bit here. But if we do see the market continue to push to the upside, I like the 650s, the volume point of control from Friday's session. Above that, we could see 700s, pretty much the value area high from Friday's session. If we reject up here and we leave single TPOs, come back inside the initial bounce and reaccept, that might actually end up being a failed upside auction. We've been toying with failed upside auctions here. We have not seen an actual failed upside auction here in the NASDAQ just yet, but we're going to see how this goes. I like longs above the IB high. Again, that can chop you up. Look at the S&Ps. Still inside the initial bounce. Still just hanging around. Got some positive delta. 437. That ain't a lot of delta. Strange.
S&Ps was going to show some life.
Yeah, it does. It's kind of hanging around, just kind of waiting to see what's going to happen. A lot more opportunity in the NASDAQ today, which, again, thank you guys have been showing me the light here a little bit in the NASDAQ. Still scares the hell out of me, but that's just the way it is.
I mean, it's a wild market, Hogue. It's a very wild market.
It certainly is.
All right, throw it to Rips here. Rips, you still like those 632 upside? I think it was 632 and a quarter upside. So liking that.
We are seeing some defense coming in just below those 620, 605 to 620. We're starting to see some real offer side defense from some market makers here. So I'm not too confident in it anymore. We're also going to see some folks going to lunch here and probably setting up some TWAP algorithms to handle their trades. So no, I don't like it anymore. The hands off from here is a good move.
Is there a short in here if it starts to cool off? The reason why I said that is because there's such heavy longs down here on my chart. When it's 80%, and they all got paid, but that's the ones here at Topstep were a little bit more, I would say, respecting discipline and respecting the moves a little bit better than some of the folks that are sitting with their personal brokerage accounts that are out there in the world that I still believe are long this. Because when you get such a heavy long in Topstep, I just believe that tells you information that probably those retail folks that are long are out there. And are they still holding the trade? If they are, and it wants to cool off, is there a short play? I don't have an opinion.
Well, I think that there's a lot of larger traders that are positioning ahead of the jobs data that's coming in later this week. I think that has a lot to do with what we're seeing right now. And, as humans, we're dictated by a society that is ruled by gravity. The world is ruled by gravity, and we always think what must goes up must go down. When in reality, if you look to the left, what goes up actually stays up in these markets. And it's been that way since the dawn of time in these markets. So just because something is up doesn't mean it has to retrace the entire move, especially in the day. So I don't like the shorts from here. We might have a little bit of a retracement, but I still think that buyers are on the tape as they have been since this morning. And they will remain on the tape at least until we have the jobs data coming later in this week.
Great stuff.
Why goes retail traders don't move the market, in my opinion. I always kind of thought that, but if you have 10,000 retail traders around the world, which there's more retail traders than there's ever been probably right now, especially now that Robinhood's in the futures world, 10,000 of them put a one lot on long. I mean, that's
they can
institutional.
They can. I understand what they're saying. I mean, they can move markets.
The only thing that can move real markets are people trading in the live markets.
That's right.
The one thing we had to do before we leave today is check out the XFA to live funded call-ups. Okay?
Look at this
Let's
guy.
show a certificate first. So let me give you a little backstory really quick. These people are manually chosen by our risk managers to move to the live account, the best of the best. Because of that, it takes some time to select them, get their data. So going forward, we'll have this every day, but it will be from 2 business days ago. So today we're going through Friday's call-ups, and I'll always show the certificate for the person with the highest starting balance, Nicholas F.
Yes.
From Folsom County, no blues there. 45K starting balance in the the live account trading NQ and GC. Now, in addition to Nicholas, let's check out all of our call-ups from Friday.
New highs NASDAQ. Go ahead, Chuck.
Let me know if you do anything there. Nicholas with the highest starting balance, but take a look at some of these payouts. Carter L. 5 XFAs consolidated at $78,000 in payouts, starting balance at 24.
Nice.
Some other impressive payout numbers there.
Wow.
Traders from Chris John getting the Dutch on the board there. 33 grand in payouts, 17K starting balance. You can see down the list there. Congratulations to everyone on the live call-up list. This is the pinnacle
keep this on.
What we offer at
Jack,
Topstep.
keep this one. This is Friday, correct? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 call-ups on Friday?
9 call-ups. There were a few others that were had already been live. So these are the true call-ups.
I love it. You got starting balance. That's what they're starting with at the live call-ups. And then they've taken these payouts to date. And the team, the risk management team, we said manually called up. We look at this and we look at their stats and we're doing all this and we're like, who's ready for the big leagues? Who's ready for the big leagues? So if you never get called up to the big leagues, that's fine. That's fine. But you'll still have the same opportunity at the funded level, no matter what. Payout policy doesn't change for you. But this is our way of saying, you're badass, you're badass, you're badass, you're badass. Calm. It's literally like getting an invite to be the starting pitcher for the Yankees, which you probably don't want to be, for the Dodgers right now.
There you go.
And yeah, there you go. And then you get up there, and our probability play here is we see the probability of you continuing that success much higher than somebody that comes straight out of a combine. So you guys see the process here and how we manage our risk. You guys are in their same payout policy. Mm-hmm. And then that's really what we're doing here. So the end of the rainbow, like it's kind of leprechaun jokes there. The end of the
rainbow. Dude, come on.
What? I'm just at the end of the rainbow is the pot of gold. And the pot of gold is the top step of the trading pit. The top step of the trading pit is reserved for the biggest and best traders. Hoagland, can we go to Hoagland's camera? While he does this, Top Step. He has a badge that says Top Step on it. He had to register. So when you say, and you get called up, you're like, well, I don't know if I want. Yeah. Yes, you do. You want to trade on the top step of Top Step. It's the biggest and the best. It's a live account. You are a prop trader. You're a professional in the lights of the CME because you're paying professional data fees, which we're going to start to. I'll talk about that later when we have some different changes. But the end of the rainbow for you here at Topstep is never sitting on sim forever. If you're a good trader, you will go to our funded account. We've been doing this since 2010, taking thousands of traders live on live funded prop accounts, strictly proprietary capital. through TopStep funded our prop firm.
Right on, Michael. So I will leave you with that and let you guys finish out the show. Great trading during this session.
Oh, Michael. Dakota. Any thoughts, Dakota?
My mistake was not bringing popcorn. That's what it was. I should have just said, "Hey, I'm going to take this L, lock up, go get some popcorn, and enjoy the rest of the show."
What a
I'm having a
Tuesday.
blast.
I mean, why would you want popcorn when you get a nice bowl of Lucky Charms?
All right. All right. It's that time of day. Fast markets, appreciations. Boy, we have a lot to be appreciative for today. We got profits. We got people getting called up from live fund. We're seeing $1.3 million in payouts. Boy, there's a lot to be appreciative for. I love these group of people here. I love the chat. Anyways, we like to start off with the chat. What are you thankful for today? Let us know in the chat. It's a positive way to get the trading session going. So, chat, boy, there's nothing to be appreciative for today. I don't know what to tell you.
I'll go.
You want to go first, Michael? Michael, please.
I appreciate just having fun. You got to be calling this fun. There's nothing personal here. There's no your mama jokes. Come on, everything's just having fun. We put a trade on today. We talked out the trades. We watched paint dry. We had a good time. We had an old school trader that's new school coach coming in here. All that stuff to me is glass half full, positive, fun trading, fun community. I enjoy it.
All right, Hogue, I'm going to throw it to you. You've seen some fun. You've seen some fisticuffs. You've seen a little people getting each other's faces in the pits back in your day. Hogue, what do you appreciate for today?
Well, of course, as always, my God, my family, my country, and being quick enough to avoid some of those swings that were coming at me in the trading pit. I was just quick enough to not get punched, but I really appreciate the fact that I've been able to stay in this business for as long as I have. And a long, fun, fabulous, scary, terrifying, and exhilarating ride. Loving every minute of it still. So appreciate that. Appreciate all of you.
Write a book, Hogue, Top Step. You saw it, S&P, Top Step. Trader. We'll throw two. We're going to save rips for the best for last. We got Dakota. Dakota, what are you appreciative for?
I can't eat popcorn yet. Still recovering from my wisdom teeth. But yeah, thankful my girlfriend. She's the one that drove me back from the dentist and then put up with some crazy stuff while I was on medicine. But I don't. Maybe I might not have survived last week if it was for that.
Thank you, Dakota.
We'll have to send him some Garrett. Andre, we have to send him some Garrett's popcorn. Some Chicago popcorn.
Chicago mix. The Chicago mix, indeed. Absolutely. All right, Mr. Rips, what do you appreciate for before calling out some really badass trades today? What's up, Rips?
Yeah, very cool.
I mean, I think I have to be thankful for everybody here on stage. You know, I noticed that we have just 4 rock stars up here. Well, at least 3 rock stars up here. We got Dakota, we got MP, we got Andre. We don't have any leprechaun artists up here, which is wonderful. And it's fantastic sharing the stage with such wonderful killers here. And of course, the Topstep community and everybody who tunes in every single day to Topstep TV. I appreciate you all. And it was great, nailing those longs there. And it was a fantastic day of trade. I really appreciate it.
All right,
and for behind, Dre, and for behind the scenes, you guys can tune in to Twitter later as this party continues between Rips and the other guy.
I'm very appreciative. I'm appreciative for these markets that continue to move. I'm appreciative for all the cast of characters that we got. So many personalities. You know, at the end of the day, everyone's just super passionate about this industry, super passionate about markets. There's a lot of knowledgeable people. Sometimes we're right, sometimes we're wrong. But at the end of the day, we're all passionate. We all care to see everyone, each other, succeed in the end. But with that being said, we're bringing back an oldie but a goodie. We got Mr. Isaac Rivera joining us on Power Players coming up next. I cannot wait. Jack in the house as well. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
Why Topstep? Because traders shouldn't have to risk everything to participate in the markets. And since 2012, we've provided capital to over 10,000 futures traders just like you. From the pits in Chicago to screens in over 143 countries, we've been motivated by one simple idea. We don't care who you are or where you learn to trade. If you pass Topstep's trading evaluation, you'll be invited to trade with our capital in a fully funded account. As a Topstep funded trader, you keep 90% of profits and we take the losses. We also offer educational resources for all levels, live classes, and free group coaching from a team with over a century of professional trading experience. We're invested in your success. So what are you waiting for? Ditch the brokerage account, start learning by doing, and become a Top Step funded trader today.
Well. A very familiar face. Everyone's coming back to the Top Step party right now. We got Isaac back in the house on the Power Players Topstep TV. Let's go, Isaac. Welcome back.
Thank you. Happy to be back. It's been a fun morning, I think, on Topstep TV. Not so much in the markets, but here we are.
As we are, Jack. Well,
We
that
have
morning
fun
so far.
regardless of the market. We have fun in the markets. We have fun in the Twitters. We have fun. That's what we do here, Isaac. Good to have you back.
Thanks. Happy to be back.
Isaac, well, I'm seeing here you were up over $1,000 in your live funded account yesterday. You've had your live funded account for how long now? One of the longest, I believe, at Topstep.
Yeah, a long
right?
time. Yeah. Same account all year. Only one account all year.
Very, very impressive. All right.
Hey,
all
I'm
right,
up like
Isaac, for those that
450. Go ahead.
like I said, you're an S&P trader, right? S&Ps, I want to see how the market's treated you
Yes.
today so far and any levels that you might or might not like. Here, we're trading 58.69 half in the ES. So what are we thinking?
Yes. So we're a little close to my stop. I do have my charts up. I'm pretty sure I got them sharing with you guys. If not, let me know and I can get that fixed on my end. But this, I hate holding a position going into lunch bell, right? Like 12 o'clock Eastern, because there's usually an adjustment of positions and some liquidation that goes on. And that can give you, 5 to 10 points in either direction, or sometimes 10 points total, 5 in both directions. And would you know it, right around that 12 o'clock bell, we went ahead and ran up and got a little bit too close for comfort to my stop. But right now I'm down 525 on the position. I'm still up realized 441. So this is either going to hit my stop and then make a run up to another level that I'm interested in, kind of the 60-minute simple moving average that I have. Let me go ahead and get this chart opened up here. So you can see this white dot over here to the left of the chart. That is my upper level for the day. You could see once we filled that gap from Sunday going into, or Friday going into Sunday, Monday, once we filled that gap, we really rejected that lower level and skyrocketed up straight to my upper level for the day, crossed over this moving average, and then shot up even higher to this extended area of interest to the upside. So this purple box up here, that's an area above my upper level for the day that I look at in the event that that level doesn't necessarily fail, but if the market decides that it wants to go beyond that area, then I have an extended area of interest. And you could see that pretty much since we caught that initial rally, we've just been barcoding between that upper level and that extended area of interest. We've just been bouncing up and down between these purple boxes here and then this little white dot over here. Some of the traders in my group took the long, level 2 long down here, and they made 10 points or more. I didn't want to do it just because it was a little too early into the session. I wanted the market to digest a little bit after the open, especially with such a lousy day that we had yesterday as far as range. And then, of course, we had consumer confidence and jolts coming out, within 30 minutes of the opening bell. So I was definitely sitting pretty. I did take one trade. I trailed out, made 450 on that. And then I re-entered basically the same trade, plus I got it at a point cheaper pricing. And ultimately, we're going to see if this stops me out or if at least we can get in the green while on power players. So let's see what happens.
Excellent. Yes. Chat is fired up today. Last trade, 58.70. And the SPs. What's up, Jack?
We are fired up. I got the keys to the DeLorean. I'm glad we're maybe trading ES if we do it. Should be exciting. Right now, we're drifting a little higher. Where's your stop at here, Isaac?
I have it set to, it's always 10 points. So 58.75, 10 points off my entry. We got close.
Right.
We got up to like 72, like I said, right around 12, but really didn't get any follow through.
Yeah, we're
we
dancing
did
right
grow
around.
positive in Delta though. We were flat and like just barely negative, and we're up 32 positive, 3,200 positive. So, that could be an indication that 5-minute moving average and that 30-minute moving average held, and we're looking to take this thing higher and possibly take out that 60-minute moving average.
Well, I'm seeing here in the chat, Isaac, someone by the name of Danny's Trades is saying something about, I don't know, it sounds like someone's taking shots at you now, Isaac. What is going on today? The space is very fired up, Isaac. Why are they coming at you? What have you done wrong? You want to put me on the back of TopstepTV so I can show you guys how you run it up. What is going on?
I mean,
today,
Danny
Isaac?
didn't. I don't know. I don't think Danny and I haven't talked much. I mean, I've followed him for a little while. We don't have any beef. I don't think he's taking any shots at me. I think he's taking shots at the stream, if anything. But I mean, Danny, correct me if I'm wrong. If there's a little bit of beef, let me know. We can go toe to toe whenever. But I'm actually shocked to see. No. I don't mean it that way. I'm shocked to see Danny in here because I haven't heard or seen much of him. He's just kind of been doing his thing. So I'm excited that he's on the chat. What's up, Danny?
Yeah.
Carl Hungus in here. Can we get a button check? Carl, how many buttons do you want? Carl?
It's funny. When people want their voice heard, they know the place to come to. You come to Topstep TV because you know you got the biggest audience.
Yeah.
So
It's
thank
the
you for
platform
being
that
here.
can launch you into space, baby.
Very,
always run
very
it up.
obvious. Yes, you can.
This is
Thank
the
you for
launch
joining in.
pad, baby.
Yes, it is. All right, so Isaac, we are short. We're short the ES right now. We're trading 58.70. Anything? I mean, Nasdaq looks like it's.
So you guys are short 70?
No,
we're flat.
Wait, are you sure? Yeah, we are flat right now. We're looking for some trades.
Yeah, I'm short 65. I wish I was short 70. I'd have a little bit more room on my trade. So we're trading at 58.70. I'm short at 65. And then let me go ahead and open up my 1 minute chart a little bit.
I could be
so
interested.
see
We're
where my
just a little
target
bit grindy right now.
We are a little grindy right now.
Yeah, I'm not really impressed with that little move up at 12 o'clock. I don't think it was really anything meaningful. Like I said, I think just adjustments of some positions from, a couple of the firms that are trading either on Eastern Standard Time or the firms that are based, in New York, Miami, Palm Beach, Atlanta, etc. Just making some adjustments to their positions, maybe sizing down, maybe exiting to kind of get back in when the market or when they get back from lunch hour. But usually we kind of just see that slump from 12 o'clock Eastern to 2 o'clock Eastern until people start getting, really ramped up going into power hour. So fortunately, there was a little bit of a blip up there right at 12, but it wasn't enough juice to stop me out. That's the most important thing. If we do end up failing and stopping me out, then the next area that I'd be looking to probably get in is that 60-minute moving average. So we're probably looking at around like that 79.80 area.
9's okay. 58.
I'd be looking to short again at that point.
79's okay.
I got a little bit of realized P&L to cushion me for the day, so I'd be willing to get into another trade. But ATR is plummeting on the 5 minute. We were, I think, at the highest point right around 10:30 when the initial balance period closed. We were right at, let's see here. Yeah, 6.5 actually. So we had about a 13-point target expectation at that point. But ATR has kind of just been dropping off, and we're currently sitting at 5. We'll just call it 5. So we barely have a 10-point target expectancy for a trade in any direction right now. Not big tick energy, to say the least.
Big tick energy out of NVIDIA right now, as Mohammed points out.
We got.
It's been trending up, like Mohammed saying, and tell me you would short that. So yes, if you're short, we know who not to cry to.
Let me see this NVIDIA chart real quick. Oh, wow. Yeah, do not short. All right, so we are seeing gold trying to make another push to the upside here. We did bring out the air horn, new all-time highs in gold last trade. 27.80 high of the day at all-time highs, 27.84. Nasdaq looks to be running out of steam a little bit, pushing higher here. High of the day, 20,644 last trade, 20,620.
Just about 1.5 off the high of the day in the ES. Entering the lunch hour. It's lunch in New York. They're down 3-0 in the baseball series.
Come on, why you had to bring that up? Why do you have to bring that up?
You're a Yankees guy?
You're not a Tampa Bay fan?
Of course. I am secondary. So I come from a house divided. Mom is a Mets fan. One of my brothers also leans towards the Mets as well, but the rest of us are Yankees fans. The backup is always the Tampa Bay Rays, though.
The D-Rays? Yeah, they're not the D-Rays. They're just the Rays now. Isaac, I'm seeing some stuff. I'm seeing some comments in here about you have a practice account up right now. Is that true? No, the live account's not open today?
No, you guys can see I'm in the exact same trade on my live. Actually, technically, I have worse pricing on my live. I'm 1 point lower. I'm in at 64 on my live, in at 65. I'm trying to promote and acclimate and become a pretty much master Topstep X. I've been on Tradeovate for a few years now. I've been on I was on Ninja Trader before that. I'm really trying. So I'm really contemplating just closing out my existing live account, taking the money that's in there, and then for the new year, transitioning 100% to Topstep X. So as long as things go well, not that they haven't been, they've been going really well. And this is why I'm thinking about this. As long as things continue to go well, I'm really looking forward to some of the releases and the improvements to Topstep X. I look like I'm going to be taking my live talents over to Topstep X here shortly. So the thing is, I use this Topstep X practice account. I have 2 computers running. So I have you guys on one computer. I have everything else on another computer, just for latency, right? Connectivity, streaming on the Discord. I use that practice account. Also, because then once I lock myself out for the day, as far as, like realized gains or losses, we can continue trading our big tick energy setups on this practice account.
Gotcha. So you're transitioning. You're working your way over to Topstep X. I got you. Very good. Very good. Probably smart with the best way to do it, actually.
Maybe. I don't see why not, man. Topstep X is great, and it's getting better and better.
There we go.
I like the tease.
57% long in the tilt in the ES, 50-50 in the NASDAQ. Lunchtime numbers. All right.
Yep, we're at that 20,632. 632 was Rip's upside target. We did top out at 644, but 632. I know Hogue like 650s to the upside. All right, ES pushing higher here. We're just grinding higher here, Isaac. I'm not sure. The shorts are probably good. It looks like shorts are in trouble right now. Look at the tilt. Yeah, 50-50, like Jack was saying, the tilt in ES and the NQ. We're just kind of grinding higher here. Jack, perhaps, I guess we look for where do we get in, right? How do we approach a market like this with the house account?
I don't think we got to force it.
Personally, I still like shorts up here.
Okay.
That's why I'm still short. I mean, I haven't gotten stopped out, but we're getting really, really, really close.
Let's see some buyers. I'm taking a look at the calendar. Do we have anything coming up? We do have a 7-year auction at the top of the hour. Then we have some big earnings after the bell. Alphabet, Visa, AMD, just to name a few. But again, top of the hour, we have 7-year auction. All right, so no trade right now, Jack. Anything going on in the bonds? We did breach 4.32. We did breach the 4.3%.
I'll take Isaac here for a small. We can do a taster in the ES if we get some of that pricing again to get short a few. I'm thinking maybe short 3 is a total position, Andre.
I'm sorry, say that one more time, Jack. I apologize.
Thinking about getting short in the ES to go along with Isaac here. We'll see if we get filled on that. We're selling off a little bit here.
Okay, I like that.
But
yeah, and what we're seeing is we're really just seeing rejection at the value high from yesterday, right? So that's why if that fails, then the only other area that we have to get short, because what a lot of people are probably neglecting is we have the 15-minute and the 30-minute moving average acting as support. And then, we had the 5-minute and the 15, 5-minute and the 30 acting as support. We crossed over the 15, and that's when we saw that 12 o'clock rally. The S&P was catching a bid right around noon. It was when we crossed over that 15-minute. So we have the 60-minute moving average sitting just above, and it's right around that session high from yesterday. So that would really be the cheapest short that you could possibly get, would be up at that moving average on the 60-minute. If that fails, then we are just going to continue off even higher. So the trend is your friend. At the end of the day, we are still in a bull trend. I was telling my team earlier, I kind of wanted to take this short with 3 contracts, but because it was counter trend, that's how you offset some of that risk. You take it with a little bit less size.
Right.
All right. We are selling off just a little bit here.
Yeah, we are. Jack, let me know if you get the prices. Chat is just... Sorry, I got to focus on what's going on in these markets. Chat is just electric right now, Jack.
Chat will tell you to buy and sell. Yeah, no, I know it's electric. But this isn't WWE, baby.
This is
Remember, we're here for the charts first, chat second. Charts first, chat second. I 100%. Mean,
Isaac,
they're here to ask questions and provide feedback, so I'm here for it. But the trade is most important because I am in this trade on my live account, and that's 100%.
Isaac, 100%. Maybe joining here with you, Isaac. People were concerned. after the hurricane. Can you give us an update? How are things? Looks like you are in one piece, most important, but how's everything else going in regards to the hurricane? How's the cleanup going? How's everything going over by you?
Yeah, man. So I'm going to be putting some stuff up on my Instagram stories from Sunday. I've been slammed pretty much since Monday hit and just haven't had an opportunity to like update content. But I went out to Siesta Key, which is obviously the beach town here in Sarasota. I live downtown. I'm about 10 minutes away from one beach and 15 minutes from another. And it was nice because it's like through the chaos, right, to still have the ability to just drive 10, 15 minutes out and go to one of the best beaches in the country is really awesome. But it was really heartbreaking to see like so many first floors, 2 houses. And of course, if the house is just one story, see so many houses down to the studs, carports ripped off, roofs ripped off, fences everywhere. And I thought that this many weeks in, that we would have a lot less debris on the streets. FEMA's been rolling through here with trucks, and there's still so much trash. It's really heartbreaking. But it's kind of like suffering well, right? If you are going to suffer a little bit, at least we're doing it, one of the most beautiful places, in my opinion, in the country, right? Sarasota, Florida. But it was rough, man. I lost my carport. I have a garage and then I have a carport attached to it. And that just and crazy enough, I was underneath the carport outside with my brother when it got ripped off.
Why?
Really stupid decision. Really stupid.
Why were you
because something came off, and we were going to bring it inside the garage to keep it from damaging anyone else's stuff or my stuff. And went out there, and it just ripped off when I was under. I came in. My mom was with me. Her husband was with me. My brother. And I said, none of us are going back outside for anything. Like, that's it. We're locking it down. We're in here for the rest of the storm. I was walking around during the eye of the storm and just assessing the damage, and it wasn't too bad. I was just like, okay, this wasn't too bad that first half. And then power hour came around after the eye went by, and it beat us the hell up. It was crazy. I hadn't experienced a hurricane like that in probably 10 years. So, but thankfully I'm okay, and that's the most important thing.
That is the most important. We're short 2 ES, 71 3/4 right now. Going to go up to 3 if we get a little higher here, just to join the fun.
Right. Yeah, house account short 2 ES from 5871.75. Nice job. House account is up on the day quite nicely.
What?
Yeah, Trent just called out John Hoseman in the chat. I was about to do the same. I know, John, I know you come down to Florida, not too far from me for vacation. Next time you're coming down, I would love to meet with you. If it doesn't happen here, then I'll be there and visit you.
So what do we want to risk on this if we get around here?
Well, Isaac like
What's your
79s.
entry?
Isaac did
79s?
I believe Isaac,
So
we are short
70
from 71.
79 would be the best. Yeah, if you're short 71, then in a 10-point stop, right? 81, you would be in the clear, because the point where I was cheapest short that you can get. So if that fails, we're running up higher. And again, because it's trend both in the long term and in term, we pretty over what, a 40-point initial balance. Do it with a little bit less size, open that stop up a little bit. If it's anything more than 10 points, then it's just going to run up even higher.
Okay. Like that. So we're short. So where we have the risk at, Jeff?
I got within 1 minute stop. I don't like that.
What's up?
Where do we go? We went to 79s on the stop for now.
Right now I have them sitting at 81s. 79, 81s.
That works.
So right now with 2. So if we got filled on 3, we'd be risking about $1,500 in the trade.
Okay. Take a look at Top Step daily levels. 71s.
I like that. We got a BISC at 73. 600 contracts at 73. All right, that's not terrible. Big liquidity block from 74.5, 75.25. Yeah, liquidity block. It just shifted to by the day. And then we got those 650 coming at 73. So it could be either people looking to exit right around 73, or that could be people looking to get short.
Okay. Isaac, I want to get your thoughts on something. What are your thoughts on Robinhood entering the future space? Did we lose Isaac?
He's there. He's just thinking about it. Well, what do you think,
Like,
Andre? What do you think about Robinhood in the future space?
I think it's wild, man. I think it's wild. I think it's just going to blow this thing up. I think it's just bringing more retail into the into the space, and I think it's going to drive volume. I'm sure the CME cannot wait for this, and I'm sure they're loving it. And I think they're going to realize what real trading looks like, not just stock picking. Whereas your GMEs, your Reddit stocks, or your AMCs and things like that, they're going to realize what real trading is, what real markets are, what real auction theory is like, and how to actually read charts instead of just reading Reddit posts. Some dude out there just posting, memes and gifs out there of like what to do with stocks. You're actually going to learn market fundamentals. So I think on the overall, it's rising tide, rises all ships. I think that's kind of what it's going to be. I think it's going to be a good thing overall. What do you think?
I mean, I think so too. I mean, futures kind of have right, and like futures are kind of having just took the Series 3. Futures can be a little bit scary, I think, to people at first, just because I'm taking something in the future and it's a contract on something. But hopefully that helps it. Hopefully people aren't YOLOing stuff on Robinhood either. That would be bad news.
They're going to learn really quick.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, same thing can obviously happen in options. But Andre, it's just you and me, my man. How are you doing?
I'm doing
now it's your time to talk. How are you doing, Andre?
That
was a hell of a fast markets.
That was a hell of a fast markets. Nice trade. People are fired up. If that trade could have gone two ways, whoever was right and whoever was going to be wrong was not going to hear the end of it. I can only imagine what's going on in the Twitter sphere right now. We'll be continuing on for the rest of the day. I have no idea what's going on over there just yet. I'm sure people are tuning in. I did see we have Danny's trades in the chat today. We got Isaac Rivera back on Power Players today. We had Mr. PW out of Florida going off on the Twitter. We had Rips in the house going nuts here on TopstepTV. It's been a lot of fun. I do say so myself. Good trading, though. I think at the end of the day, everyone just wants to make money together. Yes, things do get a little bit personal. It gets personal because there's a lot of egos involved. But like Hoop and Hogue we're talking about, this is nothing new in the pits. You see people duking out. You just heard about a story about two brothers. One punched one brother in the face and got taken on a stretcher. I mean, this is pretty much what's going on. Oh, look at this.
I'll just be happy. I just don't want to be the one catching strays on the side with my dumb mug and like a Twitter shot of like, look at these morons. I don't deserve that. I haven't done this.
No, Jack, you seem to stay above the fray on this stuff. But I'm certain you are eating your popcorn while this is all going on. But let me ask you about that, Jack. We'll take them behind the curtain, pull back the curtain a little bit here. How should we approach this on TopstepTV? Should we embrace the quote unquote drama? Should we steer away from it? What should we do here?
Well, first, let me take a look at our ES position. Yeah.
Isaac.
What do you think, chat? Do I stay in this? Everyone was like half long, half short. You got the tilt right now, 50-50.
Look at this. What's our unrealized?
We're up 387.
Yeah. Oh, London close coming up. Hey, alert. London close 1 minute. London close in 1 minute. Still adjusting. Could see some profit taking here.
15 minutes, they got the goofy clock thing going on.
Yeah. Not about that. 10 seconds. Euro close, everybody.
Come on, Euro close.
Take your profits. Come back to VWAP. All right, let's see what happens here. All right, Europe has closed. So yeah, chat, let us know what you think. But yeah, Jack, what should we do? Should we discourage it, encourage it, embrace it, shun it? What should we do? Micah says embrace the beef.
Yeah, I just don't want to get involved too much. I don't know any of these people personally.
That's the thing.
That's why I'm bad for that. They made me start a Twitter like from my Top Step, like not my personal. So now I got to post on that. So I'm about to be in it.
Me too. I'm just like, at Topstep Dre. Go follow mine on my X at Topstep Dre.
I'll post mine once I actually make a tweet. Haven't done that yet.
I haven't made a tweet yet. I'm still setting up the page, but at Topstep Dre. I never thought those words would come out of my mouth, but here we are.
Yep. Dre, the social media starlet. All right, taking a walk around the markets right now. Yes, obviously just up a tad. NASDAQ, NQ's up 0.5%. Looking around the Mag 7, Apple off a tad. Everything else up besides Tesla, which has obviously been mooning recently and taking a little breather back below 260, 256.80 in Tesla. All right, I'm going to take one of these because we lost Isaac and that was his trade.
It was. Good call. Isaac, come back. I forgot we had Isaac. Isaac, this is your moment. He's got to be freaking out right now. He's like, man, who? He's probably yelling at
Sell
someone.
more, sell more.
Who kicked the cord? Who ruined this? Don't worry, Isaac. We'll have you back on. This is a nice trade call. I think Isaac is short from. What do we have him short from here?
Short from 70,
65.
was it? 65. So
we got a better price. That's because of Isaac. Oh, jeez, Hungus, you found me. Yeah, at Top Step Drag. Give me a follow there. I appreciate it. We started to ramp that thing up.
Isaac's
There's
back.
Isaac. I see you. All right, Isaac.
See if
We'll
I
get
can
you
get
back in here. There you are, because we're starting to sell off in the ES. We definitely want to get you back in here.
I just switched
There
the
you
stuff
are.
around. Let me know if you guys
kicked the
got
cord?
let me know if you guys can still also see my charts.
we'll let you know.
I think I got them sharing.
Gabe will let you know. Well, what do you think? We're
We're
back
selling
to your
off.
entry.
We are.
brought our
And just again, seeing some of that weakness up there at initial balance high, that's a good sign. The delta was also positive 3,200 last I checked. We're at a negative 1,000 now, so that could be indications that we just really lost some
Yeah, there
steam
was a
up
good-
there, and that we could start selling off.
There's a little drop in rejection there.
Again, Europe just closed 2 minutes ago. Just your clocks there. NASDAQ seeing some sellers too. Do you have a price target, downside target here, Isaac, in the shorts? You said you were convicted. You were taking heat, but we did not hit your stop. You're convicted in your shorts. We are back. You are in the green right now, unrealized. Do you have a downside target right now, Isaac?
Yep, I have my limit order set at 41 quarter, 841 quarter.
Ooh,
841.
I like that.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a
all the
little
way
bit
down.
higher than the initial balance low. I mean, it's big tick energy for a reason. What's crazy is that it's not even that big. It's like 20 points. It's like 20, 25 points. It's not big at all. But, in the range that we've had recently, going into, guys, it's election week next week, right? This sideways trading, yes, we've been like in an 80 to 90 point range overall. But when you really think about it, that indecision should be expected because we have no idea what's going to be happening going into the election. So we're just really trading sideways.
Yeah, and then with the rates story too, somebody asked for the rates update. Right now, we got the 10 years trading 4.333 in the cash market for the yield. I have been surprised that has not weighed more on stocks.
Agree. Hey, Jack, what were you saying this morning in fast markets about the correlation between the president and the yields? One policy is going to be more inflationary than the other, therefore the Treasury is kind of pricing that in. Did I understand that?
With no judgment on the policies, the bond market is going to predict what it thinks. And if you're putting in a Trump victory and he does what he says he's going to do as far as tariffs, etc., those tend to be inflationary policies. Hence, Gabe, if you still have that image back there I did early where I laid over the poly market over the 10-year yield, we could throw that up.
Let me just get that in here real quick for you, Jack. I got you.
Thank you.
And Jack, what was your entry real quick while we're waiting on him? Where did you get in exactly?
We got in. I took one off, so it changed it. I think we got in at around 71, 3/4, something like that.
Oh no, there he is.
So at 85 quarter, you needed to move your stop to at 65 quarter, which is where we're at now. You need to move your stop to 67 quarter and lock in those 4.5 points. This 60 area is really critical. I don't know if you guys recall, I was saying in the chat that there was a lot of unfinished business there from Friday, and then some unfinished business there as well yesterday. You could see it in the volume profile with some value gaps in the value area. So you could see earlier, specifically at 11:10. At 11:10, we went down to that area, that 60 area. And then that's when we kind of just, touched it 3 or 4 times before making that little rally going into lunch hour. So ideally, what we'd like to see is a break under 60, then a move back up to retest it as resistance. If it holds, then that's where we should see that 15 to 20 point flush to the downside. So, but with you being my trailing rules for any of my executions is always once we're 6.5 points into the money, we move our stop to 4.5 points into the money and we lock in those 4.5 points.
Sounds
4.5
good.
points.
So I have the stop at 68 right now.
Stop at 68. We are locking in profits. We cannot lose money on this trade.
I like 67 quarter more.
You know
Why?
what?
What's the difference? What's the difference, Isaac? Are you just messing with us? What's the difference?
No, I'm dead serious. It's exactly 4.5 points from the entry. It's the rules of the rules.
Okay, I love it. I love it. This is your process. You stick to this process every time, Isaac. No exceptions.
Yep. Always a 10-point stop from my entries. We pick out our levels. We have 3 different setups that we can take in the big tick energy strategy. And if one of the setups, if one of the setups present themselves, we execute as long as, there's no news hitting the wire or anything like that in the next coming minutes. Otherwise, we'll forego it. But we are also pulling up to the 1-minute moving average as well, which just so happens to be sitting coincidentally right around that 60 to 62 area. Again, I want to see us go under 60, come back up to retest it from below. And if it holds as resistance, we should be pulling down quite a bit. And to be honest, with ATR as bad as it is and volume as bad as it is, I'd probably be looking to bring that target up to 48. So I'm going to go ahead and drag my limit order for my target up to, we'll make it 47.75 even. So I just adjusted my target as well, just because a bigger target expectation is just not realistic, especially not during lunch hour. You're already starting to see some of that run up. So.
You like 67 quarter for the stop there?
Yeah, absolutely. Based on your entry.
Okay.
Now we've stopped at 67 quarter. That's always a good feeling. It's tight.
Yeah, and you could see, look, we came down to that 1-minute moving average and we are finding support. No sense in giving money back. If you were, think about it, on 2 contracts, this is for the traders that are on here trying to pass combines, grow XFAs, maintain funded. The house account's a little bit different, right? But percentages are still the same. The only thing that changes is the scale. With 2 contracts, there's no reason why you should be up $650 on a trade and take home less than $450 on that same position. No reason at all.
All right. Well, we got stopped there. We can add 469 to the House Live P&L there. Nice trade suggestion.
All right. What was that trade good for?
$469 on 2 ES. We didn't get filled. I was scaling into it to try and get up to 3. We got the first 2. It happens, but we'll be happy with that.
So obviously I trade a lot of small size. And look, we're already up at 68. So where did you have your stop originally? You had it at 68, right?
I mean, originally we started all the way back up at, what was it? Like,
almost 80.
81.
It was like 79 or 81 or something.
While you were cut off, I just kind of moved it to break even and kind of scooted it down a few, but good call there. Yeah. We would have lost another hundo or
3 ticks. Yeah, exactly. Another 3 ticks, and every dollar counts, right? Like, I don't scale in, I don't scale out. I'm either all in or all out. I have predetermined exits for the stop every single time. And then I have clear, defined trade management rules that, again, you get into that entry, you don't cut out early, you don't open the stop up, we never move to break even. There's no point, right? If you're going to move that stop, you're moving it legitimately in the green. Anything negative or positive 300 or less, that's a flat day or a flat trade for me. So anything in excess of 300 is a winner or a loser. So that's why, from that entry, once we have 6.5 points worth of green, we got to lock in 4.5. That way, the only 2 outcomes are you either make a little bit or you make a little bit more.
Like that. Hey, Isaac, why no scaling in? Why no scaling out? Why all in, all out? Why is that part of your rules?
This is all about perspective, right? But,
sure.
Like, because for example, some people think that a 10-point stop is outrageous in the sense that it's enormous. Other people think that it's tiny. And even if we're talking about the ES, obviously for the NQ, it's a completely different ballgame. Basically, you got to multiply my perspective by 3.5 for the NQ. the way that I look at it is that, I'm either looking for a 10, 20, 30, or 40 point target, and it's always a 10 point stop. It's not a lot of size, right? I'm just looking to just either use 2, 3, or 4 contracts depending on the risk at hand, right, in the current market environment. And I commit. I commit. Really, the only thing that will make me cut a trade or really tighten up my stop is news. For those of you guys that are in live accounts, you know that this is the case. There's no point in tightening up a stop going into news because you're probably going to experience slippage anyway. So, at that point, you probably just want to cut it, especially if you're in the green going into news. Just lock it down and then walk away.
Like that, Isaac. Isaac, not gonna
Very
lie.
nice.
Good to have you back, man. It's really good to have you back. Feels
Feels
better
good to be
having you
back,
around
man.
here.
I think
Hell
this
yeah.
summer, this cigar that Mick sent me, it's burning nice. Look at this ash.
Oh, Mick
Look at
got
that
you.
ash.
Very nice.
Oh,
yeah, it's
really?
a day
That's a new
trader.
special. Yes,
Yeah,
I was
look,
over in. I was in the office, saw his
that's-
box of very expensive cigars. I'm glad you are enjoying one. We'll make sure to pass that along. Is Mick joining us on Shoulder Tap today? Or is
I think today is a Ben day.
Ben day? Excellent.
Mick has been a busy boy between his Series 3 and 30s.
Yes, he has.
I believe it.
He has.
So I have
Pushing
that
higher
image.
here, fellas. Yeah,
Going
please
back
go
to
ahead,
the
Jeff.
bonds real quick. Gabe has it up there where I overlaid the 10-year yield in the cash market versus the sort of transparent. Those are the poly market odds. I won't go into the distortions with that, but basically you can kind of see that spike and drop is right when Biden dropped out of the race. And you can see how since then it's kind of tracked with the 10-year. And I think the idea is that people are positioning themselves for a slightly higher yields if Trump's elected. Now, once again, like I said earlier, not financial advice. My kid has this book called Bumping Buffalo about this buffalo that goes out looking for trouble. I think on next week, election night, the next couple days after, the place that one would go looking for trouble is in the bond market because this could change very quickly depending on what's going on in the moment. But I think the moral of the story is don't go finding trouble. Go find it.
especially with Bumping Buffalo. Bumping Buffalo seems like a rambunctious one, Jack.
You want to know what happens to him? Bumping Buffalo, he bumps everything. They tell him not to go looking for trouble. He goes into a cave full of wild dogs and they bite him and chase him.
Oh, no.
Let that be a lesson to everyone out there in Twitter beefs.
You heard that, Isaac.
Don't go looking for trouble.
Don't go looking for
Hit by
trouble.
wild
You won't
dogs.
find it. Thank you, Jack. Well, we did see that pullback. We saw what we thought was going to be yes, looks like we're pushing higher here in the NASDAQ, about 13 points off the highs. Right when the Euro closing bell rung, did see some profit taking, but the buyers did step back in and say, "Yep, here's our pullback in the NQ." So we're about 16 points off the highs there. Last trade, 20,628. Yes, obviously a bit slower today. Not as volatile, tighter ranges. Last trade, 58.68. Isaac, you're still in this trade, right?
I am. Just can't seem so. A couple people that are in my group, they got slightly cheaper pricing than me. They got in at 65, 66, 67. Yeah. So they hit that 6.5 trail hours ago, hour and a half ago. So some of my traders are done for the day, locked it down, unfortunately. They like to lean on my levels, right, and get slightly cheaper pricing than me. So I almost had an opportunity. I came within 2 ticks. I could have been done for the day, $800 up in all the accounts. But unfortunately, I'm still just chugging along in this trade, hoping that we can get a decent enough pullback so that I can at the very least trail and walk away. But of course, the better thing would be to just run all the way down to my target. But when does the market want to be easy and cooperate with us? Never.
That would make this no fun, Isaac, right? It's hard.
Never.
No, I'm kidding. We got the tilt here. Look at the 76% long in the crude right now. Last trade, $67.17. Again, we've seen heavy tilts in crude oil. You were going to say, Isaac, if this was easy, everyone would do it. What were you going to say there?
Oak says it's the hardest, easiest thing to do. It's the hardest, easy thing to do is trading.
Hardest way to make an easy dollar, I believe, something along those lines. Yes.
Something like that. Something like
It's
that.
very, very
But
true.
I have a much lower expectation for price in the intermediate term, closer to the end of the week. We're really just fighting. If you guys got my chart up, we're fighting with this 15-minute moving average. We've been a couple points above, a couple points below. But I think what's most important is that right at the open, you could see my lower level for the day down here at 58.28, and that's really close to the bottom of a trend channel on the daily chart. So you could see. I got my lower level down here. I got my upper level right here around 59.60. And then this extended area of interest to the downside. We opened immediately at the open. We made a run down to fill this gap from Friday afternoon, right? We opened up here Sunday night going into Monday. Okay. My level played out yesterday at the close, right? So settlement was right around there. And we filled that gap, ran up, hit my upper level, and then we hit my extended area of interest to the upside, which is this purple box, not once, but twice. So if this 15-minute moving average can hold as resistance and we can close under that by 1 o'clock, I think we could spend the next 3 hours of the day going toward that initial balance low and possibly even the bottom of this trend channel on the daily chart. And I'll get that pulled up here in a second. I learned this about Topstep X recently, and I like this. So here on my 1,000 tick chart, I can open this up. And then if I flip this chart to a daily,
see this.
Boom, there's my trend channel.
Oh,
so there's the daily chart. You could see how this moving average has held beautifully in the intermediate and long term. And if I zoom out some more so it's easier on the eyes, you can really just see how much day after day we've just been slowly drifting higher, but not meaningfully, again, expected going into the election. And, targeting the bottom of this trend channel, I think by like Thursday, Friday, we could end up seeing that. But who am I? I don't know much about this stuff.
Just the guy.
You're on the leaderboard, Isaac. I'm told you're number 80 on the leaderboard. Did you know that?
Nice.
You know you're on number 80 on the.
I think so.
Yes, top 100 in the house. We've got thousands and thousands and thousands of traders. You're that top 100 trader right here on Topstep TV. Give us a like. Give us a follow at Topstep TV on X. Go give Jack a follow on Topstep or on Twitter.
I haven't
as well.
tweeted
Jack,
and I may not. I don't even know
your
what
name?
it is.
Yeah, you do. Yes, you do.
No, I literally don't. I know I don't tweet on either, man. But here, let me look it up.
Jack. Topstep Jack. Topstep JP.
Topstep. I don't even think I have Topstep in it.
Isaac, you want to tell us about your socials while we're at it?
Yeah, it's go to Isaac, I think, on everything. So go_to_Isaac. Obviously, my Discord is linked in my bio, but most of everything that I do is on Instagram. I did X basically for Topstep and for the Discord. I think we got a YouTube and a TikTok opened up as well. There's going to be a lot of content that's going to be created both for my trading and for my business endeavors outside of trading as well.
Love it, man. We're finding you, Jack.
Yeah, no, my one that I'm going to be using. So they're saying, yes, I have at Jack Pelzer, but that's just my personal, and I haven't, you can check, I haven't tweeted in years. It's at producer Jack P is going to be my Topstep one. And if I start deciding to get like saucy and get into this, that's where it's going to be.
All right.
Meanwhile, what do we think in the ES right now? If we test the highs again, Isaac, are you still, obviously you're short right now. From our position, are we looking for another rejection there, or thinking if we knock on it, maybe we're going through this time?
The absolute cheapest short, again, that I would get in at would be somewhere between 80 and 84. That's the absolute cheapest short. And at that point, I'd be stopped on this particular trade. Again, we're fighting with the 15-minute moving average. We're fighting with point of control and value high. Yesterday's range as a whole, the entire session was so tiny. The value area is even tinier. So there's just a few points in between point of control and value high. We've been dancing around there for what seems like eternity right now. But if it can't hold and we can't break outside of value, then obviously, like I said, we're dumping. If not, we got one more opportunity to get in for a really, really cheap short up at the top of yesterday's session highs, which is right around where my stop is right now in this particular trade. ATR just keeps dropping. Transactionally, if you pull up a 1,000 tick chart, there's not a lot of bars forming, so we just don't really have the volume or the liquidity that we need right now. But that's why I wanted you to trail out of that trade, because again, it's part of my rules. At 6.5 points, we trail to 4.5 points, and just seeing that 5-minute moving average down below, the potential for that to hold as support, which is right in line with today's upper level for me. You know, I think that was good trade management on your part to go ahead and lock in those gains. 4.5
well, it's
points during lunch hour is a good little snack. And look, we're running higher. We're right up to 71s, looking at 72
Yeah, we
now.
are. New
We'll
highs,
see if as people
NASDAQ.
get back from lunch, we see if people come back from lunch, we start to get a little bit of uptick in volume and then get some movement.
Yeah, slow market's got to be a little more see money, take money, as we say, with the shorts.
New highs here. We're pushing higher here than NASDAQ. New highs, 20,650, Jack. 654 high of the day. Nice cover on that ES trade. Nice job, guys. Way to tuck that out. Locking in profits. Isaac and Jack just collaborating on a nice winning trade there.
Great stuff from Isaac. Checking in on our 7 stocks that rule the world. Apple now positive. Leader today is Meta, up 1.6%. Yeah, lunch. We're coming within a point of the high of the day here in the ES.
Yeah, let's take a look at the hourly chart real quick. We look at the hourly chart. I'm going to go ahead and reset this. Or reset the view at least. Right? Look, we've just been range bound. You can see all these white dots are all my upper level and lower level for every single session, and we determined that before the open every single day. We are approaching that 60-minute moving average now. And if that doesn't hold as resistance, then we're going to break outside of it, and then we're going to be running a little bit higher. But again, talking about the fact that we're going into the election next week, I think that this really, really sideways trading is not unusual. And considering how tight these days have been and how range bound we've been, I love how big our initial balance range is for the day. And so far, the session range is pretty decent as well, especially coming off of a day like yesterday. I was happy to be able to lock in $800 yesterday, given how tiny of a range that was trading 2 contracts.
Is your stop at 75 there?
Let's see. No, it's not. Let me see.
I got close, Jack.
It's about to get stopped out.
Yeah. Well,
one
32
tick away.
Yeah. 32 innovators bought that 74 3/4. Time will tell.
32 innovators, Jack. What's your problem?
1 tick.
Or one big innovator.
Big innovator, indeed. All right, so Mag 7's pushing higher here. Again, we got earnings after the bell. We also have a 7-year auction in about 7 minutes. Alphabet, Visa, AMD after the bell. Insight into the semiconductor space. All right, 73, 58, 73, 74 is now 58, 74 trades. High of the day, 58, 74 in the orders.
One thing
to note,
NQ short.
We had really positive JOLTS info, even though it came in lower than the forecast. It was still positive overall, and then consumer confidence was really strong too. So I think that's why we had that turnaround that we had after the open. Once we filled that gap, we ran up, and once that news came out, that's when we ran up to that extended area of interest to the upside. So without any other news hitting the wire, whether it's scheduled or something unexpected, this could just end up being a zombie rally day all the way through power hour. So we'll see. I don't like having my stops so close to that 60-minute moving average, but it is what it is. I'm not going to open it up. I'm not going to add an additional 4 or 5 points worth of risk unnecessarily. I can always get back in.
Yes, you can. Jack, you were saying?
Well, I don't think we're going to see the 80s in the next 2 minutes. Do another short here, so we're probably done trading for now in the house account until after the lunch hour.
Today. 2 trades today, 2 wins. Love it. So far, so good. We're gonna be very,
Michael
very
had the Bitcoin trade too.
Oh, that's right. Are we still in that thing? I forgot about the Bitcoin. Are we still in that?
I think so.
The Bitcoin.
You said I forgot
one micro.
I forgot about that Bitcoin trade. Oh, how could I forget about Bitcoin? Oh, let's see what's going on in Bitcoin here. Oh wow, we're trading.
We are not in that trade, by the way. That trade is flattened.
Good.
Yeah.
We can
Ah.
throw it in the portfolio with the Chewy and the GME.
Isaac, do you ever mess with crypto? You ever get in the crypto
No,
stuff?
never have, and probably never will.
I'm with you. I'm not against it, but like,
I just don't understand it.
best of
The
luck to
majority
everyone.
of the cryptocurrencies are just, it's all speculative. There's really no fundamentals to it. It's way too influenced by like tweets and, people of interest, I guess we'll say, right? Like, Elon Musk or Andrew Tate or Patrick Whelan could say one thing and just, send it skyrocketing in either direction. So like that to me is just too much risk exposure for my appetite. I don't trade anything other than the S&P. We'll just leave it at that.
I
I
love
like
it.
that. Hey, stick to one thing. It's because what you know, right? You stick to know, you understand the
Yeah.
personality, you understand what the fundamentals are, you understand who the market participants are. And that's, I think that's huge. People, we see on Shoulder Tab, which is coming up next. You'll see on some of these trading cards, people are trading 5, 6, 7, 8 different markets, and good on you if you can do it. How can you understand
Oof.
personality? Tactical trades are technical trades, but something to be said about understanding who the market participants are, the fundamentals, and how news events drive those markets. But I am looking forward to
I never learned how to
Shoulder Tab.
juggle. Never learned how to juggle. You were asking me right before I got disconnected about Robinhood, and I like that because I think it gives people
Yeah.
an opportunity, whether with a little bit of an account size or something sizable. It gives you the opportunity to swing trade, right? You don't get that with most prop firms. Obviously, not here at Topstep. So if you are looking at things, intermediate moves, right? You're trying to catch big trends, right? Whether it's up or down, it gives you, I think, a relatively safe environment to be able to do that. So I have my personal account that I do some swing trading in, and I think that I'm toying with the idea. I had Robinhood before, so I still have an account over there, but I'm thinking about throwing some funds in there and post-election doing some swing trading.
Nice. All right. Well, we are coming up on time. We do have a show. Isaac, I want to say from the bottom of my heart, I'm very, very happy to have you back. You are going to be a regular here on Topstep TV. Stay focused on the markets. You don't get down in the mud with all the drama going on out there, man. Stay in these markets.
Never.
Great trade suggestion in the house account. Jack, we got Short Tap coming up next. Isaac, any last words you want to say before we get out of here?
No, I'm glad that I'm back. I'm looking forward to being back on. I'll keep you guys updated in the chat a little bit later on this particular trade. Like I said, I missed my stop limit by 1 tick. We'll see if they want to push higher. We got to really watch that 15-minute and that 60-minute moving average. I still have a bearish sentiment for this week going into the election, but like I said, what do I know, right? Who am I?
Right
But
on.
it's always fun trading, always fun coming on here, hanging out with you guys, and I'm looking forward to the next one.
Yeah. Go give Isaac
Good
a
to see
follow
you,
on
Isaac.
his socials. Yes, Isaac, it's great to have you back. We'll talk off after the bell today, and we'll see how we get you back on a little bit more. Anyways, we got Short Tap coming up with this guy right here, Mr. Jack himself. Go follow him on Twitter, by the way. Everyone go hackle him on Twitter saying, Jack, you are Mr. Short Tap himself. Anyways, this is Topstep TV. We got Short Tap coming up next. Let's go.
What's up, everybody? How's it going today? I'm back, do a little shoulder tap, joined by my good friend, colleague, and risk manager, Ben. Ben, how are you doing this afternoon?
I'm doing well. I caught a little bit of the broadcast so far today. It's been awfully fiery. Lots of takes being fired all over the place. So it's been interesting. And something else. Give a quick comment on the live traders appear relatively dormant. There's a lot less live account activity than normal. So I don't know if that's in anticipation of news at the end of the week. The election coming up, but. Noticed that early on this morning and is kind of maintained. Generally we have significantly more live traders active than today. So maybe that's a good sign. I think, if you're not seeing things well, not trading is always an option. So it's, pretty divergent today. Not as many traders in live.
Yeah, honestly, not a terrible idea. We had a little spike here in the 10-year notes, bringing that yield right back down to about 4.3. We're pushing highs right now, or they're right thereabouts in the ES, probably the NQ too, if I look at it. But do you mean that there are fewer traders trading, or they're trading the same number of traders trading less size?
Fewer number of traders trading today.
Fewer number of traders trading.
Yeah, fewer number of traders active today, which is somewhat rare to see. So significant that it kind of stood out to me first thing this morning. So I think that's a positive thing. Again, no one's got a gun to your head. No one's forcing you to trade, and so if you decide to take the day off, that's generally a good idea, unless there's some reason setup you were tracking or otherwise.
We did. Okay, so the second time we knocked on those previous highs there from where we took the short in the last segment, we busted through new highs in the ES, around 58.81, 3/4. Well, with that, Ben, not many traders trading, but how are those that are trading doing?
Those that are trading, I would say distribution's a little bit more red, more traders red than green, but there are some definitely some bright spots today. The house account being one of them. Blended, the house account's up 7,200. That's the best P&L we've seen there in a good amount of time. Rips up 2,700. Got up early and stayed there in his live account. Deanna up 500. Deanna's been trading very well, her live account lately. Dakota was green this morning, ended up red at last check. Has not quite hit the daily loss limit, but is close at down 2,700. Faye, All-Star Faye is at $10,400. Can't say enough about her and her trading. Incredibly consistent. Jack, here's an interesting stat for you. She is in a 50K account size, and she has made to date $50,000 of profit for the month of October.
That's unbelievable.
Trading gold in her live account. So, I think that's a testament to position sizing. She's limited to 5 contracts. You don't need a large number of contracts and futures to make significant gains. Faye is proof of that. Took $23,000 in a payout yesterday. So super proud of her. Excited to see how she ends the month. And Michael T up 4,500. Nicholas also on somewhat of a heater the last few days, up 5,100 today. George up 3,300. Dylan took the DLL after being green. Same thing with Karan. That was a pretty sharp turnaround, unfortunately. And then Balkaran, a name that a live trader of ours who's been in the program for a while, should be pretty familiar to our regular viewers, is up 6,200. His P&L has been just steadily marching higher for hours now. So very impressed with Balkaran's trading today. Want to make sure he locks that up. So like I said, some bright spots. Always want to talk about who's doing well, but definitely some red traders on the boards today, and quite a few who sat out entirely. So that's your live trader update. We can move into the trading cards. If you're ready, Jack.
You missed one big one. And if I had a bottle of champagne, I might go to my mini fridge and get a, what do you call those? A high noon and shotgun it right now, because I just look at the reports from yesterday and something happened that hasn't happened in a long time. Susan made $4,600 end of day in her account. The streak is over. Susan did what she said she was going to do and locked it out at 5K. I am so happy. This rivals the birth of my first child, Ben. Honestly, I am elated right now. It's like those joining late report newspaper headlines tomorrow. Susan made $5,000 yesterday in her account.
Right.
She now has 2 winning days out of 39. I don't care. It happened. This is awesome.
You're right about that, Jack. And there's many negatives or things to improve upon, within her trading, obviously, based for everyone who's been following this. Very, very obvious room for improvement within her trading. I think the biggest highlight for me is she is adept at making many multiples of her daily loss limit in a given day, right? She's in this 50K account size. She's got a $1,000 daily loss limit. And so many of those days since the fabled $41,000 profitable day have been significant profits, right? 5, 7, 10, and 2 separate occasions she was up $14,000 or more. Yeah. So, and ended up, giving that back. So it's really just about, in this instance, we had to enforce that, had to, manually lock her out. And, she knows that that's part of the deal at this point. And being her live account, we want to make sure that she's cinching up profits as she acquires them, because that's been such a hurdle. For a lot of traders, the hurdle is prior to that, right? It's not actually being able to make multiples of your loss limit or of your reward not outweighing your risk in a significant level. Susan doesn't really have that problem. Her problem is walking away with it by the end of the day. So that's what we're working on with Susan. Yeah, yesterday was a major improvement, and we continue to look for those profitable days from her going forward. With that said, we got our Susan update in for the day. Let's move to our first trading card, Jack. We've got Peter up. And little birdie told me that Peter was on the broadcast, has been on the broadcast recently, was on Friday. So feel free to go back and watch Peter's segment on TopstepTV from last Friday. This was really cool digging into this trader's information, because I walked away from analyzing this report with the feeling of encouragement, because I think there is such an easy fix to really increase that average daily P&L number. So we've got 49 trading days completed in this account. And so often, Jack, when we see, especially traders who are trading, the larger products, the E-mini size S&P is what Peter's trading, to have an average daily P&L of $54 means that we are probably, floating right around the same, level day in and day out. Of course, there's positive drift, right? You are seeing profitability over time, but it's not, I'm sure, to the degree that Peter would like to see. And I think there's room to really increase that number substantially. So we'll talk about the recommendations there, but winning day percentage right down the middle, 51%. Winning trade percentage compared to the reward over risk is what really stood out to me. Almost a 30% winning trade percentage is incredible when you factor that he's making almost 5 for every 1 that he is risking. That is a profitable formula. That's really impressive, frankly. And Peter has I think the hard part of trading down, thinking about risk first. So many traders think about profits first, and that leads to the downfall, intraday and long term of a lot of traders. But Peter really has the risk first mindset down, as far as I'm concerned. The average losing day for this trader, let me make sure I have it correct, is at just shy of the daily loss limit. The average winning day is above, but that comes back to the account management that we've talked about a couple times this week, Jack. The trade management is structured in a way that is profitable, that will yield profits. I think the difficult part is, leaning so much into the daily loss limit, using that as a backstop, feeling comfortable going there, like we've talked about before, just because it's a number that's out there that you're aware of, related to your profits and losses. So the best winning days that this trader has have very little drawdown. And that's why at the very last bullet point we have here, cutting your daily loss limit will improve the profitability of this account. I went back, there's almost, including today, 50 trading days to review. It's a lot of data. The top 10 trading days that this trader had would not have been nullified by cutting the daily loss limit in half.
Yeah.
So when you look at, what is your P&L low for the day compared to what did you end up at? The days that he's made significant money is usually in drawdown very little, less than $1,000. And so, sometimes there are traders, Jack, where we see, they might, if their daily loss limit is $3,000, if their daily loss limit is $3,000, they might have a P&L low of $2,000 and then end up recovering, right? They draw down first and then end up taking a profitable day. Not this trader. His best days is usually green or slightly red right away and then continues to build off of that. So again, lots of things here tell me that he is right on the precipice of real significant profitability. Already taken $10,600 in payouts across 3 different payouts. So there's proof of concept here, obviously, but I don't know a single trader that wouldn't like to be more profitable. And I think there is a really big leap forward that Peter can make simply by trimming that daily loss limit, whether that's doing it manually, monitoring yourself intraday, or putting an actual structural stop for the account. As a live trader, that's something that the risk team can help you with. We can go in and change the value of your loss limit to ensure that you're not exceeding that number intraday. So encouraged by what I've seen because I think there's a lot of juice left to squeeze out of this trading. But overall, he's been profitable and has taken payouts. He's already shown that he can do the dance. It's about how much more juice can we squeeze out of that lemon. I think there's more in there, Jack. What do you see when you look at this trade report?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, let's start by saying usually, we scout the people we bring on TV by seeing how they're doing in their accounts, and he's taken, as I said, $10,600 in payouts out of this, and it's pretty good performance. There's something going on here under the hood with, I don't know if it's how he's sizing or scaling into things because, if you have a 28% winning trade percentage with a 4.7 to 1 risk reward, you should be pretty profitable. So there might be something. I'd have to think about it for a little bit. But yeah, slight changes. As you said, that's why I look a lot at these trade reports at just the results for the day, because that we have to be flat at the end of the day. So that is a good indication of what's happening. And what I see here is willing to lose that 3K loss limit, but there isn't very consistent, but there isn't any banner day. There's no day on here that I'm thinking like, oh, because they have the ability to do this, they should be comfortable risking 3K. I don't see that. In fact, it's sort of an unusual report for someone with these stats. I would have totally expected this to be someone who had a real low reward to risk ratio and a very high winning trade percentage. So, yeah, I think definitely cut down on the risk here. That would be a good place to start. But still, doing well, taking payouts. Pleasure to have on TV. So, you got this, Peter.
Yeah, he's doing great, and really looking forward to the small adjustments, and what those will yield. A lot of traders, we have a program designed to help bring traders in and grow them and give them a low risk environment to hone and sharpen their skills and learn about trading for that matter. These live traders are further down the line of that journey. They have proven themselves and are in a live funded account, but a lot of traders need big turns of the dial to make those changes and those improvements. I think Peter is at a spot where we only need to move that dial just a little bit to see some significant additions to the profitability. Ultimately, we want to see that average daily P&L move up towards $200, $300, or $400. I think that's entirely possible with what this trader's doing, and a lot of that can come out of the loss limits. So that's what we got there. Let's move on to the next trading card. Next up, we've got Eric. Eric V. Eric is one of our longest tenured and active live accounts. Eric has been in this account for 93 days with an average daily P&L of $215. You can do that math for yourself.
That's good.
Really impressed. Yeah, really impressed with the way Eric's been able to manage this account over time. The theme for today is keeping your loss limit smaller than what the daily loss limit actually is, and imposing that for yourself. Peter did that well, and Eric does that very well. Average losing day is almost half of the daily loss limit. And that risk first trading is really what has led to his longevity in this account and the ability to stick around for those banner days, as you put it. Winning day percentage 62%, winning trade percentage is 56%. He isn't taking a ton of trades per day. He's scalping the NASDAQ rather successfully. He's trading the E-mini NASDAQ, and the hold times are, pretty small, 8 minutes on the winners and 3 minutes on the losers. But he's picking a spot. He's putting on the appropriate size for him, and he's taking profits in greater quantities than losses. The formula doesn't have to be a lot more complicated than that, and he's more than proven that out. I would like to see, especially now that he's more than eclipsed the 30 winning trading days, Eric can take a payout from this account anytime he wants. He could take a payout every day this week if he'd like to. Would love to see him, especially after some recent profits, to book another payout. So far, he's taken one payout totaling $10,000 in this account, but again, has been in the account for going on 100 days, which is quite a period of time. So, Eric, if you're listening, again, super impressed with what you're doing. Don't have any critiques other than make sure you're, paying yourself along the way as you succeed. One thing I really appreciated, Jack, there's a real gem on this trade report. I know it's a tremendous amount of data to look through, but the best winning day that he had was a day where he took a single trade with slightly greater size than normal. To me, that says confidence, that says maturity in someone's trading when they can put one trade on, similar to how they do every other day, recognizing that maybe the conditions are better in this instance than others, and simply adding the size rather than a average of 2 lots per trade. In this case, it was 5 up and down, and booked $7,758 that day.
4 minutes and 51 seconds.
In 4 minutes. Really, really fantastic. And again, I'm not surprised seeing that from someone that, shows they're trading risk first, sticking around for those home run opportunities. That's what the professionals do. And I would categorize Eric as a professional trader, proving it in his live account. So tons to review here, Jack. Anything that leaps out at you that I didn't cover?
I mean, you're right. This is a really solid card, and scalping gets tossed around. These aren't minutes in eternity in the Nasdaq. The average trade times are more than a couple minutes. Some days 7 minutes, 10 minutes, things like that. That's a long time in the Nasdaq. What I love about this, after 90 days, a lot of these cards, and I'll be upright about this. Ultimately, I understand the goal for everyone is to make money out of these accounts, but the cards that I like the most are, hey, if somebody presented me with this trade report and was like, hey, just give me some amount of money to trade for you, like you would at a old school prop firm or something like that, I'd be tempted here because there's not a ton of dispersion of the results. I'm not going to see 9 days of drawdowns and a YOLO and CPI or something like that. This is really consistent stuff. And you're right. After 30 days of winners like this, he could take it all and leave. I don't think he should, but just throwing that out there. Also, like the sizing. A lot of times we say this guy's very selective with his trades. They're short term, but this very much isn't someone who we're like, oh, he's an NQ scalper. He trades 15 lots and trades 800 contracts a day back and forth.
Right.
It's probably not going to work in the live account. I got news for you. Probably not going to happen. This is just 1 or 2 trades a day, or maybe a little bit more, but a handful. Yeah, great card. Go
Yeah,
St. Petersburg.
most definitely. And one last thing, Jack. I think I mentioned this earlier in the week when we were on, or it may have been the end of last week. But as the days and the weeks roll on, and the account history for some of our live traders builds and builds, Eric being a shining example of that. I'm really impressed with not just our live traders as a whole, but the entire system that we've cultivated here, and VIP being one of the latest additions of that. This is a place for you to come in a low risk environment and grow your trading and improve, and then ultimately get funded in trading Topstep's money so that you don't have to trade your own. I've just been blown away for whatever, it seems like every day I'm looking at these cards now, I find another one where got 50 plus trading days complete, tens of thousands of dollars paid out, and really stable trading. So just happy to be a part of Topstep, happy to be, part of the risk management team and being able to work with these types of traders. It's a lot of fun, and it's cool seeing people, impact their lives in this way, trading props. So that's my sign off for today.
That's a great sign off. I have one piece of feedback, but it's for you, Ben. I can't tell you how many times on those trading cards, the way the time is written out, people have said like, wait, this person holds trades for 4 seconds because it's like the zero dat. Like, I think we got to add one more there for like hours,
Okay.
minutes, and seconds. The trader in question, Eric, had an average hold time of 8 minutes on winners and 3 minutes on losers. I would not give the praise that I did if it were 8 seconds and 3 seconds.
Yeah, and I take that criticism. I'm happy to add another layer of digits. I can tell you that we aren't featuring anyone on here that's average hold time is less than a minute. I can't remember the last time that happened because typically trading like that is incredibly difficult to maintain long term.
If they do it, I'll be
keep that in
real
mind.
with you. I don't think it's possible, but if you can do it in a live account, more power to you. But also, whatever you're doing, there are way better ways to monetize that than being in an account here. If you are really someone that has a strategy that works, market making the NASDAQ, go call the front
Call
desk
me.
at Citadel. Be like, I have this,
Right.
and we'll call that that is financial advice. Yeah, just do that, or just do it yourself. But it's unlikely that you're able to do that, unfortunately. All right, Ben, thank you so much for bringing these cards today. They were some good ones, but everyone else out there, stick around because we got group coaching coming up next. Robert and Hogue are in the house going on to the afternoon, which, Ben, I always have the schedule open in front of me. This afternoon, we got John London joining Robert and Hogue at 1 o'clock, and Real Deal Zach is going to be here for Power Hour. Let's keep that house account positive, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a great day.
And welcome back to another segment of Group Coaching with Robert and Hogue. Gentleman on the screen that is going to owe us $5 for the mute already, unless he was just mouthing it. Okay, that's James Harden. I'm sorry, no. That is John Hoagland. John, looks like we had a good day in the house account, and we got some great questions for group coaching. If you have any first initial comments to kick it off, go for it. Otherwise, we'll jump into questions.
Kind of a hot day today in chat, wasn't it? Maybe we should all just take a deep breath before we get into group coaching today, and remember, stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading. But I'm ready when you are, Robert. Let's go for it.
I agree to that. Good, deep breath. Here we go. Kevin, first up. Yeah. Kevin actually has two questions for us, question and comment. So let's just run through them. They're kind of related. And thank you for these, Kevin. Does Topstep platform, so we're going to say our Topstep X platform, have PTO, which I assume is TPO, time price opportunity charts? Yep, right. TPO charts. Or do you need another way to trade? And what about the VLOD, tick, delta, etc. types of internals? So it sounds like Kevin is looking for some of the more advanced features that you see in some of the other platforms that, Topstep X is custom built for, by traders, for traders. And we take the information and request through the feature request feature. So yeah, a couple of those aren't there quite yet, but maybe John, maybe you want to go into what some of these are. Like, I know, we see you talk about the TPO charts all the time. Like what exactly is it? And how can we use tick and we define delta? So take it away, sir.
Well, we're working on bringing TPO charts to Topstep X. It's not there yet. And when we do have the TPO charts, I'm kind of hoping or expecting that they're going to have the delta as part of the TPO charts. As far as like tick and those types of things, I don't know that there's many futures only platforms that will give you those in real time. Of course, like Market Watch, some of those you can get some delayed information regarding those. But it's a good thing to learn, of course, if you have them available to you. But I don't think it's a make or break for you, Kevin. And again, we're looking very much forward to having those TPO charts and delta on Topstep X as quickly as possible. It's a lot of work. There's a lot to do, and we're adding stuff all the time. So it's on the list, and when we get to it, you will know. Thank you for the questions, Kevin.
Absolutely. I'm going to throw in my coveted range bars on there also, and I know they're sick of hearing
hearing
about that from me, but it is a game changer. John, I tell you, no lie, it's probably a good 80% of the traders we talk about range bars just simply do not go back to anything but them. So I am really looking forward to getting those puppies on there. In the meantime, we just have another chart up, and just if you're looking at tick data, pull up another platform and take a look at it. If you want TPO charts, just like you do, John, just pull up another platform, take a look at it, and do your executions on Topstep X because it is commission free. No commissions in there, and it's a great platform. I love TradingView charts. So we will stick with that and move on. Mr. Muhammad. This is Muhammad. I don't know if I want to say, well, Muhammad Ali. So maybe that's their alias, and maybe they're back to take another round, meet up with Tyson or something. But we have Muhammad in here. John says your all-time risk management tip that you always tell to the newbies.
Learn how to take a loss. I remember my dad and his buddies, when I first got a seat and, walked on the trading floor, even people that I barely knew on the trading floor, walking on the trading floor with your shiny new badge. Most of the people were going to be telling you, hey, good luck. I hope you do well. Learn how to take a loss. And I think that's one of the things that newbies really struggle with. We talked a little bit about this yesterday during group coaching. I think most people are hardwired in their brains to do the opposite of what successful trading or successful traders do. When you put a trade on and it goes against you, most newbies and even professional traders kind of default to, well, I'm just going to wait and maybe the market will come back and make me whole again or make me money. So we actually end up staying in losing trades longer than we need to and increasing the amount of losses that we take. The other side of that coin, especially after you've had some pain, you've had a couple of losses, something like that. The first time the market actually shows you a profit, you're so excited to take a profit, you end up taking the profit too soon. So we end up with big losses and we end up with small profits. It's being able to rewire your brain to the opposite way, to be able to cut losses and to be able to let winners run. I know it's not easy. None of this is easy. But that's usually going to be like my first risk management tip, is to learn how to take a loss, and learn how to take a loss without taking it personally. So many people think, I'm a trader and I shouldn't be taking losses. It's just part of the game. You cannot attach who you are as a person to any trading losses. We all take losses. It's part of the game. So get used to it and make sure you cut those losses. And when you get a good one on, give it that chance to get to pay you more than the risk you have to take. But first thing is, learn how to take a loss. Very important. Great question.
Yeah, great question. We get that a lot too, and I'm glad to hear that from you, Ho, because I do take the losses personally, but the person I blame is myself, because there's nobody else I can blame. I am the only one. I can celebrate my own wins. I can celebrate my own losses. And I say celebrate because they all learning experiences. So I am with you there, sir. I appreciate it. Thank you for the question, Mohammed. Moving on to Jay, line 146. Jay says, hello, sir. I have a question. What is your suggestion for somebody who is, and I'm going to put in quotes here, dying by a 1,000 cuts? And what this Jay means here says, I am cutting my losses quickly, but those losses, they keep adding up, and mix it up with overtrading. It just seems to be a deadly combination. My comment is I can resonate with this, just holding on and just getting in, getting out, getting in, getting out. And it's a scalper's dream and a scalper's nightmare. And John, I know you like to hold things longer. So maybe working on that advice for Jay of how can we get past this, cutting quickly, adding up, and stop with the overtrading.
Well, Jay, dying by 1,000 cuts is kind of almost the opposite of what we were just talking to Muhammad about. You become so risk averse that anytime the market goes against you, you just want to cut the trade really quickly. And that also can be detrimental, as you are suggesting in your question here. So when it comes to stops, when it comes to assuming risk and looking for potential rewards, just because the trade goes against you does not necessarily mean that it's invalid. Your stops should always be placed technically where you believe that if price advertises to this level, it's telling me that the trade is no longer valid and I need to get out. That could be, 2 points in the S&Ps. It could be 10 points in the S&Ps. It could be 20 points in the NASDAQ. It's not about the fact that it goes against you. It's the fact that the trade proves itself to be invalid. Now, of course, this is all easier said than done, Jay. But dying by 1,000 cuts, you're not letting the trades breathe enough to where the market may go against you a little bit, and then it starts to go your way, and then you continue to see price moving in your direction and in your favor. So dying by 1,000 cuts, to me, Jay, it sounds like you've become very, very risk averse. And anytime the market goes against you, you just want to cut that trade, which is in a way what we were just talking about with Muhammad, right? Is you don't want to marry a losing trade, but you also want to give that trade technically enough room to kind of gyrate, to maybe move against you a little bit. Finding your stops is finding your stop. The level that a long you would say is no longer valid. Try this, Jay. The next time you're thinking about taking a trade, you've got your setup. You're saying, okay, if the price gets to this level technically, if it takes out this swing low, if it takes out this level, if it takes out this support level, whatever it is, that is the invalidation for the trade. Put your stop in on the other side of that invalidation level. Then look for your entry. Try and get as close to that level as you can on your entry to help limit your risk. Sometimes, just by looking at where the trade is going to prove invalid and then trying to get as close to that level for your entry, you're going to naturally trim some of your risk on that trade. You're probably going to miss some trades because, to be honest with you, we all want to get in at the best possible location, and the market doesn't often provide that for us. But just try that and, take a look at technically where the long or the short is telling you it's no longer valid. Put your stop on the other side of it, and then work to get in a good trade location for each of the next, few trades you take. Jay, I'm very interested to see if this is going to help you or make a difference for you. So make sure you come back and let us know, in future group coachings or in the chat or whatever it is. Just say, hey Jay, just say, hey Hogue, this is Jay. You answered my question a couple of weeks ago, and your suggestion didn't really help, or it did really help. Whatever it is, I'm very interested in following up with you and seeing if this helps for you. Great question, great thought, Jay. I appreciate it, and hopefully that's going to help you.
Yes, great question and great answer indeed. Always out there. I think this one here, Hogue, from Adrian. Next one down. I think it's right along the same lines as maybe the last two. The risk manager for newbies, and then what you can do about the 1,000 cuts. Because it's a really simple question, but I think it's going to speak volumes here. It simply says from Adrian, how do you stay out of the retail rinse? Are you familiar with that term?
Yes. That is a RIPS term, and that is when the market is really just kind of flopping back and forth, perhaps between a couple of relatively readable levels, and you're always looking for the breakout. You're buying the high, you're selling the low. You're buying the high, you're selling the low. You're buying the high, you're selling the low. Adrian, one of the first things that I would suggest for you is to look at a longer time frame chart. I think it's really easy to get wrapped up in the retail rinse when you're looking at a very short time frame chart. A 1 minute, maybe even a 5-minute chart. You always think the market is going to head your direction, and you go in that direction, and it just kind of turns around and just chews you up. So I think the biggest suggestion that I can have for you, Adrian, is to look at a little bit longer time frame chart to try and help keep you out of that retail rinse. I think every trader at some point, even professional traders, get wrapped up in it. I think it's recognizing the fact that you're in it quickly and stopping doing what you're doing, because it's just going to cut you up. We had some pretty decent retail rinse here in the S&Ps today. The market opened, it rallied, and this range-bound trade here, you could feasibly call that a retail rinse. You're looking for continuation to the upside. The market gives you that price action to the upside. You buy it at the high, and all it does is take money away from you. And you go, well, maybe I need to get short, and you sell the low, and then you find out pretty quickly that no, that's not the right thing to do. And you just kind of continually buy the high and sell the low in a range bound market. I call that the retail rinse. I don't know if that's the same thing Rips would call it, but recognizing that the market, it may be in a consolidation area, would be one of the first things that would help that, because if you're looking at consolidation, you want to sell against the high and buy against the low, sell against the high and buy against the low. Just recognizing that you're in it. You have a couple of trades where you're just like you're kind of following price action, but price action isn't doing what you're thinking it's doing. Just avoid that. Look at a little bit longer time frame chart, and then look for your next good trade. It's really easy, I think, for retail rinse to get you all mixed up inside. You're taking a loss, you're taking a loss, you're taking a loss. You just keep getting whacked, and pretty soon you're tilted. Your cheese has slipped off its cracker. It's and it's something that happens. But just recognizing, what this is, I've seen this before. I know what happens in this. I'm not going to participate until something actually real or directional comes to me, unless I'm a good range trader. Because if you're a good range trader, you can kind of maybe recognize when that retail rinse, high to low to high to low to high to low, just all that choppy stuff. If you can recognize it, you can put a strategy that's going to help pay you in those. I used to call range bound days cash register days, because range bound days, you buy against the low, you sell against the high. You buy against the low, you sell against the high. You buy against the low, you sell against the high until proven wrong. Until proven wrong. When there's a breakout outside of that rinse is no longer valid, and you've got to be looking for other opportunities. But great question. And don't do that to yourself. If you're in the retail rinse, recognize it early and take your hand off the mouse. Go walk away. Go walk the dog. Go have a glass of milk. Go have a ham sandwich. Do something for a little bit. Let go of all the venom that you may have created in your veins during that retail rinse. Come back and look for the next opportunity.
Exactly. Retail rinse, I've been there myself. I still get caught sometimes. You get stuck in that spin cycle and you just don't know what to do. And you do. You go on tilt. You get those washing machines, right? Swish, 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 and they go on tilt and start banging around, and you go and press the button, right? That's exactly it. Press the button. Whoa, I just said something. Maybe maybe we just hit the lockout and walk away for the day. But great advice and good question, Adrienne. Retail rinse, it is a real thing. So, John, well, I'm going to pull an audible on you here. Line 154. I would love to choose this question here from Lee. And sorry about the audible, but to relate this to sports terms, this is going to be kind of like a handoff and a lateral, because I talked about this the other day. And now we're going to kick it over to you for some further insight, if you'd be okay with that. This is from Lee. Lee says, "Thank you so much for taking my question, Hogue. This is a follow-up regarding how institutions hide their trade. And as Coach Robert said, the institutions have access to level 3 data. This seems to be a big advantage for them. And as individual traders, how can we overcome this disadvantage of no access to that data?" I guess one way to look is for volume profile, because the volume profile doesn't lie. It's already there. But Hogue, what are your suggestions to fight with the big traders? And I always say don't fight the market. And I'm going to leave this to you. I spoke about this the other day. So what are your thoughts on this? How do I identify these level 3 data, institutional trading, when we don't have the same access as them? It's not a level playing field. So what can we do as retail traders to help us?
It's a great question. It's a very important question. And, Robert, just like you said, it's not something that you want to fight the big traders. When you sense that there's bigger time frame trading going on in any market, in any time frame, whatever it is, what you are looking to do is first recognize that there may be longer time frame traders in one side or the other, if they're buyers or if they're sellers. In the case if they're buyers, who are they buying from? They're not buying from other longer time frame traders. They're buying from the speculators. So if you have that recognition and you say, you know what, there's something going on, and it seems like there's a lot of buying going on in this market, and Delta is one way to look at that. And there's also a open interest, but that's a little bit longer time frame view. So if you do have access to Delta and you see that price continues to push higher against increasingly negative Delta, that's one of the ways that I recognize longer time frame participants in the marketplace. In the pit, I used to be able to stand in the pit and just watch and see all the brokers around the pit, and I'd see one broker sell 2,000 contracts, and I'd see another broker sell 2,000 contracts, and I'd see another broker sell 2,000 contracts. And pretty soon we're looking at 20,000, 30,000 contracts that the bigger time frame traders have now sold to the speculators in the pit. We've got the speculators long 20 to 30,000 contracts, and they're looking for the market to continue to turn and go back to the upside. Now, most of them aren't holding on to those positions for a very long time, but when you recognize that there is a longer time frame participant in the market, you can then make an assumption, a hypothesis, that a lot of those shorter time frame traders are going to get stuck in that direction, and most of them want to go home flat at the end of the day. So that's what I call pitting time frame against time frame. Is level 3 data going to help you? I don't know. I mean, how much can the human eye really catch in the dome. How much can we really catch? Things are happening faster than the eye can see in the dome. How about watching time and sales? Time and sales might be something we'd be able to kind of check, because if we have longer time frame buyers and they're buying from market order sellers, shorter time frame sellers, we're going to see a lot of orders being executed on the bid, 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 on the bid. And if price isn't going lower, that may be an indication of a longer time frame participant in the marketplace. So there are ways using Delta, using order flow, using Bookmap is one way that I know a lot of traders are recognizing when there's, larger participants in the marketplace. You want to go with them most of the time. The longer time frame is usually going to win this game, not all the time. If the longer time frame only has a small amount of contracts that they have to buy, they're not going to get the shorter time frame traders fixed in the opposite direction or in the wrong direction. If they have a lot to do, that's something you want to get on their side and ride when the shorter time frame traders decide that they're already too short. They need to flatten up at the end of the day. They turn buyers and push price in that direction. So, open interest is another way to recognize when there's longer time frame participants in the marketplace. We've been watching gold, and I'm going to bring this sheet up here. We've been watching gold for the last, few months, weeks, whatever you want to call it. Well, here we are. Here we're trading. Let's just start here for shits and giggles. 25.37. Open interest increases. Open interest decreases. Now we're starting to see open interest increasing. 26.78, 27.59. A lot of open interest increasing against negative daytime frame delta. This is saying that most of these buys that are these longs that have been coming in are longer time frame traders. We can go back even to here. Increase in open interest. This is the number of open interest increased on the day time frame against negative delta. Increasing open interest against negative delta. So now we're down at 24.63. Where are we now? We're at 27.54. Got $100 move in there, and we're seeing open interest increasing at higher levels. That is longer time frame buyers in the market. And with the negative delta that we see, this line here is the negative delta day over day, negative 2,300, negative 1,550, negative 4,400, negative 3,500. These are the shorter time frame traders that are selling into the longer time frame, bigger buyer bids. And when we see that, we can make an assumption that there's longer time frame buyers in this market. I don't want to fight them. I want to see if I can't get some sort of a pullback so that I can take the ride as the shorter time frames traders unravel these positions. And there's really good examples that I have shown in the past, and I will show again on how you can use that to really help sniff out those longer time frame participants. It's not easy. There's nothing that works 100% of the time. And once you do get the right answer, the market's going to change the questions. But those are some helpful suggestions on ways where you may be able to sense longer time frame traders in the marketplace. Yes.
That's excellent. Thanks for adding.
Yep.
Right. That's excellent, John. Thanks for adding on to that. We are just about out of time, but I do want to give a real quick one here because I think we can say this in one sentence or less. Lazy Lion says, how do you go about saving a 50K combine that has $80 left before max loss limit? My thing is hunt. Take a shot at something you wouldn't normally try. Take the close of one day and try to fill the gap to the open of the next day. With the open of one day to close the gap of the previous day with a micro and see how you do with it. The second thing is how close are you to your next rebuild? Because if you're that close, honestly, I hate to say waste it, but one micro, put it on there and try something out. And if you lose it out, you're going to get a reset pretty soon on your next rebuild. John, what would you say for that quick hitter there? $80 left, down by almost $2,000. What do you do?
Well, if you're down to $80 left in that account and you start trading micros and you dig your way out of that, you'll be a better trader for being able to do that. So try and dig your way out. Try and dig your way out. You'll be a much better trader for it. I kind of use a I guess kind of a similar situation where I wanted to learn how to play the guitar. And I was a drummer, I was playing in bands, and I asked one of the guitarists, should I buy an acoustic steel string acoustic guitar, or should I buy an electric guitar? And he said, well, you want to be a good player, get a steel string acoustic guitar. And I said, why? He said, well, it's harder to play. It's harder on your fingers. You got to push harder on the frets. It's just a more difficult instrument to play. So if you want to be a better player, learn how to play on a steel string acoustic guitar. And it's similar to what we're talking about here. You're down to $80 in your account. And if you can dig your way out, you'll be a better trader for it.
Awesome. As a 35-year guitarist, I had the same advice. My dad handed me this old beat up thing. The strings are about an inch off the neck, and it does make you a better guitarist as much as it possibly can without the practicing. John, thank you very much. I always appreciate being on here with you. Great answers as always. I know the chat loves it. I know our viewers love it. And we're going to clip a little segment out of there about the level 3 institutional advantage. But right now, coming up, John, you and I are going to be on the screen at the same time, but we are joined by another John, Mr. John London. This is going to be Trade with Topstep, a nice segment. I love this guy. We're going through some of his information. We got a lot to talk about, so stick around. We will be right back. Surprise! We are back. As voice behind the scenes, you got Mrs. John Hogan on the other side. I always get this wrong, all the way on the other end. And we have John London right in the middle, our special guest today. John is a funded trader. He is a Topstep partner also. He is originally from Baton Rouge, Louisiana. And John, I always paint these lines. I'm going to paint my face off there. We always put that little background on there. And for some reason, they stuck a castle in Baton Rouge. So
it's great.
I don't know what the hell AI is doing about this one.
Yeah, pretty accurate outside of the castle. The castle's great. You know, I don't know if the castle's realistic, but they should, they should put a castle in Baton Rouge. I'd support it. But aside from that, pretty accurate.
I agree. Well, welcome to the show. This is Trade with Topstep. We've gone through some of your stats. We're going to jump right into it. But first and foremost, if there's anything you want to get out, please do. And if you see a trade, let us know. We have the keys to the house account, as always. Mr. Hogan's got it up. I have it up over here. And if you see something, please just interrupt, shout it out. We want to support our funded traders and our Topstep partners. So you're the man. You see something, we'll put it on for you. But beyond that, John Hoagland, do you know this John London?
Do I know John London?
Yeah, have you been on with him before? I think it's my first time on with John.
So I just entered a trade. Didn't mean to interrupt you guys. I'm so sorry. Just entered a short.
No, that's what we're here for.
I'm going to short. So I think the market's pushed up a lot on the NASDAQ today. I'm going to short just one contract of the NASDAQ short, and I'm just going to try to be patient, give it a little bit of a loose range with a couple $100 risk is what I'm currently planning to do. But go ahead. I'm sorry for interrupting you guys.
Where are you short?
So I am short at, let me see where it entered. It filled at 522. Or no. Let me see.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, that might be right. 522.
On NASDAQ?
It's way down there.
It's going to be 670 something.
Yeah, so it's around 673. I'm down a little bit at 673. Let me see where they entered. So it looks like it entered around 669.
Gotcha.
Give or take.
Well, we just joined you with one lot at 672. I've got another one lot in at 673 half for another offer. Are we aiming for a stop above the high of this session?
Correct. Exactly right. So I'm going to look at, so the highs, we have like a triple top up there. And we've also pushed up a lot today on the NASDAQ and the S&P. And so I just figure a lot of times heading into power hour, we start to fade a little bit back down closer to like the volume weighted average price or something like that. So I'll look for like a $300 or $400 gain. My risk will probably be right above those highs. We're currently up 110. Now we're back down, but we're going to let it work for a little while. Hopefully let it work as long as we don't. Yeah.
So to answer your question, Robert, I don't think I've been on with Mr. London yet. It's great to be with you. Is that right, John? Have we been on screen before together?
So we actually have. So a long time ago, this was maybe like a year ago. I remember because you talked to me about jujitsu. Like you were talking to me about jujitsu in one form or another. I think the last thing you said was that we'll see if I'm a blue belt by the time we speak again. I'm pretty sure it was you. I'm 90% sure it's you. I'm not a blue belt yet. We're working towards it, but I still got some time for sure. But we're working towards it.
Well, keep at it, and I'd love to hear how that is inspired to trading. I hold a second black in Kempo myself, American Kempo or Parker Kempo. It has immensely helped my discipline, patience, and fortitude going forward. So kudos to you for taking that. I love the martial arts, and I'd love to hear how that's affected your trading for better or for worse.
I got my kids in jiu-jitsu because they say people that do jiu-jitsu develop better discipline. And like, I'm still a white belt. I'm not even claiming to be good or anything like that. But I think it does build discipline. It teaches you how to think quickly. And, and I think the most relatable part of it is that in jiu-jitsu, when you start it, I'm about a year and a half in, maybe a little bit less. When you start it, you get beat up. You lose over and over and over again. And it's a really humbling experience because you just get beat a lot. And so I'm winning a little bit more now a year in. But when I first started, I just got beat up. Kind of very similar correlation to trading where you get started trading. You're probably going to lose for a while, but it kind of builds character, builds discipline. And so can overall be a net positive, if that makes sense.
Absolutely makes sense. And just even though, I have many more years behind me, you still lose. It just doesn't, the beating's a little bit worse, but you also can put them on a little bit more. But I'm glad it's helped you trading and keep at it. And yes, the discipline is there. The tenacity is there. The patience is there. The you continue on, get beat down, get back up again, lose a trade, get back into it again. So yeah, kudos to you. I always appreciate with a fellow artist. So how's that short doing?
No, thanks so much. I'm down on it right now. I'm down 100, right around 100 bucks or so. We'll see if we test these highs. I think I'll probably keep my stop loss around 695 or so, a little bit above the highs. I think sometimes what we see, especially when we start to flatten out, we see a break of the highs and then a move back down. And so I don't want to make my stop loss right at the highs, because I think that's too easy to kind of stop hunt, if that makes sense. And so we're down on it now, but we're pretty close to flat. Yeah. A lot of times they stop hunt and they just kind of, they pop over highs. They get everybody really excited for a long, and then they just trap you and dump down. And so that's kind of what I'm looking at, but we're almost flat.
I like the way you're thinking. We are now short 2 at 67.75. I mean, I'm sorry, 672.75. So yes.
672.
I was thinking about
the
adding
shall
mine,
remain unspoken is at 695 and a half.
Nice. Yeah, and it's a crazy week, honestly. There's so much stuff going on this week. We have big earnings in the Magnificent Seven stocks. We have PCE, GDP data. I think tomorrow we have GDP, and then tomorrow we have GDP, I think prelim payroll numbers, and then Thursday we have PCE, which is like inflation. It's like the Federal Reserve's preferred inflation metric.
Yes.
That's Thursday. And then Friday we have payrolls and unemployment data. So it's just a really economic busy week. A lot of stuff going on. So I'm wondering if that's going to mean we get choppiness, or if we're going to get volatility from it. It could go either way, really. Sometimes the market's boring leading up to these big events, but with so much stuff, maybe traders are going to be scared to enter stuff. But it could also go the completely other way, where we start to get volatility. Traders piggyback off of that. Like I've been through both of those scenarios, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah, they do, don't they? You get volatile and they get flat. They go up and they go down, right?
That's right. Yeah, 100%.
That's something like that. You're right. I just looked at I think economics. We do have all that GDP. You're 100% correct. And there's one more kind of heavy hitter on Thursday, and that is the, as John says, the jobless clams come out at 7:30 Central Time on Thursday. That's another heavy hitter we have to keep an eye on. But a good call out for those economics there, Mr. London.
Yeah, I day trade, and I always try to set the expectations low for my day trading. I'm not saying I'm a terrible day trader, but I try to set the expectations low and then hopefully outperform those expectations is my strategy there. But yeah, we cover a lot of economic stuff, and so it'll be a fun week, and then next week we got some stuff too. I think, we have the Federal Reserve rate decision next week as well. So just a lot of different, potential market catalysts.
And a presidential election.
Oh yeah, I'm ready for it to be over. I'm just ready for it to be over.
Oh my God, me too.
I've had enough of it. I'm very neutral throughout all of it, and I'm just ready for it to be over. Personally. But so we're almost green in the position. We're almost flat. We're down $20, so we're down a couple ticks. But now we're green. And again, I think we're gonna just let this work a little bit more for us. I think we could still kind of we're playing the top. Let me see if I can draw it. I have my terrible little drawing tool here. You can kind of see this range, and so we're heading towards the bottom of it. So that's kind of where I'm going to look to take profit. I think we have less risk above us. Like here's our risk, and then if we can catch the bottom there, it might continue to break down, but that's the reward target right now is right around, what is this, 640 or so, if y'all can see it on my screen.
640. Okay.
Good. Might be a little generous of a reward target, but we're going to try. I'm not saying I'll have the discipline to stick to it. I'm very well known for giving these big reward targets and then cutting it about halfway there, but we'll see if I can maintain that discipline. We'll see.
Oh, no pressure now. There's only like 155 million people watching you right now, so that's okay.
Yeah, for sure. On TopstepTV, it feels like that. It feels like that.
Yeah, you're telling me. It's the way it gets blasted out there. And we're going to plug you a little bit here. You do have a YouTube channel. I did put it in the chat for you. We got quite the viewers there. Congratulations. And you do have, you are on x.com at beginner trades. I also put that in chat, and I actually pinned that one to the chat. If you want to follow you on X, and please go out there, follow, like, tweet it out there and join us, link us all up, and let's get the community rolling here, and hopefully we get
thanks so much
jumping off. Yeah, absolutely. Glad to have you on here.
Yeah, I'm usually a scalper, so I do honestly like to take much shorter positions, but because I'm on Topstep TV, you know, I'm gonna take a longer term trade. I think it makes sense, but I think it's also possible we test those highs. So we'll see. I think the risk reward is good. I think it's at least it's about 2 to 1. So hopefully we'll get it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
I got to tell you guys, there's a guy in the S&P pit. Wig, WIG was his badge, and he wanted to learn karate. And there was a gentleman on the floor named Matsumoto, who was like a karate champion from Japan, a kung fu champion from Japan. So Wiggy hired him to teach him karate, kung fu, whatever it was, and Wiggy was black and blue for like months. You do get beat up when you start to learn martial arts, but he stuck through it, and he actually got really good at it. He was actually able to put hands on Matsumoto a couple of times. Matsumoto didn't like that.
Yeah.
Sounds familiar.
I grew up with the Karate Kid, so that was like my childhood, was like the Karate Kid. But now my family's watching what's the show? Cobra Kai. And so we're into that now, but that was like my childhood was karate. I think that's probably what got me started. I'm sore right now though. I got punch choked yesterday. For all my jiu-jitsu, practitioners, y'all might know a punch choke. I got punch choked yesterday. My throat, it still hurts every time I swallow. And my leg is sore. I have a friend that's training for competition on the 9th of November, and he is really good at heel hooks and leg entanglements. And so my leg, my ankle, my knees hurt. I've been helping him train a little bit. So I'm taking a few days off for now, but we'll be back late this week, hopefully,
No doubt that you'll be back for sure.
How are your kids doing with it? Do they like it?
So my daughter's 15. So I force her to go at least once a week. And I don't force her because she genuinely enjoys it. She's just at the age where she doesn't have time for anybody else. And so she's just the social age, I call it. My son, I've been doing private lessons with like the main black belt at my gym, and he's been doing great. So they brought one kid in, and he did really, really well, and did great against this one kid. And now they brought a better kid in, and so we'll see how his pride handles having somebody a little bit better thrown in with him, because so far so good. But the hard part about jiu-jitsu is being okay with losing. I'm a really competitive person, so I want to win. And so jiu-jitsu, to get better, you're going to have to lose. So we'll see how that goes.
Absolutely, absolutely. Hey, listen, on this market here, I do want to make a quick pivot on you here, back to the market. You're trading NQ, but on your listing here, you also trade ES, but you also trade MNQ and MES. And while we're watching the chart and doing this hope and pray that the NQ tanks, John, you want to go through what makes you switch back and forth? Like if you're trading NQ, what would make you say, I go to MNQ? Or if you're trading MNQ, what makes you switch to NQ or to ES? What is it that you look for?
Okay, so usually like the way I approach it, I'm a big cushion believer. So I want to build up a cushion in the first part of the day. If I can build up a cushion with micro contracts, and the great thing about Topstep X is that there's no commissions. And so I can take multiple micro contracts with barely any fees and build up small cushions of like $50 to $100. And then once I have that, I'm much more comfortable like transitioning to the NASDAQ, or really the E-mini first. The E-mini is kind of like a middle ground. I'll trade micro NASDAQs to get a smaller trade. And then once I build up a cushion of like $50 to $100, then I'll pivot to maybe the E-mini for a couple contracts. And then if I get a cushion of a few hundred, then I switch to the NASDAQ. And like sometimes I'll do this and I'll build up all these cushions of profits of a couple $100, and then it'll just turn right back against me, and I'll lose the whole cushion, and I'll have to scale back down to micros again and kind of repeat that process. But what it does, and I know I talked about this the last time, but it allows me to have small losses on the day sometimes, because when I lose, I'm trading small. And when I scale up to larger contracts like the regular NASDAQ or the E-mini, I usually have a cushion on the day to compensate for it. And so when I lose, then I got to go back to break even and start the process over. And this just allows me to manage my risk a little bit better, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes total sense. Thank you for asking this. So we're just watching the NQ here. I don't know. It looks like you have you're using VWAP range analysis and you're doing some scalping. I'm a fan of volume profiles. I wanted to at least throw that out there momentarily. We do have a low volume area, and that is below on the NQ of 20,655. We can see a low volume. So my speculation is if we get under 655, we'll probably be heading down to around 640 in a hurry. We'll see if that happens or not, but that would play right into what these trades are looking at as long as we don't go popping up over these highs and get stopped out. So I'm a huge fan of volume profile, and you're a fan of the VWAP. So my question on that long-winded rant right there is, do you use the anchored VWAP or do you just do for the session? So John Lennon, go for it.
I use a little bit of both. So I like the regular VWAP just because the amount of volume of traders that watch it. But I also use the anchored VWAP. Each one depends. I probably use the regular VWAP more just because old habits die hard. But I do notice, like, somebody put me on the anchored VWAP not that long ago, and I've been using it off and on in my trading. But usually I stick with the original deviation VWAP. So.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Extended trading hour VWAP, right?
Sure. Yes, correct. I love trading in pre-market as well. I try not to do it. A lot of the time y'all asked me about micros earlier. Sometimes I'll trade those in pre-market. You know, I live stream as well, and I try to be disciplined on the live stream, but sometimes I just want to give my viewers something to watch. And so I'll trade micros to kind of get past that. And like I said, Topstep X, great, no commissions. That's a beautiful part about it, is that I can kind of trade small, try to get a couple base hits in. And so we're starting to approach those highs, in trades like this. I'm not going to add to it. I think adding to it could just get me in trouble. And so I think I'm going to play it like I mentioned before, where my risk is about 695. So let me see if I can draw that out here. I want to let it test because, again, a lot of the time it tests that level and then it comes back down. Yes. So I want to let it test this. And the good part about Topstep is that, that's a relatively small amount of risk. I think when you first get funded, you got to build up a cushion. And so you don't want to trade too conservatively, if there is such a thing. So you got to take some risks in the beginning and just kind of let it work. And so that's where I'm currently at with this one. This one I just got funded in. I have 3 funded accounts currently, and I'm just kind of playing with them, strategy building and stuff right now. I think I'm going to start taking more larger swings as we get closer to the holiday months like November and December, after the election stuff is done, regardless of who wins, because I think then we'll get a little more clear predictability, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I agree. It won't be all over the place like that.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Happy Gilmore quote in the chat. Great movie. Yeah.
What's the quote?
So he says, "I will not take the short." Then a curse word I can't say, but great movie.
Jackass. I'll say it. It's not as bad. It's
okay,
not bad.
We'll do it. Okay, all good. Yeah, I gotta wonder about what everybody's different.
Yeah, you got it. Wow, this thing is pushing up a little bit higher in the NQ. I'm gonna switch around. Go ahead and talk. I'm gonna take a look at a couple of the markets while we're looking around here. So,
sure. Yeah, I can look.
Yeah, we got gold back up against all-time highs again now.
Wow. Yeah.
My goodness, where's Eddie when you need him?
Oil dipped this morning too from stuff going on overseas. Let's see if it bounced back. Still down. Rebounded a little bit. Mostly this weekend, I guess it fell. Yeah, it stayed down mostly. So we're getting close to the highs. So we have the high. The high is probably 688. And so we'll let it touch that and see. It just tapped it. Might have not quite broken it.
So if you run those stops up there and turn around.
Right. Yep.
Oh, it looks like that gold is the high 2784.9. So we have it at 2785. So that was the all-time high. That is correct?
Yeah, all-time high.
Gold. And the thing about gold, I'm a big investor, but The problem with gold is that gold can downtrend for like 10 years at a time, you know, and so with it pushing up as much as it has, the only reason I haven't bought it as a longer term investment is just because, you know, gold is known, it can downtrend for a long time. It can uptrend for a decade and then downtrend for 6 or 7 years. And so like, if you're going to buy it long term, it's usually okay. And or if you're going to short term day trade it, that's fine as well. But I'm worried now because we've been on an uptrend for gold since like, let's see, since like 2014. So it's been 10 years, almost 10-year uptrend for it. So it's just a nervous buy for me. I think if you accumulate and you DCA into it, you know, not investment advice. I have no idea what I'm talking about, guys. So, but yeah,
Right.
that's kind of my logic on gold.
Are you just doing ETFs or do you actually do physical gold?
So I would just do ETFs. Like I like GLD is what I look at. But
oh boy, new highs in NQ. That spells trouble.
Yeah, we're getting close to my stop. Right around 694. We'll see if it turns. It's just less likely. We're kind of in that choppy phase of the day as well before power hour. Power hour starts in what 35 minutes. So we'll see, but we're getting close.
DI plus is pushing up, and there's a stronger ADX, which is the strength of the directional movement. As we can see, it just popped up even further. It's just another 5 points out of it. So I like using the DI plus and DI minus, which are a little bit. It's really quick, little 10 period. Instead of using a tick chart, it just gets you right in that sweet spot. I feel anyway that it kind of helps. You can look at it, seeing crisscrossing over, the DI directional index plus taking over the minus, and then when you have the ADX, the strength of the trend. It's DI plus comes up, takes over the minus, and then ADX curves up. It just shows you, yes, it's going in an upward direction, and yes, it's increasingly strength in that direction. Might be good for 5, 6, 7 points out of NQ. We saw that just happen just now. So, and hopefully we don't get stopped out and just flips around on you.
Yeah, we tapped my stop loss. We tapped it, but we actually rejected directly off of it, which kind of confirms the stop loss, I think, which is good. And now we're coming back down. So we'll see. I'm cautiously optimistic here. We tapped the stop. I think this is actually good for it to tap this level because it makes it really obvious of a stop loss. And now we're kind of coming back down, which kind of follows the thesis of high break and then trap. So
that was a heck of a spot for that stop. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, no, it hit it exactly right. I'll take it. We'll see if it, I'm cautiously optimistic. I have no problems cutting trades. I think it's always good to just accept the loss that you might potentially take beforehand. Only risk what you're comfortable with and just understand if you lose, it's not the end of the world. It's always better to just come fight another day.
Exactly. And I just did a quick little ruler tool on the NQ, and from the lower day to higher day, it's approximately 265 points, 265 handles. That's from the low earlier. I was around 8:30 or so, 8:32 Central Time until we just hit the high now at 1:20 Central Time, 1:24. Sure. It's about 265 handles there. So that's not unheard of for NQ. I didn't expect it to be straight up like it is for the most part. A little bit of pullback here and there, but it's just not an unusual movement. We know how NQ moves sometimes.
Sure. Yeah. Big movement on it. Yeah, with earnings today too, you could have some like front loading into potential outcomes. AMD is after the bell, Google's after the bell today. So it's possible that that's what's going on too. I see somebody in the chat asking about the Dow, about why it's different than the NASDAQ. Well, you got to think of like just volume. NASDAQ is 100 stocks. The S&P is 500. The Dow is what, 30? I think, right? The Dow 30, I think is what it is. So 30. much more consolidated of stocks. Much more spread out between sectors, and it's still up on the day. It's not always going to have a perfect correlation. Or no, it's actually red a little bit on the day. Actually, I'm wrong.
So better in the day. Yeah, the high of the Dow today was 42,697. In this movement, if I do a quick plot on it from low to high today, 333 handles, and there are no ticks in between each one point of the Dow. No ticks in between there. So 333 full handles. Again, but that is not unheard of for the Dow either.
It's full ticks. 333 ticks.
Ticks. 333 ticks, which is just there's no incremental ticks, right, John?
Yeah,
they're all just a single.
How many handles are there in the Dow? Isn't it?
Yeah, I don't ever trade the Dow very much. I usually stick with the E-mini or the NASDAQ, so I'm not sure. Dow was a little
Shaq's
bit of a
favorite.
different
If
animal.
he's listening, the Dow is Shaq's favorite. If he's listening, my mic is gonna go silent anytime now.
All right, so we're getting closer to my stop again. We tapped it directly, but yeah, we got to just prepare to sell, edging up. You know, sometimes these high levels can be like magnets as well. One of my favorite things is to fade. Like if you have a really big high level, like let's call it $500, like a really obvious milestone level, depending on whatever symbol it is. A lot of the times we'll go directly up to those levels, kind of like a magnet, and then just kind of fade for the rest of the day after we tap it. Now, that's not always the case, but, you know, it's something that we look for here. I don't know if this is the case here. We're just getting really close to exiting. And very close.
And holding our breath here.
Yeah,
really, I'm looking
close.
at the asks. Yeah, the asks on the Dow are very, very, very thin, and we have a bunch of bids coming in 19, 20, 25, 20, 19, 13. I look at the ask; it's 2, 3, 7, 5. So if those just get eaten up, we're gonna keep pushing higher.
Yeah, somebody else just helped me. I almost hit sell again. I forgot I am shorting. So I almost hit sell again and doubled my size. So thank you, whoever in the chat corrected me. I'm used to going long.
You bail?
No, so not yet. My hand's over the button though, and so like my hand's over the button. We're testing that level now. Very close to it though, and I think this is.
Yeah, and there it is.
We got to get out. So we're out. Yep. Well, good stop level, but sometimes it's just not my day, and that's all right.
Yeah, that was a really good stop level. I mean, went within 3 ticks of the stop I had in.
Sure, yeah. And I'm still worried it's going to tap that level now because that's the new high and then do exactly what we spoke about. But, you know, we'll have to wait and get some more confirmation. The 200 EMA has been looking really nice all day today. So let me see if I can pull the 200 EMA up here. But
what time frame is your chart you're looking at there?
So this is a 1 minute chart. I probably should have thrown a 5 up there, but let's see. Exponential. And then so the 200. Yeah, so the 200 EMA has been really nice. Let me look at a 5 minute.
We do have 482 on the offer in the S&Ps at 58.80.
Wow.
Such a strong move.
It's
big order today.
It's Lexi and Grace are the same thing, John. They're looking at Bookmap, 58.80. They said they're stacked on Bookmap. So good call.
Yeah, makes sense. I think once the momentum gets rolling, you don't want to be against it, and so you know we'll wait and maybe we'll get some action in Power Hour. That'll be fun to take. We'll see. Yeah. So.
I'm looking at some. Yeah, I'm plotting out. I have a read on this. If we break 701, my estimation is going to 712. So if anybody, not advice, it's a guess, speculating, assuming.
Yeah, you sound like me. That's my favorite word. Is just not advice. You know.
Yeah, exactly. That's all we do. We're speculators. I mean, bar none. That's what we do, right?
Right. 100%. It's all probabilities. So like we can bet I always love poker. Poker is the best correlation with trading. You can have aces and still lose to 6-7, you know, or you can have 6-7 and beat aces, right? It's all variance driven, but based off of probabilities. And so all you can really do is get yourself in good spots. Sometimes it's not going to go with you. If I can critique myself here, I think what I probably should have done in this instance is that I think if we're trying to attack different trends like this, it's probably better to get on the bottom end of the trend, going with the trend, as opposed to kind of trying to call the top. And so if I could do it over again, hindsight's always 20/20, of course, but if I could do it again, I'd probably try to attack the bottom range of the trend and just buy it and attack this trend on the upside. Here. Hindsight's 20/20 though, so of course.
Speaking of hindsight, we're going to put a link in to hindsightcapital.tv. It is a meme site. It is not real, but it is really something to look at and to laugh at. So I'm going to dump that in the chat. It's just kind of funny to look at.
So Hindsight Capital, is it? You said it's a meme site. Let me see.
It's hindsightcapital.tv. Yeah, I just put it in there. It's something we created. It's just it's all in fun. Whenever we hear about hindsight, it's just something nice to look at. You can't go there if you try to apply to it. There's a job, applying us. Yeah, nice try. Try predicting the future, stuff like that. It's pretty funny.
It's great. I see the annual return. Yeah, annual return 7,434%. What a lovely return. Honestly, the biggest misconception about trading is that people have such unrealistic expectations for it. That's why I try, my whole channel is kind of about that, where I try to just, like I said, I set the bar low. I tell people I'm not an expert. I don't even claim to be a good trader. And I'm sure my viewers and some of you guys might agree with that as well, which is okay. But traders, they just have these big expectations. And so it's always fun to see what people expect in trading. I hear some stuff like you can earn 10% a day. And I always tell them the same thing, which is that if you could earn 10% a day, Goldman Sachs will hire you right now for $1 billion. Just apply for them, because Goldman Sachs, they will hire you. Earn a 10% a day consistently, put in your application, because they'll hire you. It's just never going to happen.
Got a history like that. Why wouldn't they?
Right. Sure. But I think they did the math. If you earn 5% a day over 5 years, you'll be the richest person in the world. So
something like that. Yeah. Welcome, Warren Buffett. Mr. London, John. If I can say John, so I'll call you Mr. London. So that's okay with you. Sure, or I can call you John and call the other John Ho, which we lovingly refer to him as. So I have a question. You have 3 terms in here for your trading: VWAP, scalp occasionally, and range analysis. And I'd love to hear your thoughts on how you trade ranges. And if we say range 3 times, sure, Dobie will show up. I can guarantee you that. So.
Sure. So I say range, and mostly it's okay. So I talked about it the last time I'm on the show, but I watch economic reports, and so I noticed this very consistent thing with markets. I know everybody wants to attack breakouts and breakdowns and all this stuff. But ahead of major economic reports, and it has to be major, like FOMC meetings or CPI inflation reports or something like that, ahead of those reports, the market generally, and I say generally because there's always outliers, like sometimes we're going to run 10% ahead of these reports. Most of the time, the market's going to be very flat, very sideways. And so one of my favorite ranges to attack is I kind of wait for these big days with these big economic reports, and I just attack a sideways neutral range. If I can use the volume weighted average price, what I want to see is the volume weighted average price cut right through the price action. If I can find that, I usually try to buy the bottom, sell the top, and it's a little bit of an oversimplification of it. But I guess, a lot of traders like breakouts, and me, I've had the worst results buying high of the days. You buy high of the day breakouts are like the first strategy that is preached to traders in the beginning. And I know a lot of traders that are still attacking high of the day breakouts. And I'm not saying they don't work. I think anything can work under the right conditions, but I think it's much more predictable to just attack like a very neutral sideways range ahead of these big reports. I think your stop losses are very obvious, where you can just kind of, like I did this trade, do it a little bit above highs, and a little bit above highs is that's okay, or a little bit below lows if you are buying it. In that way you kind of have a really easy stop loss. And I've done this multiple times. The easiest way to do it though is you have to wait for, it has to be a big economic report that has the market worried. And that could be something different. Sometimes it's CPI, sometimes it's FOMC meetings, sometimes it's like Jerome Powell, Jackson Hole symposium press conferences. You just got to figure out what the market fears and then attack the sideways range leading up to it, which, just saying it, I know there's going to be a lot of people who trade the opposite of it, but whatever works, for each trader.
So you kind of view these range bound areas or range bound periods of time by looking at VWAP going right through the middle of it, right? That's what you said?
Correct. Yes. Correct.
Yeah. So it's kind of a flat VWAP. Look at the extremes and fade those.
Sure. And you could also look at it on the other end. So if we put up, let's see, I think the E-mini might be a little bit better on a 1 minute chart just to look at it. If you put up like a 1 minute chart, the way you can see if the volume weighted average price or the 200 EMA, like here's the 200 EMA here, the way you can see it's working, the the best time to attack it is after confirmations. And so if you have like starting the day here, if you look at my chart, you can kind of see it's confirmed this 200 exponential over and over and over again. That's the highest probability time to attack it. You know, if this is the price action, and then the volume weighted average price just kind of cuts right through it like that, that usually signals, not the best time to attack like an upward downward trend. It's better to just attack the sideways trend in that instance. And it might change, you know, it might go back and forth. You can kind of see it on the Dow a little bit today, or not the Dow, on the Russell. Russell had a lot of that earlier this morning, where it just kind of ranged sideways for 2, 3, 4 hours. And like I said, the best part is that if you get unlucky and it does break out of that range while you're in it, stop loss super easy. You know, you can get out, rinse and repeat, figure out what works.
John, in that instance that you drew up there with your little blue zigzag with a line through it there, would you trade that breaking over the line to the highs, or would you be shorting the top of that range and trying to get it back crossing down through to the lows? What's your approach?
Okay, so if let me see if I can draw another example. So if the price action's kind of going like this, sometimes you'll see it kind of go like this. Usually I'm making it really simple. I'm buying the bottom of the range and looking to attack the top of the range. You can also take the top of the range, but a lot of the time it's just about identifying the range, which can be different. You know, like here you could have ascending or descending ranges, but I guess what I'm trying to explain is sideways range leading into economic reports can be reliable. It's not always the perfect strategy. Sure, 100%. If it pushes up a lot and it's been choppy and it's ahead of a big economic report, you can short the top and cover towards the bottom, or vice versa. The big key is just waiting for it. It's really easy to want to attack this regularly, but it doesn't happen. It does happen, but it's not predictable regularly. It's most predictable ahead of big economic reports that have the market apprehensive, I guess is the best word for it.
Excellent. Thanks
We are seeing some iceberging orders here in the S&Ps. Take a look at this. I'll make this as big as I can. You see this volume bridge here, volume ledge? Okay, if we look at the price and the delta, so there's the price, the delta and volume are going to be right here. We just had 5,451 contracts trade there, 4,600 of them on the offer. Market order buys against resting sells. One tick below. 5,800, let's call it 5,900, 2,600 of them have traded on the offer. These are iceberg sell orders up here. Is this going to cap off the price action for today? We don't know for sure, but just by looking at that, we can see that there's been some pretty good accumulation or liquidation of longs or new longs coming in longer time frame at these levels. The market doesn't seem to really care that much. Just probably an execution of possible long positions against by longer time frame traders. And boy, we're still seeing aggressive buyers here. Just wanted to point
there's that
out
712. Yeah. Brought called out the not called it, but go ahead. What you got? Go ahead, John, please go.
Oh, sorry. I shorted 2 contracts and it just pushed up. I'm probably going to keep it very short and cut it. It's rejecting my stop loss again, but I wanted to try these highs again, but I think it's probably a little bit too again, before I got on stream, I heard somebody talk about what do you do if you have $80 left in the account? Best thing to do is take micros. So if this doesn't work, I'll probably just scale down to micros and lick my wounds for the day, if that makes sense.
You're short NASDAQ again?
No, so this one I'm short the S&P, the
S&P. Okay.
S&P.
Right.
Mm-hmm. And we're keeping it much tighter stop loss in this instance. So like if it breaks this level, you know, we'll scale down and trade much smaller trades and just try to limit our risk with micros and come back to fight another day. It's just so strong leading up to it, and we're testing highs again. And so very close to cutting it.
It did hit that. If you remember earlier, I said if we break 701, go to 712. Once we broke 701, it took about 8 minutes. We just broke 712. Math, just a little math.
7,000 on the offer up at that level.
Wow.
Man.
Wow.
And we're starting to turn around here a little bit at my stop loss level. We might have pushed over it for a second, but yeah, definitely not doing what I wanted to. Well, it's coming back down. I'm optimistic, but I also just have to be, I can be optimistic. I just have to be strict with it.
Yeah, what was your entry at that level there? The short you have?
Let me see if it'll tell
Yes.
me. So my entry was at 879, 880s, roughly, right around 880s on the.
So see the right side of your screen, the order panel. See the right side of your screen, the order panel, right about right there.
879. Yeah, 879.
There you go. Great. It's
I'm
nice
starting to come back
for you.
down. So, yeah. Yeah, so we got it. There's a shot with it, but I don't want to be too negative about it. But I'm cautiously optimistic. We'll see if we can get a turnaround.
Mr. Ho, Jenny B in chat's looking about where we find the delta. You're the master of the delta.
We're joining you on this short.
Oh, good.
John.
Okay.
So I'm going to find the delta.
So I'm going to look to target. So we're actually green in this position now. We have 2 contracts. Well, for a second we're green. Well, now we're about flat. So we're going to target this range right here, about 876. So
86.
This is what let me see if I can change the color here. So yeah, this will right around this area will be our reward target. So our reward target is still a little bit larger than our risk, which is good. Here's the reward. Here's the risk. So a little bit smaller. And we do have a nice double top, which is good. You know, double top can add to the sentiment on the downside, but
all right. Where do you find the delta?
Delta.
Certain platforms have it. TopStep X does not have it yet, but it is on the roadmap. I find it on a different platform, so I just see it right here. This is day session overall delta, about 8,000 positive. And checking price by price is where I see those iceberg orders. We can see right there, 6,800 on the volume, 2,800 on the offer, lifting market orders, buys, lifting offers. And then just above that, 5,000 on the offer, market order buyers lifting it. We'll see if they stick around here, and maybe we can get a nice profit on this trade.
Sure. Yeah. We're going to be very quick with this too. So we have 2 contracts. For me personally, that feels a little exposed just because of the time of day it is. And so if we can get into just a little bit of profit, we will unload one of these and limit our risk, keep it small.
Okay.
We get maybe 1 tick down. We'll probably do that. There we go. All right. So we just took a little bit. I don't know if we got a good fill. Probably should have. But more importantly, we got out about break even, but it limits our risk. Since we're down already, I don't want to take too big of trades, because I think a lot of the time what happens is that traders, they lose some. They get emotional about it, so they double their size when they should be scaling down, and then they lose more, and then before you know it, they're in kind of like an account risking scenario where they're just swinging for the fences, trying to win back losses, and that can kind of turn against them and destroy accounts. So we just want to limit our risk. We're not chasing going green on the day. I think that's an important distinction. I think a lot of traders are just looking at red or green on the day, but I think we have to just be okay with the trade and what our reward target is, what our risk is, and if we can limit our size, that's the goal, I think. So we'll see. Setting up for 100 pointer on the NASDAQ. And I do think the power hour session will be fun. We'll have a lot of questions about the bell. So
a lot more volatility in
power
there.
Hour. Yeah, we'll see if we get some volatility.
Exactly. So while we're waiting for this, I would like to hear. We talked about your little. We talked about your really Brazilian jiu-jitsu. A little bit on a guitar there, but you also do some programming, and you're also in real estate. That's quite a rounded individual right there, sir.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. So I do some real estate. I buy investment properties, and so I have my real estate license for that specifically. But yeah, we do some programming, mostly front end. I'm a JavaScript developer. We also play with TradingView and building like algorithms for trading and stuff like that. AI's made that a lot easier nowadays. But yeah, we do some real estate for investment purposes. And our trade's looking pretty good. We're up about $120, $110 right now. So that's good. It gives us a lot of room. And once we get here, I'll probably hold the rest break even. So once we break down to the midway point, we could either do two things for this. We could add to it or we can hold it break even. And I think I'll probably hold this one break even. And so if it starts to push up a lot, which it's kind of doing right now, we'll just get out flat. I mean, I'm optimistic. I want it to go down, but
yeah. So managing risk, right?
Right, correct. And that way it's just kind of a clean slate. We get out. It's not the end of the world, but we'll give it time. I think we have if it starts to push up like this, it's such a strong thing for us to retrace all the way back up short term that I don't want to get stuck in it if it retraces that distance quickly and then also starts testing highs. So we're very close to getting out here. Yeah, well, our risk level was good there too, so we're starting to push down a little bit now.
I got out of one of them.
Just hanging around. Okay. So the house account is now short 1 ES?
Yes. 880
Yeah,
and a
called it
quarter.
in this session. Hopefully get some more activity. That 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock can be kind of tough on there. Sometimes it just kind of hangs around. We saw a little bit of push up, a lot of ranging sideways. But it is what it is. We have the best we can do with what we are presented to us at that time, and that's all we can do. And welcome to trading, right?
Of course. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I always try to tell people, like, look, nothing's definitive. Like, I'll get people that come to my streams and they'll be like, oh, this is a terrible short. And then it'll just dump down and then they're usually kind of quiet. Or they'll say, oh, that's a great long. And then it'll just fall down a bunch of points, kind of like it is now. So we're up about 125. A little bit more. We'll probably get pretty close.
I bought one for us for the break.
Sure, yeah. So nothing's definitive in trading, and I always try to tell the people who are usually the most definitive, like this is gonna work or this is gonna go against them, are usually the newer ones because there's so much variance. People have been around long enough to understand the variance of it, especially at this part of the day, right? Like this part of the day, super quiet usually. All right, so we're up about 140. I'll go ahead and cut this here and just take the profit and then try not to be too upset about it. It didn't quite get to my risk or reward level, but I think with how much it's slowing down in this range, I think that's okay. We caught the fade right at the highs, and so
pretty good.
Could be worse.
Profit is profit.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Profit is profit.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Rather than sit around and wait, you just had a time stop. Yeah, it didn't go all the way to your target. Sure, it didn't go all the way to your stop. Hanging around a little bit too long for your taste, being that partial on the scalping side, and with the market the way this bouncing back and forth the way it is.
Sure.
Wise decision. Absolutely. You don't always need to let it go there. Just and you are your own type of trader, and glad to have you on here.
Oh, thanks so much. Yeah, no, it's great. Yeah, no, like I said, I always try to set the expectations low. Yeah, for sure. I always set the expectations
Nothing wrong with taking off.
My joke is I call myself the top 3 worst trader of all time ever in the world. In that way, if I can outperform that, I'm happy with that, right? If I can outperform that and just, raise expectations a little bit, then I'm okay.
Nice. We're still short 1.
Wow.
I've got it at break. I've got to stop at break even. I'm just going to let this play and see what happens.
Yeah, and we bounced back up too, so it might have been a good exit.
Yep.
Gold. Yeah, gold's at lifetime highs again at 27.86 right now, so
Yep.
Better take a look at that. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
John, do you ever think about investing in mining company stocks?
So what kind of mining? So gold mining?
Well, my brother's got a bunch of silver mining company stocks. He's got me in a couple of them. I can't even think of the name of them right now. But instead of just
Yes.
buying, the actual, he's just buying mining companies. So I bought a few.
Sure.
I have to ask him about what they were.
Silver is interesting because, like gold is seen as a precious metal and it goes up. But silver, there's actually a lot of utility with mobile devices, smartphones, and technology.
Yeah.
That can be good or bad when you're investing in it. Like there's a incentive to keep prices low for silver because it's used so much in technology versus like gold, which still has some utility in technology but goes up, if that makes sense. But silver is still very consistent long term. And I like the logic of mining companies because it's all about accumulation. And over time, silver should go up as well. So you're mining, you're making money on the mining, you're getting good margins mining it. And then you're also long term, like long term, it's a pretty safe investment as well. And so it kind of hits it from a few different ways. Very similar to real estate where you put tenants in, you get cash flow. As the house appreciates, you can ask more for rent, and then you're also earning it on the back end with appreciation as well. So, you're all hedging against inflation is the number one goal for that stuff. But I like mining companies in general because of that aspect of it, where silver is going to go up over time. They're usually making money for margins for mining it in the first place, and so it's a good hedge.
Awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, crypto is a different story. I like crypto mining as well, but there's a little bit more there's more nuance with crypto mining. I hear people talking about that in chat, but I like Bitcoin. Bitcoin's been interesting too. Bitcoin's pushing towards lifetime highs today as well. Where's lifetime highs? It's very close to lifetime highs for Bitcoin too.
Since we're talking the metals, you can also trade platinum. We have platinum here on Topstep X, also in the Topstep. And
really? So what's the symbol?
Is currently at PL, listen, Peter Larry, platinum.
Yeah, I've never really messed with those. I'm looking at the long-term trend is very sideways. But I know platinum is like a very precious metal. But
yes.
I'm looking at the short-term action of it. It's interesting. It's probably a less crowded.
Just another option. No, right, another option, alternative. If somebody's interested in gold, they want to take a look at silver, the Widowmaker, platinum goes along with it. And this, we don't have it yet. I don't believe. I'll type it in. I don't believe we have. But palladium is another one. No, we don't have palladium yet on Topstep X, but that is another one that's right up in there too. But they're interesting because they will hold levels. Like if you see platinum coming to a certain price level, and then a wick and then rejection off of it. I don't want to use the word guarantee, but it's a pretty surefire bet that it's going to just keep going that direction until it runs to another set. And I had it up on my screen there, and you can pretty much see to get a couple of tops on a tick chart. And once you cross it down, it starts breaking out and get those rejections. It just continues to go. And then you'll have a wick at the bottom pushing back up again, and it just continues to go up right above where it was last time, and then a little lower than it was. It's just it's one of those types of instruments that it just holds levels. NQ has a thing. If you have a high, it's always not always, but for the most part, it's not going to tap the high. It's going to blow it past the 10, 15 points before it comes out of it. These, for example, in the bond markets, also they tend to respect those a little more. Oil has that thing as well. Sure. They get those certain levels, especially round numbers. You get oil at a certain level, it's just going to stick around and hang around there for quite some time. If I pull up oil and I extend it out a little bit further, look where we're at, 67.21. If I just draw a couple lines, we have a very solid resistance support level, and then we have a very 68.09 for some reason. 68.09, call it 69. It's solid. It just every time it comes up there, it just doesn't seem to push past it. It's just to drop down like the NQ does. Different behaviors. That's like it's different personalities.
Looks like your range bound. It's like your range bound market that you put on there with the lines.
Sure. No, it makes perfect sense. It's kind of like the early days. Yeah, I see that a lot with like the early days of crypto. Crypto's been a different animal since the ETFs picked it up, but But yeah, I remember seeing very similar things, and it's almost like, I don't want to call it momentum, because usually you see it with like more. Let me think of the best word. Like, it's not choppy. I guess lower liquidity markets, you see this a lot, where they break highs and they run, or they break lows and they break. And so it's really interesting. I've seen that with a couple different symbols, and so I'll have to check it out. So it's PL. I'm looking at it now. It's interesting.
Yeah, PL for platinum.
Sure. And oil as well. I look at oil. Oil is just so dependent on geopolitical stuff. Very catalyst driven oil market.
Yeah.
But oil's been downtrending as well. It's just hard to bet on anything before the next 3 weeks,
Exactly. Holy smokes, folks, look at the time. I just lost track. I'm the driver. I'm not even paying attention to the road here. Wow, look at that. Hogue, always a pleasure to be on with you. John London, again, we appreciate your time, appreciate you being here, sharing your thoughts, your insights.
Thanks so much.
The market seemed to be good and bad for us. It wasn't doing too much. Last one, 1-1, but hopefully walk out ahead a little bit. And we'd love to have you back on and continue this conversation. Any last words, just real quick, and then I can jump out. Any last words, Mr. London?
Just be safe today. Big earnings in power after the closing bell, so we might get big institutions prepping for that. And so just be careful. A lot of stuff this week. Just understand a lot of stuff going on. And of course, I thank you so much for having me on. It was a pleasure. Enjoyed it for sure.
Thank you, John.
Thank you very much again. And please keep in touch how you do on that platinum. Shoot me a message in Discord or even here, email, whatever. I'd love to hear what your thoughts on platinum. I think what I've seen from your stuff here, I think you do really well with it. Give it a shot. I'd be happy to hear from it.
Okay.
Coming up next,
Thanks
we
so
have
much.
Power Hour. Hope we get some more market movement. Andre will be back in the driver's seat. Jack will be joining him. Maybe he can talk about bonds. He knows it a hell of a lot better than I do. Dobie's in there. He's going to be looking for the ranges. And then Real Deal Zach. I saw him in the chat. I know he's ready to go. And I will see him in the green room pretty soon. But right now, stay tuned. We'll be right back with Power Hour.
Topstep was created from an idea born out of the trading pits in Chicago. The idea that we could provide traders education, access, experience, and capital to use in the markets. A decade later, with tens of thousands of traders in over 100 different countries, we know exactly what our traders want. That gave us another idea, to build a platform specifically for our traders and their unique needs.
Wait, a trading platform and an evaluation company in one? Does that exist?
Well, it does now.
Introducing Topstep X, the first of its kind trading platform built by and for futures traders, creating the first end-to-end ultimate trading experience. Topstep X is purpose-built for your unique needs, using over a decade of insights, customer feedback, and experience. Featuring integrated licensed trading view charts, our proprietary trading indicator, the Tilt, a built-in trade copier, our own dedicated data feed direct from the CME, and even a live stream of TopstepTV. And get this, with our extra fast connection, once you sign up, you are trading within 30 seconds. No connection instructions needed. It's web-based, so you can use it on your Mac or PC, with a dedicated mobile app for iOS and Android coming very soon. We haven't just built a trading platform. Topstep X is a fully immersive trading environment, and it will continue to evolve with new features, becoming your go-to source for trade execution and funding, education, community, support, and even entertainment. Oh yeah, never pay any commissions on Topstep X. That's right, Topstep X is the only platform in the futures industry that has no commissions. Experience the future today.
When the market's open, Jay's on the move. Order flows the key, he's got something to prove. Reading the tape like the court's fast break. He sees the big players, knows the moves they'll make. From the screens to the hoop, he's got the same plan. Crafted his trades like a tailored game plan. New York roots, but the world's a stage. When Jay's in the zone, there's profits to gauge. His name is Jay, Coach Jay, Coach Jay, Coach Jay, all the way. He's calm and he's cool. Following his game plan is his #1 rule. 8 years in the game and he's learned the ropes. Like teaching athletes how to build their hopes. Trading's like coaching, gotta have the right mind. It's not just the charts, but the strength you find. Out on the court, he's the same cool cat. Building up traders like athletes that adapt. When he's not trading, he's cooking up flair. Jay's got skills that are truly rare. His name is Jay, Coach Jay, Coach Jay, Coach Jay, all the way. He's calm and he's cool. Following his game plan is his #1 rule. 8 years in the game and he's learned the ropes. Like teaching athletes how to build their hopes. Trading's like coaching, gotta have the right mind. It's not just the charts, but the strength you find. Out on the court, he's the same cool cat. Building up traders like athletes that adapt. When he's not trading, he's cooking up flair. Jay's got skills that are truly rare. His name is Jay, Coach Jay, Coach Jay, Coach Jay, all the way. He's calm and he's cool. Following his game plan is his #1 rule.
And we are back for Power Hour. You see some of the usuals around here. We got Zach B in the house. We got Dolby and Jack coming at you for Power Hour. Let's get right into it. Zach B, welcome to Topstep TV today. How are you doing?
Good, man. Good. What is going on, guys?
Well,
dude, that mic is silky. That mic is incredibly silky smooth.
Buttery
Yeah,
smooth
that's
down
very
here.
nice.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Markets are in rally mode right now, pretty much for most of the day. Last trade in the NQ, 20,700. Wow, what a rally today. Dolby time. Jack, we got the keys to the house account right now. Who is going to be executing?
I volunteer as tribute. If it is the ES or the NQ, I will be trading. If you guys, you old fogies, want to slap on some YM, Dolby's going to have to take it.
Okay. Should we put it up to a poll, or what do we think?
I think we just trade what looks good. I got the ES open right now.
Yep.
ES and NQ might be presenting some better opportunities outside of a really rangy VWAP chop here on YM. As you can see, still living in its own world. Dow is just right around VWAP here on the 5-minute chopping around. Some nice movement right around the open. I was actually long from down here. Ended up the same situation as I did yesterday, kind of paper handing it, going stop loss to break even. Actually did it twice this morning. Stop loss to break even, getting stopped out before the nice move to the upside. But that happens. So I'm flat in XFAs, small green in combines.
Right.
House accounts had a good day today so far. Up somewhere in the 6 grand plus regions. Yeah, let's do it.
All right, let's get after it.
All we have to do is not lose $6,000. Should be easy, right?
Manage our risk. I think we can do that. Let's see what's going on in these markets. Last trade in the ES, 58.78, high of the day, 58.83. NQ seeing some buyers right now, about 10 points off the highs. Last trade, 20,704. High of the day, 20,714. Jack, what are we thinking here? Anything looking good to you right now?
Well, we kind of touched that level that Isaac mentioned during power players. We got nearly to that 58, 84, 85 in the ES. We're a couple points below that right now. Your guess is as good as mine. Trends up. I don't think I want to get short yet in that. The bond yields, 10-year did come back through that 4.3%. We've rallied about 14 ticks or something in the ZN, brought us down to 4.27. Is this the beginning of the end or the end of the beginning? We'll find out. Probably not during power hour, but who knows?
Great question. Find out indeed. All right. Dolby time. Anything looking good on your end over there? Ranges. I know Zach kind of wanted to talk to you about range trading and range bound markets. So let's do that.
Yeah. If we're focusing on the ES, I could see a justification for a short. Actually, it's just if you go to a kind of like a bigger time frame, say like the 4 hour or the 1 hour, we're kind of just in this range between I'd say 58.40 and about 58.83. We've already rejected there once, twice. Maybe there's a third time. I'm not super interested in shorting indices when there's no news to make indices go down. So if there was a short, I think it'd be short time frame. Other than that, I think just longs like right here, right now would be totally fine. I mean, ES is in like a really nice 5-minute consolidation or 5-minute range.
All right.
I'll put a dancing man on it. There we go. It's right here. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, about 6 5-minute bars.
I thought there was a guy jumping out of a building or something.
Oh, well, no, now he's
okay. There you go.
Okay,
nice.
Much better.
Yes,
much better.
Did have the NQ just uptick some new highs there, 20,717. Yes, lagging a little bit behind. We like the long.
It's strong, man. I pay attention to these edgeful stats. The power hour breakout one, I think I've talked about it a couple times on here, but it's only 23.75% of the time a new high of day is made over the last year of data on NQ. We're doing that right now. I really like that stat near low of day because, like Dobie, I don't really just want to arbitrarily short for new lows of days on the U.S. indices coming into power hour. I'd much rather just get long, kind of hang on through MOC. But today, man, we are strong into the last hour of trading here. So it's a cheap short, but I was watching the last segment. It's tough. You got to decide how many times you're going to try that cheap short for the larger move back down the rotation, and it can be tough. You can get death by 1,000 cuts pulling that move.
Yeah, I think if you are looking for shorts in the indices in general, try to find them at big levels, like 1 hour time frame, 4 hour daily. So at least that way you're maybe going to find someone else who's selling as well at that area. But just trying to sell like what in the hole, as they say, I think it's a little bit risky in indices. There's just passive money coming into indices typically. So unless there's news, the people really aren't going to be selling. So maybe on very short time frame, you might get a little bit of selling. I just don't know if it's like sustainable to hold on to a trade like throughout the day. Say like crude oil, for example, like you could sit in a crude short, kind of all day. Indices, unless there's news, I'd be very wary. Very, very
we are
wary.
at a top step level right now in the NQ.
Oh, yeah.
We're at just through last week's high. You can see here zooming out a little bit. So we got that red line there. If you got the top step levels stack, I went over this and see, hey, that's last week's high.
What's the price? 70, was it?
707?
707.
707.
So
Right.
just coming through that now. Muhammad saying he's looking at, what was it, 726 or something like that.
If we're still watching ES, like 58.77s could be interesting for a long, maybe even like 58.75 and a 3/4 could be interesting. It's a little bit expensive just because we're we're so close to the high end of that range that we would really need something big to kind of come in and push us over 58.83. Don't know what that is. But if you're trend trading within the range and you have a consolidation, then yeah, this would be a good long setup with easy to find risk.
Like that. All right, really quick, Dolby. It's been a minute. Upper left-hand corner of the screen. What do we got up there, Dolby?
I don't even know what that is. What is this? Hashtag Power Hour.
Oh yeah. What is that?
Oh man, Andre, I'm in Twitter land. That is.
How is it today?
Pretty active. Not gonna lie, it is very, very active. But if you had a good day today, please share it with us. Hashtag Power Hour at TopstepTV. Robert Cooney says, send them. So your trade reports, you can link those. If you took some good trades, take pictures, send it. Funny memes. Lost Trader Carl Hungus have been sending us great stuff for months now. If you have a great meme, send it over as well. And what else? Battle Station pics are fun. Haven't done any of those in a while. Yeah, those are always cool. Pets are great. If you have a trader pet, that'd be very cool. And then all the feet pics you can send to Andre.
All right. Nope.
Yeah.
Less of that. Less of that. Let's see if we get this pullback here. Dolby, you like the 58.77s perhaps in the ES?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a low risk trade. If the 5-minute range holds, I think you can get a cheap entry. You can define risk. Like I said, we're up against the ceiling already, so it's a little bit tricky because alternatively, this could be the high, and then maybe this is going to start rotating all the way back down again. But if you get rid of 58.83, this is just a stair-stepping uptrend, and that would be the pullback long on the 5-minute consolidation. So it's a little bit tricky, but I don't like shorting indices. I don't know. Zach, how do you feel about shorting indices?
Yeah, I mean, I do find myself taking more than I should throughout the trading session. On a day like today, it's usually not going to go well for me, right? Like if I'm zooming out, being somewhat objective here on NQ, if you were shorting really at any point, unless you're on super duper zoomed in time frame, just kind of scalping these downside moves, you're going to have a tough day. You're just not going to have a good time. So I like the long America play. I'm watching Bookmap on NQ. If I do trade NQ, I like to pay attention to that a little bit. We've got some liquidity up above that doesn't look like the algorithmic stuff, right? At 725. Don't know if you guys see this as well.
Yep.
And then even more up above that, that'd be a reach, but 750. Not too much of a reach, actually, now that I'm looking at it. So, it's kind of like close your eyes and sing the national anthem. I was laughing really hard streaming live. Some guy came on. I think I had probably taken a short, and he goes, "What are you doing? Close your eyes, long, sing the national anthem." And it's tough to do, but if you could find a way to structure risk, go for something. Stop loss below a level of structure. Find an invalidation point where you say, "Hey, if we pull back down this way, I think we're probably headed for a rotation back down in." But this is an interesting one.
Well, I got long one. I'm gonna get us the average. I'll get us the average price of 77 in the ES.
I like it.
If it trades through that, where's our risk?
Maybe risk like 5 points. Like you really don't want to see this much more below 72s. I'd even consider adding at 72s as well for a third.
All right, house account long one. What price did we get, Jack?
Just the first one, because I'm scaling. We got 79 for the first one.
All right.
Nice.
Yeah,
I mean, I think anything you just want to make sure, or we want to make sure that this kind of higher low that we've been making kind of just maintains. Don't really want to see that get broken. If it does, we're probably back to like middle of the range, which would be about 58.60 in the ES. This is just a modified FID tool with everything else removed other than the 0, 50, and 100. But yeah, so far so good. I mean, 5-minute range is holding. Zach, you had a question about ranges, right? I think we got off topic, so I want to bring it back.
Yeah. No, all good. You tweeted where my range traders at, and I responded, the more this market is chopping around, the more I'm trending in that direction. That was my witty response. And I'd like to try to find something that works when the market is just chopping around. On NQ, I'd mentioned, I know it's a tough one to do it on. I try to identify a range that might be forming, even just like some consolidation within a trend. And if I'm looking at my chart right now on a trending up day like this, nice bullish structure, I'd be looking long somewhere down the bottom of a range like this. Really just up to just up to the top of the range. I think it's a pretty clear invalidation level if we start breaking even further down. I'm not going to hold and catch the big trending move. Obviously, that's not the range play.
Oh,
but
if
we are trending.
Wait. Yes,
Okay.
that is the move. That's
okay. So we're scaling out in profit. That's the game plan. Okay. So take me through a play for you on the range side.
So for a range trade, at least in my opinion, all of the value in the range trade is when it breaks out of the range. So you're just trying to get you're trying to use the bottom of that range, like you just highlighted really well. I can actually pull up on my charts. I know exactly which one you're talking about on the 5 minute.
And keep pushing higher.
Yeah, everything's just kind of moving higher here. Where's my little box? So here we go. So this is the range that we were talking about, this pink box I got. And yeah, so what you want to try to do is get long the bottom, but all of the value in that range is really the breakout. That's where you want to hold the trade. So if you can get long theoretically, let's say like 20,660, and you sold at 20,684, like you could do that, and there's still good risk reward there. But if you can get the breakout and hold a position out of that, and then wait for it to reconsolidate, then you get what I would call a stair step uptrend, which is basically just resistance becomes support, and then it just keeps on kind of moving higher. So for really good range trading, in my opinion, I think the talent of being able to hold on to a trade for a long time will really, really help any range trader's risk reward, because that's where the meat and the value is of a range trade.
Nice. Now, let me ask you, just building off that, would you be scaling out, maybe taking some profits at the top of that range if you get back to it, or are you holding for that break above just with the trend and trying to capture that larger move?
When it depends how many contracts you have. So I was doing this whole system became a thing when I was doing crude oil, and crude oil tends to have really tight 5 minute ranges, which is awesome because you can set a stop, let's say 15 ticks below the bottom of the range. And there's a relatively small chance that you will get wicked out and then it shoots higher. Obviously it can happen, but crude oil, I would say even like ES, YM, and maybe a couple other markets I don't trade, they don't wick out of the range really aggressively. NASDAQ, however, does tend to do that. So I'd actually say that this range that we were highlighting earlier is a little bit unusual in that we don't see any wicks penetrating down to say like 640, even though the base of that rate of the lower end of that range was 660, it very easily could have ran down to 640. And so personally, I've had problems getting wicked out of perfectly good ranges in NQ just because it tends to wick so aggressively compared to other markets. So it's something you have to kind of be cognizant of. So there are ways to play around that. So what you could do is let's try one at like 657 hypothetically, and then you try to add even further below that, anticipating that you're going to see price push down to say 640 and then come all the way back up. And so you're actually trying to build an average maybe 10 points below the low of the range. In other markets, maybe I wouldn't try to do that, but for NQ, it is very feasible. It's just hard to predict the depth of that pullback and if it ever happens at all. That's just how NQ trades. It's pretty tricky. I've actually liked 1 minute ranges a little bit better in the NASDAQ because those tend to not be as wicky as 5 minute ranges.
That's awesome, man. That's actually what I'm working on, is kind of the 1 minute small ranges in between, generating a little bit higher frequency. But no, that's awesome, man. That was a great explanation. I think actionable stuff. So it's awesome. And we are watching
NQ mooning there while NVIDIA pushes new highs for the day. 142.13 there. We only got the one on so far. I'm scaling into this where if we decide we want to go long, let's just get long one. It either works or we'll eventually get our average price.
Yes, needs to catch up with the NQ. Yeah, NQ making new highs here, just drifting higher a little bit. The last trade, 20. Oh, there we go. 20,731 last trade. Pushing higher here.
Did someone say we were never getting back to 21,000 before? Who said that? Didn't someone say that?
I think it was Nick for a tick.
No, we're not there yet.
That's
Not
true.
there yet.
Damn close.
Come on, yes. Wake up. Looking at the ladder right now, not seeing too much liquidity upside or downside just yet. The buyers are definitely in control. The bulls are in control, and the NASDAQ, YM not doing a whole heck of a lot. Crude, chilling. Gold, making new all-time highs today. 27.87. Last trade, 27.85 there.
Oh, yes, looks good. This is a good trade. Everything you want to see in a range.
Besides having our full size.
Besides, yeah, full size. That's true.
Always. Jack,
That's,
you're talking
that's
about
the thing.
we're talking about taking shorts. Like it's got to be a very short-term trade. We did that during Power Players today with Isaac. Jack, we did take a short, covered, just to watch it go higher. So you can make money both ways, even in a trending market. But here we go. NQ still pushing.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think
eventually.
Yeah, I'm hoping that ES starts to push, man. NQ is still climbing, but Andre, to your point, I think it's just all about finding the way that you interpret the market. Like some guys are going to struggle all day, every day, trying to buy as the market's rising. And if your game plan is going to be, I'm going to fade those moves to a certain degree, create a structure around that, find a way to structure risk, and try to flow with that. If you're constantly fighting yourself along with fighting the market, it just makes trading incredibly difficult. So I think it's. Oh, there you go. There's a little bit of a push out of NQ and ES. Let's see it.
40 trade. Jack, you're thinking about scaling in, talking about adding in as we go up. Will be the next.
Well, I got
price.
we said we liked 87, or sorry, what do you like 77, and so I just
77
bought at the market at 79. I'd never traded 77 since we've been sitting down here. So, yeah, we got one on. Waiting for new highs at least, I would think.
Oh yeah, I mean, we'd want to see. It's unfortunate that we don't have. This is kind of where like only having one contract for like a range trade's a little bit tricky because it'd be really nice to peel one off at say like 82 or 83, and then let the other one, run up, and then you could even, if it ends up reconsolidating, you could keep on buying, and you just reestablish kind of what range you're trading, But I think Zach, going back to what you said, I think the way I like phrasing it is that I prefer betting on what is already happening, what will continue to happen. Like a range trade, it just ranges back and forth. And there's only one event that can take place that gets you out of the range. And so I don't want to spend time betting on that one thing happening, because if it doesn't happen, then you're just back in the range, going back and forth and doing range stuff. So in my opinion, the odds are more in your favor when you're just betting on what has already happened versus on that one event that has to happen for the whole trend to break down or for the range to fail. It's a more glamorous trade, but I think it's a little bit riskier.
Yeah. No, I like it, man. Again, markets have been choppy. I do like my moves on Dow in the morning. Very volatile. It seems to respect. I'll kind of just jump back to my chart. Respects like simple discretionary levels coming off of basic structure. Looking left usually gives me a way to get in and get out. Loves to come back to trade across VWAP right off the open, especially on an open like today where we're opening up below it in pre-market. So simple plays like that are pretty solid. But then when I get a day where this happens, starting at 11 o'clock, if I'm not already getting chopped up in the middle of it and I'm able to identify it, it just doesn't present a lot of opportunity, right? I don't get direction to the upside. It's just this continuation back and forth. So if I can find something that still fits my personality, the way that I kind of approach the markets and view the markets, I'd like to be able to do that. It's also not so fun if you're trading live and you have no trade session after no trade session. Great demonstration of patience and, preservation of capital. But,
I hope,
you do want to get trades on. So it's that balance, man. It's that balance.
I hope James has this ready because I have a good segue here. That YM is very much so like a Dorito right now. And even Mints in chat called Big Dorito in the YM. And the Dorito pattern, if you're not familiar, is a series of higher lows and then lower highs, giving you that Dorito kind of shape. And then, James, if you're ready,
let's do this.
Run it?
Yeah. What do we got here, James?
Try to run this.
All right, let's see. I hope this works. Hope all my tinkering in the back has paid off. But if you guys recall a story from last week, we found Doritos liquor. And, I got Andre and Dolby together. And, here you go.
Hey, what's up, Topstep TV? Got my Power Hour friend here, Dre, and James, who's behind the camera right now, spotted Empirical Dorito flavored spirit. Can't quite say it's vodka because it's neutral grade. The Dorito pattern, if you're not familiar here, higher lows and lower highs. So that's how we got here in the first place. We're gonna pour some shots, we're gonna take it and do a little review. Yeah, what's on the nose?
I mean, it's a spirit. There's a hint of the Dorito in there, but it is a spirit. It's more like grain alcohol. This could be moonshine.
Could be. What's it say? It says Doritos Empirical.
Vacuum distilled Doritos nacho cheese.
Yeah.
All right, ready?
All right, here, cheers, buddy.
Cheers. 1, 2, 3. Oh, there it is.
You taste it?
At the end.
I gotta be honest, not great.
Not great.
It's really not good.
Nope.
I would not recommend it at all. I don't even think you get a ton of nacho cheese flavor.
No.
However, we're gonna try to make it work. We went ahead and we've made some Bloody Marys. Shout out to, what is this? McClure's Bloody Mary mix here. So we're gonna try it again. Cheers.
Cheers to Bloodies. It's afternoon, but hey, Bloody's still
Yep,
hit.
this works.
A little bit better. A little bit better.
Yeah, I would say way better. It just tastes like Bloody. This is a $60 mixer at the end of the day.
This is really what it is.
That's really what it is. I honestly think you could mix it with pretty much anything. It would just taste like that because the sugar content, whatever, is so strong. I don't think this flavor is personally strong enough for those people who really want to get that nacho cheese experience from their alcohol.
Don't want to ask for that.
Don't want to ask for that, dude.
Oh, man.
Ooh.
Well, ooh, yes, indeed.
I just covered, boys. Our one guy.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, that it was a reaction to that Dorito shot.
Yeah. Dolby, looking back on it, I'm not sure we're going to do that again, but man, oh man.
I wouldn't do it again. Do
Where's
not.
that bottle,
Love the
James?
commitment, guys.
Where's that
Do not
thing,
recommend
James?
it.
I left it at the office. Mick was like, "Are you going to take it home?" And I went, I don't know. Do you want it?" He was like, "You can leave it here."
Dorito formation. Man, oh man. Yeah, did take a shot. The Bloody Mary mix did help. We did garnish it with an actual nacho cheese Dorito to take some of the bite out of it. But man, there you go. Hope you guys enjoyed that one. Jeez.
People are asking how tall you are, Andre.
How tall am I? 5'11". What do they think I am?
Are you really? I thought we were like the same height in Vegas. Did you get taller when we were?
I don't know, man.
Andre's taller, yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
It's not hard to be taller than me.
What do they
I'm not very
think?
tall.
You're saying like
6'2".
6'1", 6'2"? No.
No. Yeah, 5'11". Sorry to disappoint, but yes. Cool Ranch, I know, Dylan. We thought about it. There was a bag of Cool Ranch there, but for sake of the nacho cheese Dorito liquor, we had to go nacho cheese Doritos. Yikes, man, oh man. All right, so we're flat in the house account.
Yeah, I flattened this as we pushed through. I was looking for like the little stop run. As you know, with these live accounts, kind of hard to find exactly what your out was, but it was somewhere right around that high of the day there. How do you do that, Andre?
Do you like shorts now? Because now the shorts are kind of cheap if we don't think we can get above 58.83. Like, what are you thinking here, Zach?
I'm still looking long on NQ. It's been eating up these levels of liquidity on Bookmap. I use Bookmap in a really simple way. Big, bright Christmas tree line. I want to pay attention to that. If we're close, if we're trending towards it, I think we're going to go up and grab it before we turn. And we still got a pretty heavy one at 750. Came right up, ate up the 725s, and we are kind of pulling back at the moment. I just don't have a clean way to structure risk. I don't have a nice invalidation point on this until we get all the way back down to like the 688, 690. So I'm not as good at just throwing on quick scalp trades, like getting long and running a 1-to-1 or just a kind of wide stop loss and managing it as I go. I like to have a clean level, at least to start to the downside. But right now, I'd be surprised if we didn't come up here and tap this 750 in NQ.
I could reload, boys.
We could. The tilt.
feel like
Quick
1 minute
delta.
ranges.
Quick delta update. Plus 8,500 in the ES of about 12 minutes ago. Plus 9,500 in the NQ. So keep me updated when you get a shot.
And I know we got some earnings coming out this week that may increase some volatility right towards the end of this session. So I'm aware of that. Could see the pretty gnarly move out of NASDAQ at any point, which is par for the course on NASDAQ any day of the week anyway. But
Except Jack in the chat.
Yeah.
What was that
Oh, that's
comment?
cool.
Love it.
Oh, I get it. I get it. I'm not a likable guy.
Even Jack is
but I'm here.
strays. Jeez.
House account flats. Yes.
All that top quiz. I heard top quiz might be coming back, Jack. Is that true?
Yeah.
Is that a thing?
We're trying to
Whoa.
resurrect it, maybe like as a once a week, once a moon. We'll see. It's been talked
back
about.
from the dead for Halloween.
Yes. I think that I covered 83s.
Just gonna ask.
Judging by the P&L. So made $200 in that one.
All right. That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Took beneath the highs. Not
Thanks,
bad.
losing.
I mean, we executed the trade idea and it worked. So, I mean, that's what you want. Execution was good. Idea was good.
NQ running out of steam here. We'll see. So far, shorts have just been getting smushed. A lot of times on these low volume rallies, it's the shorts that keep taking this market higher, right? You get short the highs, you old cheap trade, and then their stops, they puke, just keeps pushing it higher. So you might be seeing a little bit of that here in Power Hour.
You know,
we got MOC in 15 minutes.
If Nancy can pull back to like 710s, I think that'd be an interesting opportunity for a long. I'm sure there are some shorts who kind of hopped in there right at that. What is this? October 25th high. It's probably like a daily or something. I'm not sure. But we pierced through it like 30 something points. Maybe if we can come back, the shorts will cover. We can get a secondary rally. And if they don't get a shot at doing that, then they probably just keep on covering into the close. And then it's kind of up to the brave bulls to push it higher.
Still pushing higher here.
Yeah, it is. No chill.
Yep.
Unbelievable.
Not backing off yet, man. Not backing off yet.
Again, earnings after the bell. We do have Alphabet, Visa, and AMD.
Maybe 736 would be interesting for like a 1 minute range trade in the NQ.
1 minute, eh?
If it can pull back. Yeah, no, it's a little bit. It's a small time frame.
That's exactly what I was looking at. Toby would kind of give me a way to throw maybe a validation point down around like 25, 26. And if I'm going to start to scale out into this level that I'm watching, I'd at least have a decent risk structure to start. But let's see if we can pull back a little bit further.
Yeah, I think that'd be kind of a fun order. Like maybe like 735s.
Bilby, if we're taking 1 minute NQ chart trades,
yeah, what's wrong with that?
I call upon you to be the executioner, the executor, the executor. No,
the executioner.
It's Halloween week, guys. It's the execution
it is.
today.
Are you dressing up, Zach?
Yeah, I got something planned. I mean, I don't want to be too off topic, and we're definitely not going to get offensive, but we'll have some fun with it
What is
here
this costume?
on Thursday.
Yeah,
what?
No, because I'm on Fast Market with you guys.
What a tease!
No. We got Thursday. We'll have some fun on Thursday for sure.
All right. A little bit of a pullback. Dolby, look at the 736s perhaps. Last trade 734.
Yeah, I mean, do you want to try one? I'd even like 727s too.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait to see if this comes down a little bit further. Could totally miss it here. This could also just be the start of the top, right? But that's a pretty nice
put one
inside of this.
We'll see what happens. We'll bid 727 just because.
Okay.
Dueling
5 minute range.
What would the risk be, Dolby?
Not much. It'd be like 10 points, maybe like 17.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see if like there's like a kind of like these 3-5 minute candles. Let's see if it kind of just stretches down below, and then maybe some bidders come in and push this up higher again. We'll try.
I am long with you guys.
Okay.
5 micros. Yeah. Just gonna see if we can catch a bid here. Again, I like the way that NASDAQ has been eating up these levels on Bookmap. And even if we're going to turn, it likes to do it when there's really nothing above. least the way that I've been starting to read Bookmap. But does it work every time? No, it does not. Just enough to be dangerous.
Zach, what price did you get?
I got 32 and a half. So I'm just trying to find if I want to run this stop a little bit wider.
Jack?
I put the ES back on.
Do it. All right.
We'll go
So
triple
we're all
headed
long.
armada.
Let's do it. Everyone's long.
All right. Update the board for us, guys. Jack, go ahead.
Long one ES 58, 78, 3/4. Trying to get that average of 77.
I got one NQ, 20,727. And then Zach, what do you have?
5 micro NQ 732.50.
Righty.
We just told the market to stop right there.
Pretty much.
2.5 contracts coming down your maw, Citadel.
Oh, they can't handle it. They can't handle it.
Still
Yeah, light risk on a day like today, man. Yeah. Nothing crazy. Just something light.
So big order still.
How do you feel about Arnold Palmer, Zach?
The iced tea lemonade?
Yes, correct.
I'm okay with the iced tea lemonade. I'm not much of a golfer, so can't speak too much on that.
Well, half and
it's
half.
One of the greatest drinks of all time. I think it's one of the greatest drinks of all time.
Oh yeah,
it is
better
good.
than water.
Someone's asking in the chat, is that order still up at 70 or 750? Yes, in the NQ 20,750. There's a 200 lot on the offer.
I think fun upward targets we can get. Yeah. What's your target, Zach, for these longs?
You know, I'm watching 10 minutes to MOC. I'd like to see if we come back up a little bit towards that level. Again, I'm in with 5 micro, so not a whole lot of size here. I might just clip it right there if I don't get taken out before MOC. If I run this into MOC, I'll probably run a hard stop loss. Just try to grab a move back up and call it a session, at least on this trade.
Let's see. I'm going to move my stop down just a little bit and see if they can bid 714s. It's not going to add a ton to the risk. We got how's it doing well. Did well yesterday, did well today. Jack, you think there's what's the reason behind that? What do you think? You're all about risk management and the house account.
I think we haven't done something incredibly stupid yet, but there still is
20 minutes
left. Still 20 minutes.
And how's it going? Yeah, we got long. What price did we get long at? 599s. Took it up to 632s or something like that. Yes, so there's a lot of trash talking going on during that trade, but it was profitable for the house account. Zach, did you see what's going on Twitter? Yeah, did you see what's going on Twitter today, Zach?
No. Sorry, I was off that nightmare of an app. No. There's always a lot of trash talking and drama, man.
It's getting spicy.
What do we have?
I don't know. Just a lot of back and forth. People very proud, egos, passion, energy, just about trading in general. All in good fun.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, listen, I think a lot of it's a good fun. You got to have a spot to express that. Some of it gets just very negative, right? Like I've just seen like Dakota getting heckled for continuing to pass licensing exams for some reason. There's stuff out there that just seems to me to be like blatantly negative and kind of just trying to tear guys down. But it's America, man, free speech. So I'm a fan of that. So whatever anybody wants to say, up to them. But there's a lot of drama, a whole lot of drama on Twitter.
Of course.
That's what gets you followers. Speaking of which, follow us.
Yeah.
At TopstepTV on Twitter. Sure, I like that one.
I do. What are we at right now?
Very close to, I think, 1,800 followers. Let me check. You can also bother me directly via the TopstepTV Twitter, since I'm on there.
Get them.
Are we at 7? We're 6 away from 1,800. So if you haven't followed us yet, at TopstepTV on X, We need 6 more follows so we can get that big round number. Maybe we get it. I'm going to watch it live. Well, buyers are kind of coming in here. Hopefully they continue.
Pull up in the chat. Does NQ close above or below 20,700? Last trade 20,726.
I like that question. I'm saying above.
Above. Yeah.
Might be biased. Just saying.
I was seeing a little bit of a sell off here. Also, we got Chipotle after the bell. Thank you for
Chipotle
in chat. Yep.
How do you feel about the brisket, Trey?
I haven't tried it. Any good?
Really?
I've not.
It's like $3 more expensive than chicken. So, like, to that degree, I'm not sure if it's worth it. I don't think it's $3 better than the chicken is. This is what I think about.
Here's the real question.
Who likes it?
Are we adding guac, guys? Are we
Always.
going guac?
Always extra.
Always.
Everyone knows.
I knew I liked you guys.
No problem.
Here comes some buyers stepping in. Dolby, house accounts long 1 NQ, correct?
Yes, sir. 20,727. Just got one. If we can get back up to like 20,750, we can start walking our stop up a little bit and reduce our risk here. Until then, I'm still interested in bidding 714s if it gets back down there. And then talk to Mo in chat, and he's like, get your stop around 20,711. I'll do you one better. I'll do 10 and a quarter. So still only risking about $300. We get filled on this other contract. It's probably going to be like $500 of risk all day. So not a lot.
We're doing the Vanguard strategy here. Just long a diversified portfolio of everything right now across the house account right now.
We are.
That's right. A little bit of everything. This is
I missed the
Vanguard hour.
That's trading the NQ 20,735. Again, high of the day 20,746. Will we make new highs today? Got a Delta update. ES plus 7,500. NQ plus 10,500.
Now, Zach, you have the luxury of being in 5 micros, which is half the size of a E-mini. However, you get to peel off contracts, whereas I do not, because I'm in the E-mini. Where are you thinking about peeling if you're going to peel at all?
Yeah, I'm debating this right now. Again, my initial target was up here, right around this level of liquidity on Bookmap.
What's the number?
I wanted to run 750, right 750 even. Usually if I'm going to do that, I'll go just a hair or two below it because I've had it come up there, find resistance, and then it seems like just doesn't fill and wants to pull one of those moves where it's going to come down, take you out, and then go back up. But on this trade, man, again, I wanted to run a little bit wider of a stop loss, but I got to try to stick to my guns here and not run a negative risk reward, at least for the initial area. Coming into MOC presents an interesting dynamic here for Power Hour. I'm a fan of having a hard stop loss that I think is a hard take profit, that I think is likely to get hit during MOC if I'm in profit, and get stop loss to break even if at all possible, and survive the potential increase in volatility that could just really cause slippage and all that fun stuff. So I'm looking at a hard close right around this 750 level. I'd like to see us come into this level of on Bookmap, potentially pop above by a few points, and snag that if it doesn't come back down right now and stop me out. That's my trade management plan on this one. Pretty simple.
You say you are at break even?
I'm green 10. Yeah, I'm floating right around break even right now, right around my entry.
Nice.
Oh, stop loss is still 715.
Okay. Oh, cool.
Yeah, I'd like, again, just reiterate, I'd like my stop lower. I like the below the 710 area, looking on a 5-minute. I don't think it's completely unreasonable that we come down and test this prior high broken in an uptrend. But if I'm targeting this level right here and looking at taking the position off, I don't want to run a stop loss way down here and be running a 0.5 to 1 risk to reward, something like that.
Makes sense to me.
Working my way into these trades that I have direction on to a degree, or at least a reason to believe we're going to continue moving in a certain direction, and not the clearest level of invalidation. And that's kind of what you get on these big trend days to the upside, right? It's just going to grind and keep going. It's not going to give you a beautiful pullback to get in, and you got to find your way in, find your way to structure your trade, and and get in there, or just sit in the sideline, hang out, and kind of don't sweat it.
All right, 2 minutes till MOC. That order is still at 750. Again, 200 offered at 20,750 in the NQ. Jack Dolby, what are we thinking for MOC? What's our strategy?
Hold.
Well, Chris in the chat, by the way, just reminded me that for everyone to sell their pumpkin futures. Great Simpsons reference there.
Okay. Hey, update on that poll. Does NQ close above or below 20,700? 300 votes right quick. 59% saying above. We are currently above. Last trade, 20,742. Here we go.
Let's go.
NQ, go get those 750s.
I think if we can hit 750, that we're going to go higher. Higher than 750.
There is another level, 775. These are all at very obvious points today. Yeah, not a whole lot. That looks like
Let's try that one
up there. That would be the blast through and continue. But looks like every 25 points we're getting some orders.
There we go.
50 seconds.
Yep. And yesterday was a 1.2 bill sell side. That was yesterday. Hopefully it wasn't a rally like this. Nothing until we do have 81% long in the crude. Again, crude trading sideways right now.
Oh, nice. Charles Chapman with a sort of a Series 3 joke there.
Ooh.
No pumpkin futures yet, just forward cash market. Gotta know what the forward is.
Oh, do we cut this with 15 seconds?
Here we go.
No.
Juice up.
No.
We'll do a Series 3 question after this.
Mine's going to be delayed here, guys. All right, 5 seconds.
It's already going in our direction.
No, not anymore.
Oh, still green. This range is not broken yet, so this trade is still valid.
Got nothing yet.
MOC might do it to us.
Got it.
Nothing yet. Sold off a bit.
I'm looking.
John S., what is MOC? Market on close. Also in the Series 3.
Looked like it was sell side. Still don't have the numbers.
Yeah, we're selling off here.
Yeah.
Selling off until we're not selling on. Let's hold.
The numbers will change. Still nothing. Anyone got in the chat yet?
Anyone pay for juice premium?
Here we go. Minus 1.2 billion. S&Ps minus 475 million. NASDAQ minus 415 million. Dow. Again, minus 1.2 billion. S&Ps minus 475 million. NASDAQ. Looking at minus 2 billion sell side.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
All right, we're long 2.
Ditto. Now I'll see if that nonsense is done. I don't want to lose.
The bounce. Look how bouncy it is.
Hopefully you guys get that bounce. That one took me out. So I'm out at 181.20. But
we are long
the game
2 now.
All right,
I'm long 2. Average price 75.5.
And I'm down to 721. So we lowered our risk by, or our break even by.
Lowered our break even.
Yeah. So now I would want to peel one at the high, which would be like 744, and then see if we can hold the other runner. And then let's move the stop up a little bit to 712. So that's like a tick below the recent low. It really shouldn't get back down there unless it's being extra mean today.
I took one off. Got a pretty good pop on doubling it, or doubling the risk there. Let's see what we can do. The trade was pretty against me for a little bit. Still could be again.
Let's see it. The wick down, take Zach out. We're going to run the highs. Let's do it, guys.
Pushing the close here. 7 minutes left here on Power Hour. Guys are long. Jack long 2 from 75 half Jack
Long-
and
Long 1 now from 72. However that, worked out there. So
Higher lows on small time frames. So far, so good. Zach, do you dollar cost average into trades? Do you average down at all? Sometimes that's kind of a controversial.
Yeah, I typically don't. I've pulled some add in profit and control risk type of moves in the past. Certain situations on micros, maybe I'd feel a little bit more comfortable doing it, especially with this range style stuff. In general, I try not to. I try not to move my stop loss farther back. Taking on more risk. You guys are out.
I got out.
You're out. Nice. You get some profits?
No, I lost a little bit, like a very little bit, given how far that went through my first level. I am perfectly happy with the result there.
Nice. Jack's flat now. It'll be long.
Sell out of there. Unless we're getting.
Yep. We're gonna hang in there.
Short.
721s. We've got like a little mini Dorito kind of forming on a 30-second. So let's see how this resolves.
Just because I have to, why don't we flash a little Series 3 question right now, Dolby?
Let's
Put you in
do
the
it.
hot seat.
Let's do it.
Here we go.
It's an easy one.
Oh, I don't like when you say that. I do not like when
Answer
you say
along
it's
at
easy.
home. The maximum gained on a short straddle is A, unlimited, B, the total
stopped
premium
out.
received, C, the total premium paid, or D, the difference between the premiums for a short straddle. What do you think?
No idea. I think it's premium paid. Yeah, I think it's premium paid. That's why I got a 60 on that portion.
I believe this is another one that I just wrote myself, so I hope I'm right on this.
Oh,
But if you
okay.
sell a short straddle, you're selling a put option and selling a call option.
Hurts my head.
Oh,
I'm going D, and I know I got a lot of studying to do here because
You're D.
it's another Scantron type of guess where you put A too many times and you go, okay, I got to come over here and I got to put C.
It's got to be balanced.
All right. Let's
Probably
see what the
B.
answer is.
Total,
The
yeah.
answer is
Yeah.
B. When you sell options, you receive the premium. So the most you can get is
true.
if it expired right between them, right between the old straddle, you'd get the total you received. The loss,
Study,
the
Dre.
maximum loss on it is unlimited. Short
Is
the call.
the total premium.
All
yep.
right. Well,
Come on.
that was fun, lads. Minutes left.
Which we got left? Yes, we got less than 4 minutes left here on Power Hour. We got the sellers in the house in the ES. Straight 58.71, and Q just dipped beneath 20,700.
Oh man, they might be right. We got stopped out on this one, minus 376. So relatively small loss considering we had 2 on. So there's a lot of upside there for the risk that we had on. So totally cool with that. Really coming back down here. Wow, it's gonna be close to 20,700.
I guess the MOC is increasing on the sell side.
I'm not going to get myself involved in a trade that I have to monitor for after hours for the house account. But guys, I got to say, I'm pretty not to pat myself on the back there, but
let's do
the
it.
way I got out of that trade was pretty neat.
Well done.
Both
well
times,
done.
Jack.
Good management.
Both
You
times.
get the pat on the back for sure. Good management, man.
A good little executor I am. Not the best trader, but love executing.
Right. More selling coming in here. James, if we want, we can do some #Power Hour submissions. Everyone is flat right now.
We can hit these real quick in the last couple minutes. We'll fly through them. First up, from Noam Trades, when you wake up in the morning on the West Coast and realize you traded Asia and locked yourself out for the day already.
Oh.
Sorry, Travis.
Gamecraft trades. XFA overtraded a lot. I was at 1,400 before the New York Open, but I lost 1,600 in one trade. After that loss, I went on tilt. But in the end, I reminded myself that days like this end up blowing accounts, so I locked myself out for positive $200. That's the way to do it. That's how you keep accounts. King Polo, Power Hour at Topstep. Finally reached my goal of having 5 XFAs past the last 3 today. And there are screenshots of all of his last 3 XFA or trading combines to be passed to get 5 XFAs. From Dan, progress update. Started a 50K Topstep combine last week. He's finally seeing his refined strategy pay off with consistently finally taking shape. He started a second 50K combine, and he's going to start a new one each week until he gets those 5 funded accounts. So this is about stacking small wins and staying in my lane, he says. So best of luck to you, Dan. And finally, to close us out for the submissions, here's one from Carl Hungus from this morning. This is a fast market meme.
Here we go. Here we go.
Introduce Sicily Clam as new currency. Fire showboating athletes. Self-driving for everyone. Get rid of bum sculptors. Patak, make trading great again. Don't be a loser. Join Topstep today.
I don't know if the world could handle some sort of hybrid Trump attack.
Look at that.
Jack's
hair.
brand.
Look at that hair. Looking good, MP.
That's good.
I mean, his qualifications are passing the Series 3 and 30. That has to get you
And
somewhere,
30.
right?
He kind of talks. Yeah, like
he's running
that's MP's cognitive test. He always is talking about it. I answered straddle. I answered ES. Straddle.
We got 20 seconds. Thank you, James. 20 seconds left here in Power Hour. Let's see what happens in the close. We did see a heavy sell side. MOC balance around minus 2 billion. 10 seconds. I do like to pull up the ES later as we go into the close. Look at all that volume coming in on bid side and ask side. Here we go, fellas. Zach B, thank you so much for joining us. Dolby time. Woo! Great having you back on the Power Hour. Jack, great executing today. Don't break your arm.
Thank you, Andre.
On the back today. With that being said, Jack, take us out of here right now.
Hey, Andre, I'm ready this time. Thanks, everybody, for watching today. Zach, thanks so much for stopping by to hang out with us. You're a pleasure. And we'll mention a few things that's going on tomorrow, as a matter of fact. We'll be back tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Eddie's still out this week, so you'll have to watch me and Hogue for opening call. We got Nick for a tick, and Jared J will join Hogue, MP, and Andre for Fast Markets tomorrow. Special coach Jay will be dropping in around 10 a.m. We got David O, Dolby, and Andre for Power Players. Me and Ben are holding it down for the shoulder tap tomorrow. Group coaching, David Green is in the house. Get ready for that. At 1 o'clock, you can trade with Nick for a tick. Yes, him from the leaderboard, along with KV and me. That's a new one. All right. Then Power Hour tomorrow. Get ready. Andre, Hogue, Dakota, and David Green to finish off your Wednesday. It's a hell of a week coming up. Non-Farm Friday. Earnings galore this week, and then the election next week. So get some rest, hang out with your family, take a walk, let the dog out if you have one of them. And why don't we meet back here around, 8 a.m. tomorrow Central for some more Topstep TV. Y'all are the best, even if you like everyone except me. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye.
Hey, what's up, Topstep TV? Got my Power Hour friend here, Dre, and James, who's behind the camera right now, spotted Empirical Dorito flavored Spirit. Can't quite say it's vodka because it's neutral gray. The Dorito pattern, if you're not familiar here, higher lows and lower highs. So that's how we got here in the first place. We're gonna pour some shots, we're gonna take it and do a little review. Yeah, what's on the nose?
I mean, it's a spirit. There's a hint of the Dorito in there, but it is a spirit. It's more like grain alcohol. This could be moonshine.
Could be. Okay, what's it say? It says Doritos Empirical.
Vacuum distilled Doritos nacho cheese.
Yeah.
All right, ready?
All right, hey, cheers, buddy.
Cheers. 1, 2, 3. Oh, there it is.
You taste it?
At the end.
I gotta be honest, not great.
Not great.
It's really not good.
Nope.
I would not recommend it at all. I don't even think you get a ton of nacho cheese flavor.
No.
However, we are going to try to make it work. We went ahead and we've made some Bloody Marys. Shout out to, what is this? McClure's Bloody Mary mix here. So we're going to try it again. Cheers.
Cheers to Bloodies. It's afternoon, but hey, Bloodies still
Yep,
hit.
this works.
A little bit better. A little bit better.
Yeah, I would say way better. It just tastes like Bloody. This is a $60 mixer at the end of the day.
This is really what it is.
That's really what it is. I honestly think you could mix it with pretty much anything. It would just taste like that because the sugar content, whatever, is so strong. I don't think this flavor is personally strong enough for those people who really want to get that nacho cheese experience from their alcohol.
No one asked for that.
No one asked for that, dude.